Microphone check, 1, 2, 1, kick it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Yeah.
Bass burning like it's lava, throwing shit together more iller than MacGyver.
Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Come on.
Microphone check, 1, 2, 1, kick it.
Check. Weird. I have not seen that happen to my Evo in forever. Very weird. So it turned my mics down. Well, that sucks. Hopefully the volume's approximately similar. That was weird. We started short water, so. Okay.
Can't tie me down, but you can whip your lovin' on me, baby, round and round and round.
Things are acting weird today. Good morning. You didn't plug it in. Quick. Controls. He loves his paper. He's a little predator in his little brown paper fort that he has. The big boy. Like him. He's a little predator. Oh, he's got it. Oh, he's got it. Careful, ZZ. Look what's gonna get you. Hold on, I might have some rambunctiousness. He quivers as I touch his little foot. His little gremlin face sticking out. And ZZ wants to play. Whee. Step on the paper. Step on the paper. Enter Philco's domain. Oh. Oh god, he ripped it out of my hand. I'm trying to get ZZ to step on the paper so that way they can play together. She seems to be respecting his space. He likes to just go more airborne than Philco does. Look at her go. Oh, she still doesn't want to impede upon the paper. You crinkling too much for you, little girl? Her eyes are like massively wide. Ooh, she got it. Now Philco's all bored. Now the 3D printer's spooking them, making all this noise. I would say Philco's technically the boss over ZZ, since he was kind of here first and he's bigger. But it's not as clear. But he bullies her more than she bullies him. Like, he'll walk up to her and kind of like start biting at her back. And then she'll kind of just run away. But every now and then she'll get the better of him. He just doesn't know how to play sometimes, it seems. Like, the only way he knows how to interact is just to bite on the butt. And it's just like, that's not very playful, man. My arm's getting tired. I don't want to get the wheels all over the paper. Run them over while they're all wrapped up. Okay. They might be done. We're ginger cat in the neighborhood that comes to her back and bullies her cat. Oh my God. Speaking of which, Philco just pounced towards ZZ to keep the domain of his paper. He just jumped forward. Now she's going over to eat her food. Yeah, get it, Philco. Get it. It's so rare to see him be so playful because he's kind of just a chill older cat by modern standards, whatever. He's like 9-ish, give or take. He's kind of a big boy. He's not graying up yet, so he's not too bad. Maybe orange cats never gray that bad. He loved, ever since we had this paper kind of like laying around, he's just been going crazy, which makes sense because he really loves it during Christmas time when we be wrapping presents. He really likes the paper, so it's nice to give him something that he can like. Maybe we should have been more respectful of his wishes or whatever, of his tastes and preferences. We'll get it figured out. Let's see. I got the 3D printer going, printing out another wallet just because the one I have right now is kind of suboptimal to design. Some small pieces that seem to break off more often, and I just saw one that's better. I had 3D printed up a bunch of other stuff earlier. Nuke the Whales, yeah. I got my Nuke the Whales one, stone cutters, the Nurgle pin I got at one of the random events, and then or one of the Warhammer events, and then Palestine pin we got at the first Pride event. Oh, here we go. Last night we got some progress on the video edit for Cinemarxism. The person that has like the rough cut kind of went through it, and they have a second version that they're, I guess, exporting out right now. So after they get that one finished up or shared out, then I'll take a run at it and add a bunch of other this, that, and the others. Final Cut, no. I meant like, so I use Premiere, or not Premiere. They use Premiere. I use DaVinci Resolve. So they'll just sort of export an MP4, then I'll edit that MP4, then also render it out, which I guess technically is not good, and it's better to like share similar project files back and forth, so that way you're not re-encoding the same piece of video over and over, because then you end up like not quite as bad, but you do end up, you know, JPEG, you know, any more, you know, deep frying the meme, if you will, but once or twice should be fine for YouTube. And I had some old presets that I bought but never really used, but is shared them. Which I think technically is like kind of a no-no, but I actually paid for it. Also, they're probably so old they don't work anyway. Oh, I mean, I see. Like, do you get the final cut? It's just a YouTube video. It's not that serious. As far as distribution, expedition, or whatever it is, like, it's definitely for Cinemarxism channel, not for my channel, or whatever it is. So, I just need to like make sure I set a price for my editing price, but also I want to have like an orbiter price versus just an actual price. So if my actual price is like $30 an hour, then my orbiter price would be like $10 or $15 an hour, because I would want to like not break the bank out of a bunch of people that I care about, spreading the message that I care about. But I also don't want, because I used to just do shit for free, but that became weird because people would get noticeably weirded out by doing stuff for free forever, because then it's like, are you trying to like, you know, garner favors, or, you know, obviously it's not sustainable, so what it, you know, I get it. So like I think people feel better when there's a agreed upon price, and then it's clear and shared. That way there's no, you know, miffed feelings or whatever after the fact. So I just have to get used to, ooh, look at that, that's crazy. I just have to get used to actually putting a price on my labor and feeling confident that I can give them the value on a reasonable time frame. So that's the imposter syndrome happening on that end. But I'm happy when I'm getting a lot of traction and motion on that kind of stuff, because then it gives me a reason to work through things and do stuff. Goodness gracious. When Kara goes to bed, she locks up the back door because she gets a little bit nervous about them being outside at night, even though I'm awake. I'm not really, you know, in the same room anymore as I used to be, so I'm not as close. If I hear cats fighting or something, I might not notice it if I'm in this room. So they get a little squirrely up in here. We'll see if anything happens there. Gators? No. I mean, we're all fenced up. No water nearby. I mean, Kara might have reasonable fears about gators, but no, there's no gators. She's mostly worried about coyotes because, like, way, you know, outside of the neighborhood, down a few more, you know, blocks at like an intersection, there used to be, you know, a random coyote you'd see here and there or something, but nothing too. He was laying in wait in the paper. You could barely see. Oh. There he goes. He just runs back into his little hiding spot. What a little goober. I need the monitor gets in the way. What a cutie. Anyway, I wanted to still get a stream in also while I'm waiting for sort of final thing. But I also have some BSA stuff I can be editing in the meantime. Like I have all the footage I got from our first town hall meeting, not town hall, city council meeting. I'll try and put it together into like a bit of a storyline. And then also I have the new music, the final music for Dump Duke. They remastered it a little bit and then, you know, cut out a piece, and it's still a little longer than mine. So I'm gonna look at it and see if I want to make any changes to my edit. My edit might still just be fine. Pretty much they changed the song. So I want to like go over and remaster a few things. Oh, I need the Wednesday, technically. Now it's very Thursday. Oh shit.
To my house.
All those crazy kids.
To my house.
But there was definitely a couple of videos that we still had from yesterday's list. The long one from Minuteman. But we can start off with something, I don't know, small in the meantime. You got banned in a stream for your username. What do you mean, C4? Why would you get banned for your username? I mean, that doesn't seem that bad. I mean, if someone's name is AR-15, it's like, okay, you know, I get what you're getting at, but maybe they're like a hard gun control or a hard plasteel. Yeah. Twitch is primarily where the platform is. A creator before got banned for like mixing the streams. Oh yeah, you can't see. Damn you, Windows 11. For putting YouTube chats on screen, they got banned. At least they think they got banned for it. So I use a lot of their tools for other stuff, but yeah. I guess it's because like, they can't moderate the streams from other platforms. So technically they wouldn't want to put chats that they can't control on the video for Twitch or whatever. Like, I can see, you know, some arguable reasons for it, but ultimately it's one of those like, come on. But then even like having the rule, because it makes sense that it's a rule and that you can police it if you need to, but then to actually go forward and punish and you know, enforce the ban is another weird thing. But so like I have a version of the chat box that actually works with multiple, but it was like, well, it might behoove you to. Ooh, I think there's a problem with the 30 frame. I think it's lifting. No, that's just the plate. It's all stuck down there. I couldn't. For some reason, it looks like it's at an angle, but I guess the shadow is kind of playing with my eye. But it doesn't look like it's unsticking. And it's just the entire plate going up and down. Nice hydraulic press mode. Yeah. It's making a little wallet thing. I was just on the homepage of the thing, and then I was like, I'm not sure. Oh, that was. I guess when you go back to the online models, it then gives you all the different online models that are available. But I was at the homepage, and then it's like, oh look. Before I was printing out my. Oh wait, it's gonna be a whole big load. But I was printing out my 3D printed Power Fist thing. I should pull up that. I guess it's in my Chrome tabs technically, but I think I finished printing out most of the pieces. Although a couple of pieces are kind of like fragile and not holding up right. So I'm debating how to fix that. Yeah, so before I printed out one, but it uses these like movable side pieces. These little tiny arms will like kind of bend out to the sides. But over time they either snap off or they get weakened. So I tried putting a rubber band on it, but I just really don't like that because I don't want a rubber band. It's annoying, doesn't fit in pockets very well. So this is a design that just seems to have less moving parts. So let's see if it's better. You're 3D printing a Claymore if you have a 3D printer. I printed out some swords and some other cosplay things in the past. Yeah, I mean, I printed out a PETG, which is supposed to be more of a durable, less, I don't know. It's better heat tolerances, and it also is stronger and doesn't like have a issue with being used as much. But the page that showed time saved. Oh. It's the Brave browser. I opened a new tab, so apparently it's blocked ads and saved bandwidth and then saved time. I don't know what that means. I guess it means it saved like ad time. I'm not really sure what it's supposed to mean, but it's just I switched from Chrome to Brave recently because it not only does it bring over all your extensions and bookmarks, but also it has tab folders. Yeah, that's my best guess. So I was gonna look up the fully functioning Power Fist video tutorial about specifically how to assemble it to double check a few steps, but that was back when I had it on the Chrome tab, so I don't think it'd be in the history of this, which is why I have to open up Chrome again to do it. But anyway, that's the whole neither here nor there. I saw a Morning Brew video about the most abundant resource is now scalable, but I'm worried that it shows, I don't know, natural gas or something. So I'm not really sure. I mean, I'm not like a big energy knower, or whatever. I think it's already looping. Okay. So I'm curious to see what this is. Now, I've in the past had channels that were chill all of a sudden kind of like get bought out by big money. So we'll see if that's, you know, a downfall of the Morning Brew channel, but we'll see. I'm willing to give him a shot. Okay, volume up and restart. Time save refers to the estimated time you would have saved while browsing due to browser's ad and tracker and blocking feature. Yeah. Oh, data loaded page time. Okay. Interesting. Got it. You have a broken wrist. That's not good. Hope your wrist gets better. I broke my wrist way back in camp. I was sleepwalking on the top bunk, and I just walked off the top bunk and fell onto the cement floor. The person underneath me was sleeping, and then they heard this. At least this is what they told me. It could just be them just wanting to say stuff because they were all like middle schoolers, but they just heard this loud thud, and they were just like, "Oh man, like, are you okay?" And then all they heard back was snoring because I guess I fell back asleep. But I remember waking up on the ground, like, ugh, and like my ass hurt so bad. I ended up having like on my left ass cheek was just like this gigantic bruise, but it's a bruise where it's like yellow. It's like a very fucked up bruise. So I must have like fallen straight on my ass, and then like whacked my wrist or something on the ground. I don't know what, but I remember just waking up on the floor being like, "Oh, my ass." And then I'm like, oh, my fucking hand. And I'm trying to like climb the ladder. And I'm just like, ugh. Like one-handing, trying to like lean forward as this chubby kid just climbing this ladder back in the bed, tired as fuck, and also my ass hurts. And then while I'm like laying in bed, I'm trying to like wrap a pillow around my wrist just to keep it straight, and I'm just kind of just whimpering to myself. The camp counselor was like, yo, you're making a lot of noise. You're being very loud in your like whimpers. We gotta go to the nurse. I'm like, no, I'm good. I'll be chill. I'll be quiet. And I'm just sitting there, you know, biting a pillow, trying not to be loud in my little like child pain. And then like 15 minutes later, they're like, all right, that's it. We gotta go. Let's go. You're too loud and you're obviously seriously in pain. Walked to the nurse's thing, woke her up. She's wearing her nightgown. And they made a splint for me, a temporary splint, and it was made with 2 ping pong paddles and then a diaper from like the baby that they were like babysitting from like one of the owners or whatever. They had like a new, not a used diaper wrapped around it to hold it tight, and then 2 ping pong paddles. And that felt good to have a splint, and I just waited until morning before I was then allowed to go to the hospital or whatever, which is kind of a weird move for a camp not to just like take somebody to the emergency room when they have a problem, like a broken bone or something. But I guess they just said, fuck it, we don't give a shit, it's fine, you'll be all right. My parents were not as chill because it was just kind of a weird thing to happen and not be informed when it happened. I remember also they had a really big deal where it was like, if you hear the revelry, it's a little like the little like trumpet sound. They play that in the morning, and everybody has to come out and then salute like the raising of the American flag. And that's where I learned that it was like so important that a flag never touches dirt, because if a flag touched the dirt, then it had to be burned, which was just, you know, it was a very specific rule that I don't think is ever actually followed to that degree outside of very official channels. And then like, you know, they let the kids like actually do some of the folding and the holding, but like they're kids, they're middle school children. So like a kid will be, you know, butterfingers and drop it, and then as soon as it hits the ground, we're like, oh, you gotta burn the flag, you gotta burn it, oh no. And we're all like being rules lawyers and just thinking that, oh, this is gonna be crazy, we get to see it like, you know, get retired or something. Yeah. But I heard the revelry in the morning, and I woke up like, oh shit. So then I went out and I was saluting with my ping pong paddle broken hand, because they were like, you'll be in trouble if you don't go out. And then I was like, oh, this will be funny to go out there with my busted arm. And they were like, how dare you go outside with that? Don't let anybody see you have that. And I'm just like, what? You told me I had to go do I had to do it. You told me I had to. Like, I was just being a little shithead. Stupido Talkler. I do not need a thumbnail designer, thank you though. It's not, I don't love being sold a service that fast, but you know what, you gotta, you're out there working and you're trying to make it, but you know, thank you. Just another chatter. Okay, tangent over. Yeah, I mean, they shot their shot, but it's just like, I don't make money as it is. Can you raid a channel? What the fuck, dude? All right, that's it. I banned him. You can't come in here and try and sell your services and then ask me to raid a channel. Like, dude, I just started. What the fuck? That's crazy. That's crazy. Their picture is what looks like a child. So I hope they're a child, and B, that type of behavior, I guess, is reminiscent of what a child would think. Let's see the world's most abundant energy source.
Donald Trump likes to say,
drill, baby, drill.
but what are we actually drilling? Well, the biggest portion is natural gas. Then there's oil. We export a lot to other countries, then import different oil for our own use. I explain why we make that weird trade in this video. Then finally, there's this one source of energy buried deeper underground that's more abundant than oil or gas. It's called geothermal energy.
Anywhere we drill, right here, we drill 3 miles underground, it's exceedingly hot. That energy is sitting there.
It's under your house, it's under your friend's house, it's under your friend's uncle's mom's house.
It's just an enormous, abundant energy resource below everyone's feet.
And yet, geothermal only makes up a sliver, 0.1% of America's energy production today. Because for the past century, it was neither physically nor economically feasible for researchers to tap into this massive resource. But that might be changing.
I strongly support deploying geothermal energy on federal lands.
If the bets of a few companies pay off,
Pog, AOC,
some models
Pog.
predict that geothermal could explode to 15% of global electricity demand growth between now and 2050, which would reshape how and where we get our power. Instead of drilling oil in the middle of Texas, the geothermal plant of tomorrow might be in your backyard. But between shaky politics and literal shaky ground, can geothermal really deliver on this promise? Let's start with how people first bet on geothermal energy over 100 years ago. At its heart, geothermal energy is turning the warm insides of the earth into electricity. The first attempt at that was through what are called dry steam plants. These plants heat up water so hot it evaporates into steam. The steam is so warm and dry, it's basically a gust of hot air coming from the ground, hence dry. Then it turns a turbine and makes electricity. Roland Horn, a professor of geothermal at Stanford, explained why this type of geothermal was so desirable.
It's very advantageous for development because you just bring all the steam and put it through the turbine.
What a cute and interesting way to do animations, to do stop motion, to do it. It does seem like it takes significantly longer than just showing an infographic or making something, just because that's a lot of work.
It's a pipe, a turbine, and another pipe, so that's cheap and simple.
Typically, dry steam plants are near volcanoes or on the border of tectonic plates, because that's where fiery heat is closest to the surface. For example, the geysers in California sit right next to these major fault lines. In 1923, its first well drilled only 60 meters underground, the second 97 meters. Being able to find steam with so little drilling made geothermal relatively cost-effective, and the geysers planned to sell the energy to a nearby city. It got a slow start, but around 1960, PG&E bought the geysers and really brought the plant into action. The company expanded production, drilling wells up to 427 meters deep, which is still very shallow for underground energy. Over the next 30 years, the geysers and a few other geothermal plants across the country and world rapidly increased production. And in 1973,
Like hearing like 400 and something meters and understanding that as not that deep. It's one of those, like, I guess it's hard for me to imagine the scale because I don't know how deep a coal mine actually goes. Yeah, and that's a clear example of like just too many, you know, and then they reused a couple of pieces of it real fast just because it's like, bro, I can't, it's just too much.
in the midst of the oil embargo, the New York Times put out an article pumping geothermal, a bit like this video is now. It said some scientists predict that geothermal energy will be providing 10 to 20% of the nation's electrical generating requirements by 1985. However, the National Petroleum Council says that geothermal sources will be providing only 1% by 1985. Turns out, the oil people were right. Oil got cheaper again while geothermal...
I wonder why oil people were right. I wonder if they had any hand in some of the aspects of it. I mean, obviously there's other costs and prohibitively, but it's not like drilling for oil and other things is not also incredibly complicated and expensive and dangerous in its own way.
Couldn't scale enough to get significant investment. Places like the geysers were great, but could never achieve scale because there simply aren't enough spots hot enough for water to shoot up as steam. So the industry looked to an alternative way to access the Earth's inner heat.
In most places, it's hot water in the subsurface, and if you lower the pressure in the wellbore, then that water boils and it percolates itself to the surface like a coffee pot.
This bubbling water underground was hot, but not quite hot enough to produce dry steam directly. But it was really close to being what we needed. So in came the invention of flash steam technology. In a flash steam generator, hot, pressurized but not yet steam water is brought to the surface, where it then suddenly depressurizes and flash turns into steam. This breakthrough meant that even geothermal water that wasn't quite hot enough for dry steam could still be turned into powerful steam to spin turbines and generate electricity, which unlocked much more of Earth's heat as an energy source. But eventually, the easiest flash steam spots got taken up. A lot of these locations are still being developed, but like dry steam plants, flash steam sites weren't economically scalable. But there's so much heat down there. You just need a way to get to it. But the geothermal industry hit a dead end. Until in the early 1980s, what are called binary cycle plants gave the industry what it needed.
Binary plants are a little different in that because you're not producing steam or water, you're just producing hot water. The temperature of the water is not hot enough to make enough steam to make it commercially viable. So instead, they exchange the heat into a secondary working fluid like pentane or something like that.
The secondary fluid has a low enough boiling point that it can turn into steam at a heat that water can't. And then it's the steam from the secondary fluid that turns a turbine before cooling down again, and the process starts over. The switch is kind of like downgrading a mouse wheel from human size to mouse size. Obviously, the human size one would be ideal, it would generate more electricity, but it's really hard to get humans to run in mouse wheels. But if you have a billion mice running on mouse-sized wheels, this innovation ultimately turned a few isolated islands of power into what's effectively one big battery in the center of the Earth that you just need a cord long enough to plug into. This might sound like some normal, uninteresting thing, but this was huge for geothermal. Binary cycle technology showed that geothermal energy wasn't limited to rare, super hot reservoirs. But there was still this big hurdle. Each well produced less power individually, so the only way to make this bet work was to scale. And to scale, that meant tons of cheap, deep drilling. Luckily, government-funded research had quietly advanced oil and gas drilling technology that geothermal companies could take for themselves. Specifically, gas and oil companies figured out how to drill horizontally, then fracture open shale rocks to get resources trapped inside. While the so-called shale revolution was taking off, one petroleum engineer saw how the same technologies could also be used in geothermal. Sometimes an outside perspective is just what you need, especially when it comes to big changes. Since I first started making videos for this channel, I've moved across the country, switched schools, and changed jobs. Of course, new beginnings are exciting, but they can often be lonely too. Amid the changes, I've always felt the best thing to do was call a friend. But friends aren't always around to pick up or offer the best words of
AI
advice.
friend?
That's where today's sponsor, BetterHelp, can assist. They can connect you with a therapist.
Which is AI.
Someone who will listen, ask questions, and help you see things from new perspectives. They can give you advice and techniques to make positive changes in your life. BetterHelp is on a mission to make starting therapy easier.
BetterHelp
You can fill out a
is one of the
questionnaire
ones
and they'll
add to
match you
my
with
ad
a therapist in as little as a couple days. Then, if it's not the right fit, you can easily switch therapists anytime.
Well, I should probably make
with over 7,000 reviews and a
memed versions of the logos specifically. Maybe I'll ask Kara to play around with that.
.3 rating on Trustpilot. BetterHelp is a platform you can trust. Click the link in the description or go to betterhelp.com/morningbrewinc and get 10% off your first month of therapy. Now, let's get back to the petroleum engineer who had some good ideas for the geothermal industry.
What I found was that even though there'd been this tech revolution in how we drill wells in the oil and gas world, that really none of that technology had been applied to geothermal. There was no software, there was no automation, there was very little directional drilling.
Tim Latimer realized if he applied modern drilling to geothermal, he could create more sustainable energy and also pave a path for oil and gas workers to be a part of the clean energy transition. So after brushing up his studies at Stanford, he started Fervo Energy. The company began to and is still working to pioneer commercial implementation of horizontal drilling and fracking in geothermal, which it uses to disperse water through hot rock, quickly heating it up before propelling it up to the surface to create energy. All of this together is called Enhanced Geothermal Systems, or EGS. Through this technological development, geothermal also stopped losing water through steam and could be implemented far more places. Now, companies like Fervo are just trying to get it to scale. Fervo currently has a project in the Utah desert, which aims to create 2 gigawatts of power, a massive new project that could power over 2 million homes.
Well, that makes total sense, keeping it all in the ground instead of having it come out of steam and spinning the turbine there. Let the water, I guess you need the water to cool down significantly, and that, I guess, happens naturally in this way. And if you can create an internal loop of the same liquid you might lose a bit to absorption or something and need to only supply a little bit extra, but and that would also help keep the temperature down. But instead of having to constantly just flood water down and then have it fly out as steam and then keep buying water or utilizing water to pump down, keeping it in the loop and then keeping your turbines here-ish or whatever, that kind of utilizes the ground temperature. So you're obviously going to lose energy along the way, but using that unlimited, air quote, free or incredibly abundant and free ground heat, underground heat to heat up to spin this, that makes sense to keep it contained underneath the crust or whatever. It's just, I guess, harder to then maintain these things because they're now underground instead of up at your factory. But
companies like Fervo are just trying to get it to scale. Fervo currently has a project in the Utah desert which aims to create 2 gigawatts of power, a massive new project that could power over 2 million homes. In addition, big geothermal companies like Calpine, which operate the geysers, and even oil giant Chevron have new geothermal projects funded by the US government.
What we've done with EGS is really move that from a binary scientific question, is there a resource there, and moved it to an economic question. So we know there's heat there. Then it's an economics question of how much does it cost to drill and how much product are we getting?
Which is why geothermal companies like Fervo are willing to make the bet.
From the first wells that we started drilling in Nevada and Utah to the current wells that we're drilling today at those sites, we've dropped our drilling time by 70%. And we've dropped our drilling cost by 50%.
Among renewables, geothermal energy is fairly middle of the pack in cost, and Fervo is among the companies leading the charge to cheapen it. Ultimately, though, what might make
U.S. nuclear or nuclear? I don't remember. I know that there's a meme of how people say it the wrong way, and I never cared to actually look it up. I think it's because Homer said it's nuclear. It's pronounced nuclear, meant that was the wrong way. So nuclear, I guess, is the correct way because that's the opposite of how Homer said it. Interesting that is the most expensive thing. Also interesting that it got more expensive for wind and solar. I wonder if that's, again, because of the Biden tariffs that were attached to the... Seems like that might have been it.
Make or break the industry lies beyond cost alone. While industries largely grow as a result of enterprising spirits and innovative technology, it would be negligent to overlook the role of policy, especially in the energy sector. Regulations, focused investment, and government funding create the rules of the game in which companies vie for influence.
I know everybody wants to get to the top of the list, but if I can express disappointment with what I have seen within the Department of Energy over the years, we've seen great things in great areas, and geothermal just kind of sits back there as kind of the forgotten child. And we're not going to allow that to happen.
According to the Department of Energy, its research and development accelerated solar industry progress by an estimated 12 years. Just take a look at how much solar panel costs fell over time, while geothermal costs have stayed pretty much the same for the past 10 years. But
do you think it's us that made the costs go down that much? Or do you think it was China being the one that actually manufactured, like, what, 70 or 80% of all the different solar panels? Like, who do you think is worth it? Who do you think gets the credit for that? What the fuck?
For a few major reasons. First, it's a baseload power source, which means it's always on. While energy sources like solar and wind generate intermittently depending on whether the sun is on or the wind is blowing, the Earth's pure heart is always warm. So energy operators don't have to build giant batteries to hold the energy for when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow. Companies like Google that run giant data centers that run 24/7 really like that and have started...
Okay, well, but we don't... Those giant data centers that, I mean, I guess if it has a clean output of power or something, but oh my God, we don't love the Google data centers for what they do to people and communities.
started investing in new projects like this Fervo project in New Mexico. Second, it provides consistent jobs for oil and gas workers as they join the energy transition. Either way, they're still drilling holes in the ground. And third, geothermal occupies a sliver of policy backed by both Republicans and Democrats. Democrats like it because it's clean energy, and Republicans like it because it still uses drilling.
Drill, baby, drill.
And the current department.
I'm just thinking, like, I don't know if that's like when I think of Republicans, like there might be, I guess, like the policy level Republicans, but they like oil because they get donor money from oil. And hell, even fucking Democrats like donor oil. But if you just like it because it's drilling, that sounds like it's more of like just one of those, it's more for the base kind of things where it's just the average Joe who just likes drilling for the sake of drilling because it sounds like what the damn wokes don't like or some shit. I don't know. It just seems like such a pathetic reason to back a project specifically. And I guess the overall frustrating thing is just seeing, because like consistent power is good, and I think making a bunch of different, you know, getting your hands in a bunch of different pies, whatever the fuck it's called, it makes sense to have a bunch of different options spinning up. And even though one option might not seem like it's the best option, keeping some amount of development and interest in that field is useful, because you're just one breakthrough away in any individual topic from all of a sudden making something really good. And even though it might be like the one that's like in last place, all of a sudden one, you know, breakthrough can just change it. And some people have a passion for it and will keep looking for it and trying to find a way to make it better. And that's just like the beauty of having however many billions of humans on the earth, is that they can devote their energies in different places, and it still, you know, works out overall to help as many different directions. But stuff like what China's doing when it comes to its energy development, its renewables, and then just like the idea of how strong and powerful nuclear is and how safe it is, it's just one of those, like, you just need the political will to be like, this is what's good. Fuck you with your stupid fracking. So I mean, I'm not as incredibly enthusiastic based off of the milquetoast sort of like things it provides and the issues that it comes up with, but I am still down with keeping an open mind on the topic, whatever.
The Energy Secretary, a former oil company CEO who's overseeing that agenda, previously invested in geothermal projects. But even if geothermal companies can successfully lower costs, there's one other drawback to geothermal that oil and gas companies have also had to face as they popularize fracking: earthquakes.
Anytime you're moving fluid around underground, you're changing pressures, you're changing temperatures. You know, the rocks kind of adjust themselves sometimes, and that produces seismicity.
Like oil and gas, geothermal projects move rocks around underground, and there's a risk of tripping faults leading to earthquakes.
Oh
In
my
South
God.
Korea, for example, geothermal drilling caused the country's most damaging recorded earthquake, which effectively stopped the industry in the country. Another earthquake happened for a similar reason in Switzerland, but its geothermal industry is pushing on amid restrictions. These earthquakes cause massive damage and human injury. Yet proponents say the earthquake risk is just another problem to tackle, and the oil and gas industries already moved forward despite these risks.
But why did they move beyond despite those risks? Because of specific will to keep making money and to say, fuck you, we're here to do it anyway. And I'm dumb for not even considering the other implications of the delicate balance that exists and then creating this earth loop like that seems like a bad way to go about. Yeah, that does seem pretty fucking rough. Especially if this is supposed to be like close to data centers. If this is supposed to be close to homes because it's direct power in a small scale that can only produce so much, and then it's like, you know, your neighborhood power supply versus one gigantic power center that then uses a large grid to then feed it down. Like a nuclear plant would be the one that would be like one place many miles away that then powers an entire zone, where this is supposed to be a more smaller scale nearby thing. That means you're just creating lots of these little issues. I mean, I guess in places that just have very few fault lines, I guess like the East Coast doesn't really have a lot of fault line issues. I mean, I wonder, like, let's see. So you have ground level, right? And then if you drill a hole down, because you have all the heat down here, if instead of it just being a hole, it's more of like a pipe that's contained, but that pipe would have like a bit of a split model, almost kind of like an air cooler or a water cooler inside of a computer. And then it being contained means that you're not doing a lot of water and temperature changing in the ground so much. Maybe I think a hard shaft would be too prone to shifting and changing too much. But if you could pour down the cold stuff, it gets hot, comes over, and then comes back up. I don't even know if I have another color, but, you know, it has more energy here. And then it's all contained inside of a box of some kind. Then take that energy out and then have it go back down. But it's not being able to come out. Basically, it's just trying to drill down and then collect that energy directly. I guess another version would just be going down and then having some kind of pinwheel just straight up down there that just enjoys sucking energy in some way. No water necessary, just a tunnel tube that goes down and then something that just enjoys the heat. Almost like a heat sink where you have just this giant piece of metal. It just goes down and then it just sits down here in the low area specifically, and this collects heat. It just collects this heat that's all around this area, and then that heat just radiates up to another thing here that then emanates out the residual heat. But I guess like this would just not be that efficient, and it wouldn't do that much. But just having a thing that just constantly just steals the heat from lower, and the heat generated from inside the Earth is because the Earth's inside is liquid, and we are constantly rotating, so it creates this constant amount of friction. So I don't think there's a long-term problem of stealing heat from the center of the earth, because it's kind of a thing that just happens. I guess you might, if you really did this so much that you ended up like chilling the entire center of the earth, or like the outer crust of the earth to such a degree, you might end up causing like cold dirt or something, where like naturally the slight amount of warmth that you get to the surface level is now lost a bit because we've been stealing so much heat. Or I guess if you did this so many places, they would all get slightly less efficient because this layer of heat is now slightly less warm. But that it just seems like that would be a problem for like 100 or 200 years from now if it was that popular. But probably drilling down far enough and then creating some kind of rod that then travels that heat, because you could even have like, which probably would make it unreasonable, but some kind of like double insulated tube of some kind, right? So that way, whatever heat is gained by this, heat sink on its travel distance up, it doesn't lose it to all the ground around it. So like a gigantic Stanley mug that then has a bottom and a top, right? But I could see how creating a 400-meter Stanley Cup was just way too expensive for the shitty amount of radiant heat you end up getting out of it. Because then this thing could be sitting inside of a, tub of water or whatever, right? That then takes that heat and then turns a turbine or does whatever. Somehow, like, it sucks that whenever we have heat, all we end up doing with it is just trying to boil some water somewhere. That's all we really end up doing with it. And I'm a dumbass, right? So like, people keep thinking of newer ways to make the process efficient or better or mildly useful for weird scenarios where like, oh, look, it's in a zone that has very bad wind and it has bad sun coverage and it's particularly cold outside, so it does not do well with batteries, and like, it's too remote and far away to get high voltage transmission lines from different grids. Like, you could have, this could be great for Alaska, that could make sense for that zone or that place specifically. So having your plan in a bunch of different places might make sense. I think it's a good idea to keep, even if I think it might be kind of silly. And like, I was watching Carter's stream and I didn't realize he was watching this video, but I saw parts of it and he was going off about how much he thinks nuclear is better.
Lithium-ion batteries sometimes catch fire. That doesn't mean we abandon lithium-ion batteries. It means we try and figure out how to stop them catching fire, how to make them better, and get around the problem. And that's where we are within use seismicity for geothermal too. We don't pretend that it's not a problem. We figure out how to understand, first of all, and secondly, avoid or ameliorate seismicity.
But in the meantime, many projects have stalled or been cancelled as local residents in these areas try to avoid damaging earthquakes. It's easy to hope for a moonshot. The Times article from the 1970s said it would take 15 years for 20% of the US's energy to come from geothermal, and that didn't happen. But now, geothermal could be set up much better to become more widely used. With the transitioning workforce, a well-timed new technology, and some political will, geothermal could take off.
Yeah. Political will, or I guess you could say the lack of political will to do the other things, like allow Chinese solar prices to be unmolested, to stop taking unnecessary funds and money from big oil. So there's lack of political will to do the other things. So if, because this is contrarian enough and still different than the other things, then I guess it's going to be what could make forward progress, and just one breakthrough or so away from this becoming better enough that it's still, you know, viable and helpful, at least for certain places. But you know what? This is where I say I'll let the eggheads figure it out. Because like listening to the guys who are like invested in the industry, it's like listening to the defense attorney for an accused murderer. Like when they come out and they do a press conference, of course they're going to be like, yo, all this evidence is circumstantial. It's bullshit. Those witnesses, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like they're always going to have their guys back, right? So when the guy's like, yeah, we all know that there's going to be, you know, small earthquakes and, you know, oh shucks, you know, but you know, we don't ignore the problem. We just find a way to make it work. And it's like, well, of course you'd say that, but like maybe everyone else around doesn't want fucking earthquakes to happen. You know what I mean? Like the solar panel thing is like, that's not so bad. And like batteries is like, we kind of figured out the battery problem. The battery problem is significantly not the same thing as earthquakes running rampant across this place. Because like the batteries will be burning up in a battery location, not just all of a sudden creating a sinkhole or causing, you know, gigantic damage to people who had nothing to do with this thing. Interesting. I think I haven't really thought about too much beyond like weird video games having a good geothermal factory, and you go, oh, check it out. You know, inside of like XCOM is like a geothermal power plant whenever you have a steam vent somewhere underground.
Every little moonshot idea has plenty of reasons why it might take off and plenty why it won't. Like for all the things going for renewables, Trump's big beautiful bill just killed credits for wind and solar after.
But like that was a choice and is arbitrary and made up, right?
For this year, but we didn't hear anything about geothermal. But maybe that's the problem. We never hear about geothermal.
We joke that the bipartisan support for geothermal was in not thinking about it at all.
That's the best ending they got? That's crazy. Interesting. You know, interesting. Okay, let me dump that one out of the thing. Any thoughts? I mean, I think ultimately I'll trust the scientists to work on weird ideas, to keep making ideas that may not be the most viable, more viable, and you never know when that's going to all of a sudden snap and become awesome. And though we hate that there's needless regulation that just, you know, the big beautiful bill that just stopped good things, I can understand how, even though it seems like it's arbitrary and they shouldn't exist, they do exist, and the political will to stop it is not there. So, blah. I'll just have to trust the scientists. Is all it comes down to. Okay, let's get to the Minuteman video, the one that I have not. I should have. What I've had on my list for a little while. Copy. Paste. Then grab the URL. Throw it in my little pin macro. Okay. Wait. This video will be covering topics some viewers may find disturbing. While all of it will be in educational format, it will contain images and video of September 11th. Weaponize ignorance. Okay. I mean, I appreciate both the cute little style of this, but also, you know, it's a trigger warning in a sense, but at least it gives you. I've seen them before where that's like the trigger warning is like, warning, there's some stuff in here that might be bad. And it's like, well, okay, like that might mean you're just gonna, if anybody has a sensitivity, like, oh, I have arachnophobia, I better get out of this one. Like they don't, if you didn't tell them what's in it, like anybody that has anything, well, I guess I go like, well, I guess I should go then. I don't know, like. my man is thin. Not like in a bad way. He must wear like a size 26 waist, man. As a person who struggled with weight loss, jelly. Impressed. Crazy.
Welcome to another YouTube video. I gotta say, this was a good idea in my head, and it is even better in practice. Just gotta put my hammer back so I know where to find it, you know? Shibari hammer. Can I make that joke? I feel like that'll get me demonetized.
You know what that is.
Welcome to my office. How's it going, everybody? It's me again. Things have deteriorated. This is gonna be one of those videos, guys. I'm saying it right now. I don't drink beer. I don't drink beer out of a bottle, but I just feel like that amount of foam coming out of a bottle, that can't be right. Also, is he wearing rings under his glove, or did he put his rings on after wearing the glove? I don't know. I don't do this lightly. You guys know that there is nothing on earth that I love more than half-baked conspiracy theories. In my 4 years on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram, I have covered countless terrible conspiracy theories. From ones that make you go, to ones that make you go, what?
Proof that giants are real. This is a fake fucking sun.
Lizard people are real.
And in doing this, as you know, you won't be too surprised, I have met a lot of characters. You see, the people that tend to make these conspiracy videos are oftentimes even more interesting than the conspiracy theories themselves.
Got fucking Theta Chi here talking about ancient fucking lasers. I don't want to know anything about Charles Hapgood's pole or why it shifts.
No, I'm not saying that being a comic book artist disqualifies you from having any scientific discussion, but I am saying that it may explain why he seems to be completely out of touch with reality. Now, most of the time,
The first time chatter has been banned. Interesting that it shows up still on the nutty thing, but whatever.
I don't get too invested into the characters that I come across when I do these videos. Typically when I do my short form, I try and just do it one and done. I never include the names of the people that I'm talking about because in my short form, I'm a little bit more of an asshole.
Is this dude, who I'm pretty sure I played beer pong against once in the basement of Teak. Whose mom is this? You don't believe in dinosaurs, but you believe in dragons. This video is just a painful reminder that England exists. I have a sneaking suspicion these might not be the first white lines you've seen today. Can we do like a Citizens Lithium prescription?
But every once in a while, I begin to recognize that there's repeat offenders. And so when you guys tag me in videos that you want me to cover, oftentimes it's not even, oh my god, they're talking about this. It's a, oh my god, it's this guy again. And when you're exposed to guys like this over and over and over again, it almost starts to become like Stockholm Syndrome. You start to get like a little soft spot for them. Not a soft spot in your heart, like a soft spot in the top of your skull. I become fascinated by them. I study them like they're some kind of, you know, like they're in a primate sanctuary. And little by little, I slowly accidentally become like an armchair expert in some random conspiracy theorist on the internet. That, of course, leads me to do the only logical thing a person should do when you know an absolute shit ton about a really specific topic that nobody else gives a shit about. And that is, make a really long multi-part YouTube video about it. Because deep in my heart of hearts, I know that you good people out there need something to play in the background while you do your dishes or fold your laundry or play video games. Yeah.
Okay. Dude, that's like, okay, hold on. That's just what a Twitch stream is. Hold on. Except now I am the Twitch stream that is then also, okay.
I can see you. I can see you. Directly through the screen. You see this wall behind me? That's your wall. That's the other side of your wall. I am on the other side of your wall, right?
Okay, that wall color is kind of similar to my wall color.
Now, it's been a little while since I've done one of these case studies. Last year, as many of you will remember, I discussed Philip Ziba. He's a TikTok personality that talks about a lot of pseudoarchaeology and pseudoscience alongside some actual scientific videos. Most of you have probably already seen that series. It did pretty well. So needless to say, people seem to really enjoy them. And the worst part is I really enjoyed it as well. You see, after doing that first video, I got a taste for it. I've been here cooped up in this green room, slowly absorbing like arsenic from the walls, and it's been driving me insane. And then, sure enough, it happened. A few months ago, a new subject found his way to me. He manifested to me through the ether like the Green Goblin mask. And so
I appreciate his style. Obviously, like many people, I stumbled across Milo's stuff through shorts. And as a nerd that loves dunking on pseudoscience, also somebody who's a content creator who really despises the slop generators, though mindlessly fun to some degree, or arguably, you know, whatever, what's the big deal? I hate people who pump out garbage that is both successful, because I'm jealous a little bit, but then also people who pump out stuff that is just bad. It's bad to pump out stuff. Maybe you could argue that Twitch streaming is bad, but I disagree. And reacting is bad, but I disagree. So seeing him shit on the low-hanging fruit, people who know that they can get a bunch of views by making up some bullshit about, you know, the UFO they saw, or is this a ghost, or this is a pyramid thing, makes you think, huh? Like, some people can just do that for fun, and that is a fun thing to be silly and dumb, but then they get dopamine from like getting a million views, and then they do it again, 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 and the it's like the Labubu person. The novelty becomes a part of the bullshit, and then they end up doing KSI blackface Labubu, and they end up doing more harm than good, you know. That's the thing, like pretending to be something that you're not, but the pretending is as deep as a fucking, you know, cup of yogurt. It has nothing to it. Instead of being like, oh, look, it's Stephen Colbert pretending to be a Republican, but then the commentary helps you see through the other Republican commentary until he just becomes a liberal with his own show, and he ends up becoming a Nancy Pelosi at late night. It's just garbage, but it's not with a purpose. Like, I forget the name of the creator, but the guy who made that whole Pipe Rocks video, that's a joke, and it's silly, but it points out things, and it has a better and more clear fakeness to it. So I saw their Milo stuff. I immediately was interested in watching the full ripping apart of shitheads, and I appreciated actual scientific information built into it, because it's satisfying to have those stupid, like, well, I guess I don't know a way to explain that, but I know this person is just being a shithead, and then getting an actual version of how to explain it. I guess I have to just trust that Milo was working off of the combined scientific consensus on things, and I just naturally assume that they are, because why wouldn't they? Everything seems to point that direction. And I'm sure with some minimal research, you could notice if there was discrepancies or perhaps other misleading things. But for the most part, it's the idea of leaning towards the consensus of science versus the easy, fun answers for dumb things. So even if for some reason his words end up becoming incorrect, the idea, the theory is true. So, and then I also like seeing his longer form stuff, because ultimately I am an artiste and I appreciate longer form stuff more than short form, even though I discovered this person and many other people through short form first, and then eventually find their longer form stuff later, which is just more reason for me to keep doing some short form stuff on the side. But only so many hours in the day, and I just get so weirdly tired after my second dose of Adderall wears off, and it sucks.
folks, it's finally time for another one. Ladies and gentlemen.
But like this infotainment style of the little silly edits on top of the information, the keeping it punchy with the zoom ins and little stuff, the video editor in me, the content creator, also the ADHD having individual. This all is, it speaks to me. It's not just a completely dry info dump. It has the viewer's respect in mind to some degree. And even though maybe the first 5 minutes will have more of it than the rest, that's, you know, classic. You got to get him in the first half kind of thing.
It is my great pleasure to introduce you to a brand new character in the Milo Cinematic Universe, the MCU. We're totally going to get sued for that. Ladies and gentlemen,
Although I wouldn't mind a little bit of vocal enhancement. I feel like it's a little muffled and nasally, but that is what you get with omnidirectional wireless microphones sometimes.
My name is Milo Rossi, and today it is my great pleasure to welcome you to part 1 of...
Like, my stand-up videos usually are shot with a shotgun that's not that expensive. It's only like, you know, a couple $100 or whatever, which is very similar to, you know, some of the different lav kits. But if you do interviews and other stuff, lav kits are kind of a good all-around. And he's also walking around doing stuff, so, I mean, I get it.
Shane Vibes Debunked.
But he's obviously paying for an editor here. So they might be able to do some audio enhancement.
Back in March, this video came up on my Instagram Reels.
Did you know that most of the bones at museums of dinosaurs are made of plaster, and it's actually a replica of what...
That's what I've heard. This is what I've heard before as well, and I've assumed that it's true because a full, complete skeleton is not as easy to come across, and they're kind of rare. So they find fragments. They found other fragments that are similar. So in order to like keep it sort of interesting, but also to give you the perspective, they fill in details. But
what they found in the wild. Now, there's a new term called dinosaur deniers. Apparently, a lot of people are denying their very existence. But how could you when you can see it so clearly right there? Of course they existed, right? Well, it's true that before the 1800s, no one called them dinosaurs. They were considered to be dragons, and they were also considered to be much, much more...
geoskull.uk. 1800s.
Recent in history, alive, walking around. Keep in mind, China's calendar, they have 11 common living animals: ox, goat, chicken, fish, snake. And then there's a dragon on there. So all these bones were considered to be dragon bones until this guy came up with the term dinosaur. And now they tell us that they're hundreds of millions of years old. But how do they tell you, like, how do they know they're hundreds of millions of years old? Well, this is where the science gets a little bit shaky. One way is they use absolute dating. They use radioactive decay of elements, and then they tell you how old it is based on that. They did radiometric reads on the lava that came out of Mount St. Helens in 1980s. It came back between 350,000 to 2.8 million years old, which called into question the reliability about this method. The other method was to use index fossils, fossils that occur at certain depths.
That's crazy that they have to edit. Just reading out their... Get to the point, Quitzer says he tends to ramble. That's crazy.
Which indicate a certain amount of...
This is a short, right? I mean, maybe he's doing that like 5-minute short.
Years ago. So they're using the rocks to tell you how old the fossils are, and they're using the fossils to tell you how old the rocks are. It's called circular reasoning. There's a lot to be asked.
Now, as you can imagine, due to the soft spot in the top of my skull that I developed from watching too many conspiracy videos, I was immediately intrigued by this. And so, of course, I had to go check out his account. The account that had posted this was called ShaneVibes_truth, and the little Instagram name title of Connecting Consciousness. We're off to a strong start here. What if, instead of fixing that side, we mess up this side? There we go. I don't know why I'm trying to make this look symmetrical. It's a plastic tarp hanging from the ceiling. It can only look so good. Now, the name Shane Vibes Truth immediately struck me because I think it's actually the perfect name for an account that does this. Because it's not truth, it's like the vibes of truth. It's like truth in the sense that it's like a personal truth. Like you just pick a thing and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna believe that. And then, you know, you just filter out all the information that tries to prove you wrong. Now, the other thing I picked up from the name of this account was that his name is Shane, presumably. I don't know why you would name an account Shane anything if your name isn't Shane. I don't know why anyone would voluntarily want to be named Shane. Sorry about that, Shane. I don't mean to... I'm not talking about this Shane. Any other Shanes watching? Shane, you not only chose to be named... Well, I don't know if you chose to be named Shane. What's happening? Where am I? No, Shane is a versatile conspiracy theorist. By versatile, I mean that Shane will cover pretty much anything, like to an astonishing degree. His favorite category seems to be in the health side of things. oh, what do you mean by health, Milo? Do you mean like, encouraging people to like get a, a healthier diet and to, work out more and exercise and, like take care of themselves? No. I mean like chemtrails and fluoride and, they put aborted baby fetuses in the COVID vaccine. Along with this, Shane is also very into the Hollywood dark elite side.
How many fetuses do they think they have? Holy shit. How many fetuses do they think they have? There's so many COVID vaccines and shots.
Side of things, which, as I'm sure many of you can...
And they give them away for free.
...already predict carries with it some baggage that we will unfortunately be talking about in this video. And then of course there's my favorite, pseudoarchaeology and young earth creationism. In short, Shane perfectly exemplifies how if somebody believes in one conspiracy theory, chances are they believe in a lot of conspiracy theories. Along with being versatile, Shane is also prolific. Prolific might be a little bit too much of have a positive connotation to it. Another appropriate term that may apply more here could be like, throw shit at the wall and see what sticks kind of thing. Shane posts every single day, multiple times a day. I think I found one day where he posted 5 times in a single day. At the time of me making this video, he has like 720 posts on his Instagram page. That's really impressive. So how, you may ask, does he manage to do 3 to 5 videos every single day? Well, it's because he's not really doing a lot of the videos. There's a lot of videos that are, kind of like this, where he just, appears for a second and says like, what do you think about that? And then it's just another guy telling you a conspiracy theory, and then he pops back in at the end. Now this is a little frustrating.
I mean, pot kettle in this situation, but like, that's the kind of shit that I hate specifically. But Sniffin, how is your thing different? Well, I have a chat here and I respond to things live. And also I add my actual context instead of going, damn, based, whoa, crazy, huh, right? The whole point is that I add my transformative, at the base level of personality, but also the whole like my recovering dumbass journey of being a guy who's basically illiterate but has been trying to better himself in a bunch of different ways on my own, but then also now by becoming a follower of a bunch of different people on Twitch and YouTube and then in real life. It's could be valuable to watch a perspective of somebody who has their own beautiful version of their own journey and then shares that in their best eloquent way. Like my broken arm story, randomly added because of a chatter brought it up, that they broke their arm. I broke the growth plate. That was what it was called. One of the many bones in this section of the wrist. Damn, did that one little piece of bone really fucking hurt. But obviously that person is just ripping as many videos because they're just scrolling, finding other conspiracies, going sick, download, stitch, right?
Frustrating to me because, I got that soft spot in my brain. That soft spot was forged by good, hard-working conspiracy theorists. Again, even our boy, Philip Ziba. This guy puts his whole... I'm not going to do that one. This guy puts his back into his videos. This guy throws it...
What was he going to say? Puts his whole pussy into it? Puts his whole ass into it? What?
Back in his videos. He posts maybe a couple times a week, and his videos are more dense than a dying star. Shane, on the other hand, seems to have the complete opposite problem. He seems to be pretty unabashedly a more quantity over quality kind of guy.
Yeah.
Obviously, in doing what I do, I am very familiar with conspiracy slop accounts. They are a dime a dozen, really. And typically, I would never dedicate this much time to what is essentially a conspiracy slop account. But Shane is a unique case for 2 reasons. One, if you sift through the slop long enough, every once in a while, you will come across like a 3-ounce gold nugget. And it makes all the slop sifting just absolutely worth it. And the second reason is because Shane is very different from the previous person that we've covered here. And with that, and the way that he runs his channel, I also think there is a whole host of other lessons to learn from the way that he conducts himself. If I covered someone that was exactly the same as Philip, it would pretty much just be the same exact messages. But I think Shane is the perfect opportunity to talk about accounts like this, because he's a lot more interesting than most other accounts like this, and he's the perfect catalyst for us to take a deep dive to really understand how these accounts work and what the damage is that they can do. So to warm us up as we begin to get into this video, I want to familiarize all of you.
Yo, what's going on? We're watching a Milo longer video about some conspiracy stuff. I'm doing okay. I have some video editing stuff that I want to get done, but I wanted to make sure I streamed at least a little bit today because I'm trying to stream every day. Sometimes the weekends are hard, but otherwise doing pretty okay. Also, sleep schedule is a little weird for no reason other than my own issues, but I appreciate that. Yeah, hopefully you're also doing well. Also, because this video is not only just an interesting video on its own, but I had a fluoride RFK script that I was working on that I got kind of I got stuck at the writing phase because there was a certain period, because like the whole point of the video was supposed to be, the idea is when in doubt, and you should be in doubt, I guess a lot, just look to the consensus of scientific information to be your North Star to guide you through things. But then in my own writing, and I'm a bit of a natural like centrist because of my upbringing and stuff like that, I was thinking like, well, what's an alternate version of this? And like, okay, well, like sometimes you're told to trust the experts, but then you were told, you know, Flint's water was safe by the experts, the government at the time or something. And it's just like, damn, okay, now I need to like try to like flesh out why that situation was wrong and still fits with my model. And then doing research to prove, okay, look, actually the scientists at the time were saying that, you know, what the government was saying was not open and or they were fighting against it. Like trying to find the correct way to talk about the misinformation, but then also share how to find the correct information and how like doing your own research is not viable all the way down. But then it was just I ran into the problem of like I couldn't make the script perfect to share this deep message. So this video, I assume, will have information that not only debunks misinformation, but I wonder if it's going to have a way of like sharing how to properly get information on its own. So it was interesting to me on that layer
with Shane's content. And I think the best way to do that is to start us off with one video in particular that myself, as the regional Shane expert, have dubbed the Shane holotype specimen. Oh, I forgot about this. I noticed it as I was walking over, but the frame's a little bit more zoomed in now, isn't it? We interrupt this program for something very important, and that is
an ad read.
Look at that, it's still sealed. Because
Stickers?
we are officially introducing the first Mini Minuteman sticker pack. Well, it's not officially like right now, like we've shown this in other videos, but it's out still now. It's still out now. Y'all have been asking for stickers for a little long while, and so here are some of them. Not only do we now have this bad boy, but we also got the Schmink sticker as well. Since I can't give you a real Schmink, you're gonna have to deal with this one. And check this bad boy out. Y'all ain't ready for this. Hoodie. I bet this is covering my my microphone now, but we got a brand new hoodie design. Hoodie and t-shirt design. I know it's hot right now, so I wouldn't blame you if we wanted a t-shirt, but we finally got this bad boy. Available in green, available in this color as well.
I like those two colors. I've obviously been as a chubby guy who utilizes dark colors to hide my folds and rolls and shadows. I appreciate more and more trying to add colors to my clothes. Like, look, I have a dark blue shirt. Whoa. Instead of a black, you know, graphic tee or whatever. And also I love this sort of like not super desaturated, but just, you know, nice earth tones that are still dark, but also something that's not black. Holy shit. So they look nice. I don't love pullover hoodies just because not the best for chubby dudes. Also, I live in Florida. It's hot as balls. It's so rare you need to actually wear a full pullover, and then you just like, because at least with the other one you can roll the sleeves and unzip, and even if it gets a little chilly at a certain point or you're going inside where it's very air conditioned, that's nice to have that option. But I guess it's extra labor to produce, and then it fucks up the graphics and other problems. But yeah, also I don't know about y'all, but I'm not much of a sticker person. I don't know. I've gotten stickers in the past. I try to use them, but like I have that same problem like in a video game where, oh look, I have my resource of a sticker. I should save this sticker till I really need it, or I have something that I really want to put it on. Because if you pick a sticker, put it on something, find something better, peel it off, now it's never going to stick as good ever again. So it's just like all those potions you keep inside of your Dragon Age game or whatever. I'll save it for when I really need it. And then even in the last boss fight, I still won't need it.
And I think there's a black one too, or a gray one, or something. I don't know. So if you want to rep a little bit of Mini Minuteman merch without having some ugly-ass YouTuber logo plastered across your chest.
And I think he's doing a good idea of not just making Minuteman the hoodie, but he's creating merch that's on theme, but also just like if you found it in a thrift store, you might think, oh, that's cool, I'll buy that. Having no idea it's related back. It may not be the worst idea to have a little tag either on the back or down in the bottom corner somewhere, or, you know, but that would be more inking and extra costs, whatever. But you don't have to, it could have a little bit of like a signature or something, but having it be agnostic and kind of just interesting, it seems like a much better way, because nobody wants to go to work with like their random YouTubers merch. But if it's just like just clothes in general, then it's good. And like, you know, as a Twitch streamer, I know people don't like to sub and support because that's just money that they just feel like they're throwing away. But buying merch, well, you got to buy stuff anyway. You got to buy clothes eventually. You got to buy, I don't know, stickers, I guess, maybe not, but other things. At least if you spend money on them, getting something in return makes it feel less weird. Because I know I definitely had hang-ups about giving money away. No, I get you. Absolutely. I'm not even like a Mac guy, but I really appreciate the clean Mac aesthetic. I ended up giving a laptop to my girlfriend, now wife, many, many years ago. And she just plastered the thing in stickers. And I always kind of was like, ugh. You know, it wasn't mine anymore. It's fine. She can do whatever she wants with it. But it was just like, I did not. It's too messy. It's too weird. But when she got a Mac, she was like, you know what? It is so clean and so metallic or whatever that she just didn't put stickers on it at all. She couldn't, you know, even though she was a sticker person, even she could appreciate, you know, the idea behind keeping that clean.
Now you can. And of course, I greatly appreciate anyone who does decide to check some of this stuff out, because it helps me keep doing what I do here. All of the artwork and merch on this channel is made by real, actual humans, not a single AI involved. And my wonderful partner, the artist behind all of this, gets a portion of every sale, meaning that they actually get to directly profit off of their work. So make sure to go.
I mean, I guess if they're not in a full committed partnership or whatever, but that seems like whenever I make money, my wife makes money, and when my wife makes money, I make money. I don't know. I mean, I guess we do still have separate bank accounts or whatever, but it just doesn't feel like, I wouldn't be like, look, when you support me, you're also supporting a portion to Kara. She gets a portion. Like, what? Like, of course she gets it. You know what?
Go check it out. Link to that is in the description. Greatly appreciate it. Helps me keep doing what I do here. And now let's get right back into the video. Okay, anyway, what was I talking about? Shane?
I don't think it works in the YouTube chat, but I have a thing on Twitch because I'm generally Twitch first. I have a thing that pins the chat messages to the React source in case you wanted to actually, you know, buy a hoodie or whatever.
Holotype specimen. What is a holotype specimen? Whoa, it's trying to get out because there's no lime in it. I haven't activated it. It's not safe to drink unless you put lime in it. A holotype is the word given to like the perfect example of a species. It's frequently used for extinct species, you know, the holotype specimen of a T-Rex or the holotype specimen of like a fucking starfish or something like that. Sorry, a sea star. I know. My environmental science teacher in high school drilled that into my fucking brain because they're not a fish. They're an echinoderm. Don't get it.
Someone said to me recently that palm trees are not trees. They're palms. And they made it very clear to tell me that they were not palm trees. And I was like, you got it. I mean, to me, a tree is a sturdy plant. You know what I mean? But okay, I'll keep that in my. I'm such a fucking well, actually kind of guy. That's like, once that little nugget of truth was told to me, I'm like, ooh. And like this right here, they're a sea star, not a starfish. Now that's like, ooh. It's just like, despite my desire to be better at learning people's names when they first tell them to me, when I want to remember certain facts and dates about like, shit, what year did the World War II finally end? When did Pearl Harbor happen? Like, I always forget, and I have to look it up. That, you know, lost. Just oof. Just made it, you know, falls into the ether. Can't find it. But these random factoids, oh, ready to go. And as soon as someone says something, boom, immediately into my brain. I have not played Red Dead Redemption 2, but I know of Red Dead Redemption 2. It's just annoying to have that type of mind. Back when mansplaining was kind of like new or being talked about a lot, I was like, oh, fuck. I know for a fact I'm a mansplainer. Even though I wasn't like, look, it's a woman. I will explain to them how wrong they are or whatever. I'm just an interrupter, and I am a oversharing person. So those two things combined with you know, explaining stuff to girls or ladies, it's like, oh shit, I'm definitely mansplaining without realizing I'm mansplaining. So like, it was important for me to learn about it because to some degree I'm doing it because they are seeing me doing it. But even if I didn't think I was doing it, I was doing it. And then also I'm now coming across like I'm doing it, even if I wasn't doing it. So it's just like so many different reasons to like learn how to become aware of my own imperfections. So, even though I was not able to completely stop doing it, I learned that I should change the way I do it. So, A, try to do it less, right? Start off the bat. But then, like, B, whenever somebody is, like, saying something wrong, I don't go, no, it's this. Or, well, actually, it's that, right? Like, well, actually was a term that I tried to basically put a gigantic speed bump in front of it to stop me from ever saying it. So instead, it would be like, okay, you know, whatever they've said, like, oh, okay. Well, when I was trained, it was taught to me, it was like this. And I would explain the thing, you know, oh, I remember in school, I was told it's this. Not so much that you're wrong, this is the right thing. I'm just like, interesting, because when I was educated, it was explained to me this is the case, which is not even protesting their situation. It's just sharing this is what the way I was told. And sometimes I would share stuff like that and they go like, oh, no, you're right. I got it mixed up. It's that way. I go, oh, okay, cool. But then sometimes they go, no, yeah. So like people taught that X years ago, but then new research says it's this. And I go, perfect. Now I know there's a difference in it. And I can explain why my Rolodex in my head is not lining up with their, you know, Rolodex. And it's just a much better way to come across, as not that you're trying to talk down or, you know, but also to just share how I came across the information that I have in my head, because I'm not wrong for being told a certain thing, and they're not wrong for having perhaps the correct information or even the wrong information, because they were also told the same thing. So, like, I would say in the future, I heard from a creator that technically starfish aren't fish and they're sea stars or whatever it is. I shouldn't say it as actually they're not fish, they're stars. Like I shouldn't just say that. Or like, hey, a person told me before that palm trees weren't actually trees. I heard that from somebody. It comes across so much better than saying, hey, you, they're not trees, right? It just comes across so much better. In case you have that same birth defect of being a nerd and constant need to share the facts you have.
It twisted. Don't fuck with me in my echinoderm. Echinoderm or something. Yeah, I speak German. So a holotype is like the perfect example of a species. It's typically something that's very complete and something that you can use as a reference point to understand what the species was like. You know, for Homo sapiens, that holotype specimen, oddly, is Danny DeVito. I'm kidding. I wonder, is there a please tell me there's a holotype specimen for people. Oh my God. It just opened up my front-facing camera. Yeah, maybe I should take it slow. My body's saying yes, my head is saying no, no, no. Okay, there seems to not be a Homo sapien holotype.
That last one. What is this? Oh my. Okay, I was not expecting whatever this. I've never seen this edit before.
Okay, there seems to not be...
I guess I don't watch a lot of Milo.
...a Homo sapien holotype specimen. So, man, you put that in your Hinge bio? Holy shit. Hey, ladies, not only am I a guy, I am the guy. I am the guy after which all other guys are modeled. Okay, oh God, Jesus Christ. Back to it. So real quick, before we get into Shane's holotype video...
Jesus Christ. Holotype.
So I gotta start with an obligatory PSA. Funny Milo off for a quick second. This video is not an invitation to harass Shane or his viewers. I am not asking that of you. I am telling that to you. You are not my attack dogs, and I am not sending...
Have you ever dreamed something, but then it happens in real life? I don't think I've had a dream that I'm like, wait a minute, I had a dream about this, and then it's happening right in front of my face. But I have had many, many very intense deja vu things where it's like, no. I remember years ago randomly having a daydream about this thing happening, and then they're going to say that thing, and then this is going to happen to me. Like, and then like right as the present's happening, it feels so intense that like, no, I saw this before. Hold on. What's going on? And then years ago, I saw a Vsauce video that talked about certain something in the brain, and that the feeling of deja vu comes from what we believe to be this neurological type of thing. And some people have that thing that goes bananas or whatever. I don't, unfortunately, the ways Vsauce videos are titled, it's like, this is the longest you'll ever be, or whatever. Like, and there's weird titles, and then like the video will cover so many interesting little blurbs and bullshits that it's just like, I have no idea how to find that exact cut. But that's come up a bunch where there's just little tricks and things. Like he talked about how if you're like, oh, what's that actor's name? He's in that movie with this other guy, and he plays this type of dude. I can't think of his name. And you're saying the loop in your head that your mind keeps getting stuck in, and you say it out loud. Other people in the room, a lot of times, are like, oh, yeah, I can't think of his name either. What's going on? And it's because the way the brain forms certain memories, if you accidentally get diverged and you end up on this like roundabout circling the idea, you end up creating this sort of like rut, sort of, where you don't have the clear path, and the path of least resistance is constantly just circling it. And other people hearing it, because the minds are, you know, we all form opinions and things generally the same, and also, you know, learn about an actor through similar movies or whatever it is. They all end up kind of in a similar rut in their own heads because you led them down that path. So there's like this weird group think where everybody's stuck on it together. But if you stop thinking about it, you let that rut fall away, and then randomly the idea flies into your head, and you're like, oh, that's what it was. All of a sudden you get the eureka moment, because you had to like kind of almost like walk away from it. Or like how earworms are songs that can get stuck in your head in a certain way, but then doing certain practices like playing a game of Sudoku or something can help distract the mind away to then make that fall out and no longer be in there anymore. It's weird little things like that come from Vsauce videos. And I never know, I can never find the original video where I saw it from. I just watch a bunch of Vsauce over the years and loved all this stuff. So I never had a dream feel like it was real, but I've had lots and lots of deja vu. To the point when I was a kid, I thought I had future sight. I just would forget it after I saw it, which is a really funny way, in a childish way, to explain what deja vu is. Like, I can see the future. I just forget I do it until I live it. And it's just like, what? That's such a silly, kids say the darndest things, Bill Cosby ass shit.
You on a fucking crusade. In fact, I am explicitly telling you not to go on a fucking crusade. I am immensely grateful to have—
Don't worry, bro. I don't give a fuck about this dude other than, making fun of him or whatever. And also be like, yeah, I would not go specifically harass him, but also like, yeah, like I'm lazy as fuck, bro.
Have an audience that, for the most part, upholds the high bar. And I expect of all of you to continue showing that level of respect to people that I talk about here, even if you disagree with them. Shane is a real person. He likes things,
go grab the print
presumably. He has friends and family and hobbies. He is—
Ooh, I'm gonna let it cool down for a second. I forgot, because it's PETG, it's very hot. So this is the wallet I just printed. It took like, what? I don't know. A little less than 2 hours. PETG takes more time than I think, because not only does it do all like the bed calibration bullshit, but then it's extra hot to pump it out. So the bed has to take a second to heat up, and a few other things. But
differently, pretty much exactly like you and I. The version of him that we see on the screen is a version of a real, actual, living person who deserves to be treated with respect. So please remember that no matter how much you or I or we may disagree or dislike the things he is saying, that is not an excuse for you to harass him. Now, believe me, there is a lot of things that we will be talking about here that are absolutely worth having a discussion about. And I'm not asking you to not have discussions about Shane. What I am asking is for you to keep it respectful. You can and very well may take issue with some of the things that he says and the things that he does, and it is totally appropriate to talk about those things in a way that has nuance and you're trying to understand it and express, what the greater implication may be. It is not appropriate to just, hurl fucking playground insults at this guy. I expect you to respect this request from me in any discussion about Shane, his content, or this video, whether it be on this video, in the comments, or elsewhere. I will, full stop, not allow behavior like that to define our community. Trust me, I grew up in the age of YouTube. I have seen a lot of
better, I guess, to really drive home the fact that he does not like the idea of, hate rating or brigading or whatever, but like, noted.
Fan bases become cults of personality that will attack anyone that their guy doesn't like. And worse, these guys either not doing anything to stop it or outright encouraging it. And that behavior fucking disgusts me. I feel like, due to my substantial audience and the type of content that I make, I have an obligation as a creator to say these words in every single video that I make like this. And in so doing, work to prevent the toxic and disgusting behavior that defines so many other internet and creator communities from trying to take root here. The thing that has brought us all together on this channel is a focus on facts, science, and maintaining an open mind. Cults of personality are often at the root of the unquestioning cult-like conspiracy behavior that we talk so much about on this channel. So I remind you that behavior like that, even around me, is the complete antithesis of everything we are trying to do here. And I hear a couple of you saying, but Milo, you're an asshole, why can't I also be an asshole? In these videos, I try and keep it mostly above board, and also, this is my job, okay? My job is being an asshole. Your job is not. There's a very big difference.
Make a video about being an asshole and do his thing if you wanted to be an asshole. But just straight up, like, he doesn't comment on their videos. He just makes a video commenting on it, which is different than just going in and harassing and brigading specifically, right? That's different.
Between, me trying to use this as a teaching opportunity and droves of people going to harass and attack a random dude on the internet. Leave it to me. I got the fucking gloves on, okay? Who's got the gloves? Say it with me. This guy's got the fucking gloves. Bottom line is, do as I say, not as I do. I expect you all to hold yourselves to a higher standard than YouTube funny guy. With all that said, let's take—
He's the boss here. You're just the bitch, Which I'm sure that's not really what he's trying to say, but like, you're a nobody, bitch. That's why he can be me and you can't.
Take the piss. The video that I have
And I'm like, you know what? You're right. Shit, I'm dumb as fuck.
dubbed the holotype specimen of Shane's channel is one in which he implies that the band Supertramp had insider knowledge about 9/11.
Okay, this is extremely trippy. We've all seen, you think you know what I'm going to tell you about this, and we'll talk about that, but there's another hidden message in this picture that is shocking. So for those wondering, this is Supertramp. It's a UK-based rock band. This image was released in 1979, okay? And you have what's depicting the New York City skyline. You have salt and pepper shakers here and everything. It's like art. But then you have the Twin Towers. Now, this may be what you have seen already. When we zoom in to the towers and you mirror that image, it says 9/11.
I told you guys, this video is going to be fucking great. Okay, so reminder, what we're looking at is the holotype specimen here. So
I saw the mirror image thing before, and I was in Carter's chat for a second, and I was like, "Ooh, this is that Milo video. I shouldn't watch this," and I walked away. But I remember thinking that was really funny that the mirrored thing was 9/11 because the letters looked similar, which is just so funny.
because of that, I think it's very important that we learn from this. So I want you all to take out your notebooks that you brought for this, obviously, and a pencil, because we're going to take our first note now. The first thing that I would like you to note about Shane's holotype specimen is that his content frequently has a flavor.
I won't show the front of the card, but I recently got my Venmo debit card, and now this is the wallet that it printed. And it looks like the idea is the walls at the top are just so slightly more inward than a card is wide. So it's like held under tension when it slides out. When you push it down far enough, it stays in. So the previous wallet I had was the same idea, except get the rubber band off. It had two little flexible side pieces, but these pieces constantly bend too much and snap, or bend too much and then they're just loose. So that's why I wanted a different design. And so now instead of it being movable pieces, it's hard and fast, solid pieces. So hopefully, because it's made out of PETG, which is a certain type of plastic out of the 3D printer, and also that it's a non-moving piece, it will be way more durable, because I have nervous tics where I have little fidget cubes and things I click, and I used to sit there with a wallet and just constantly click it, send cards out, put them back in, and have it snap, and that was like satisfying to feel. But then after one night, I like wore down the plastic to either then it snaps or it's just so loose, cards just start falling out because now the plastic has been bent. So, you know.
Flagrant disregard for any sort of logic. Why the fuck would the band Supertramp have insider knowledge about the 9/11 terror attacks on the World Trade Center? And in 1979, no less. And then, with all of that, think to themselves, wow, guys, there's gonna be a terrorist attack in like 20-something years. Wait, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 20-something years. You know what we should totally do? We should leave a cryptic message in an album cover. What?
That's the Nick Mullen bit. I thought I made this Google.
It's funny, I think about it. That's probably where my conspiratorial thinking started, was when I was a young boy at the public pool. Because you remember that? You remember going to the pool? There would always be like a teacher's pet kid that was like, you know, if you pee.
This is a total tangent, but
In the pool, there's a chemical in the water that turns your pee red, and the lifeguard will see it and they'll send you to jail, right? And then you're like, oh my God, no, I don't want to go to jail. I'm 6. I can't. I'll be raised. I can't be a 6-year-old in jail. I won't stand a chance. I don't know. Right, so you don't pee in the pool, right? And then everybody's getting fucking UTIs because of this one liar, this piece of shit fucking liar. And then halfway through the summer, there's like one brave summer day where you're like, okay, fuck it, I'm just going for it, right? And then you look down and it's fine, and you're like, dude, fuck the government, man. Yeah. 9/11 was an inside job. Now I know the truth. I'll march right up to Donald Rumsfeld and piss my pants in his face. I don't care. I got... What happened to the 9/11 guys? I guess they were just proven right. That's a... Now it's just common knowledge. You just go up to somebody's grandma, you're like, you know George Bush is a lizard? And they're like, yes, I know. They're all lizards, and they did 9/11. I know. I'm fully aware, thank you. The 9/11 conspiracy guys, they had a weird trajectory, right? Because they kind of like, they really just like fell off hard and fast. Remember it was like the year after 9/11, they were producing like feature-length, beautiful documentaries on YouTube. That was
loose change.
The only thing on YouTube when it's...
Sorry if I missed it from earlier. Abraham Lincoln dreamed of himself dead, seeing himself on the coffin, and then he wakes up and never gave thought about it, and then he got shot in his head. Well, like, was that supposed to be the same day that he thought he saw himself dead, didn't think about it, but then told somebody about it, and then later got shot? I mean, he eventually was going to die, right? So, like, I don't think it's that... How could it be that... Whoa. Right? Unless it's the same day. But even then, what, you know, whatever. I'll hold that thought, but I'll let him finish.
Started. It was like child pornography and and then beautiful 9/11 documentary. And now it's the biggest company in the world. Yeah, they made these great documentaries, and then 3 years after that, a 9/11 conspiracy theorist who was just the dumbest guy you know, folding up a $20 bill, trying to show you... trying to show you an optical illusion. Do you know any guys like that? I had a friend that would do that. He'd be like, dude, you gotta see this. This is gonna blow your mind. He spends all his time folding up a $20 bill. He shows it to me. He's like, doesn't it look like the tower's on fire?
I've seen that before.
It's like, no, it looks like your parents should switch to direct deposit. I don't understand why they're giving you cash to do this with. But that was always so funny to me, because it's like, what do you think happened, right? Like the fucking CIA was like, okay, plan's ready to go. Ready to blow up the World Trade Center. There's only one step left. The clues. Yep. Yeah, it's clue time. It's time to get the clues out there, so we're gonna have the Treasury team up with Mad Magazine to create a fold-in on the money to tip off.
Or we gotta let this band from the UK know about 9/11, and you know, they can't say anything, but they could make an album cover where they could try their best to have their name of their band specifically designed in a way and then put two of their letters over it to let people know the date that it's supposed to happen. Like, it's just ridiculous.
This unemployed man. He's going around, he's like, look, it's the Illuminati. And you're like, actually, it's origami. It's
not to create a whole nother layer, but I'm sure you've seen this before. Trip out on this. Abraham Lincoln was elected in 1846. JFK was elected in 1946. Abraham Lincoln was elected president in 1860. JFK, 1960. Both were particularly concerned with civil rights. which is kind of a vagary. Both wives lost a child while living in the White House. Both presidents were shot on a Friday. Both presidents were shot in the head. Lincoln's secretary was named Kennedy. Kennedy's secretary was named Lincoln. Both were assassinated by Southerners. Both were succeeded by Southerners named Johnson. Andrew Johnson, who succeeded Lincoln, was born in 1808. Lyndon Johnson, who succeeded Kennedy, was born in 1908. And it's just a whole bunch of these little, like, that's crazy, right? A bunch of these little silly things that is just like a thing I decided that is interesting is because I found that it has contextual value in this context. But other things that don't have contextual context, fuck you. That doesn't matter. The name of the first grade teachers, that didn't coincide, so I'm not going to include it. But if it did, oh, you better believe I would have included it, right? It's one of those like selective reasoning kind of. I don't know if that's the right word for it, but you know what I mean.
Just as a like concept, so fucking ridiculous. I don't even know where to begin with it. So let's not begin anymore. Let's just keep going. I think the best thing you can do is just hunker down, guys. It's going to be a bumpy fucking road.
In front of the Twin Towers, but that's not all. So this is the image mirrored. But look at what we're looking through. This looks like an airplane window. Completely.
Well, why wouldn't you? You're always going to look through an airplane window if you're that high in the sky, and that's the whole point.
Looked like an airplane window. So we're looking through an airplane window.
Gandalf, the
at
3D.
The Twin Towers. It says 9/11 behind them. This was made in 1979, and that's an awful lot of strange coincidences.
Just watching the video. I was explaining earlier that this conspiracy debunking video is interesting, but I was also writing a script about my JFK fluoride video. But I ended up struggling to deal with trying to make a perfect statement about not only debunking the negative, but then also knowing when you're supposed to not believe or know when to distrust certain experts, like when Flint's water, whatever it is. So I was hoping this video might have some interesting stuff.
Shane, those are not coincidences. All of that is very intentional. And I don't mean intentional of like, they intentionally hid subliminal messages in the album art. I mean intentional in the sense that the album is called Breakfast in America. Not unlike that. The World Trade Center was a symbol of America long before the attacks on 9/11. So they're flying in over the New York City skyline so you can see the World Trade Center because they were there in 1979 or 8 or whatever it was. The city is made out of diner things because it's called Breakfast in America, and the waitress is serving orange juice in a
But she's a Statue of Liberty.
diner waitress outfit in front of New York City because the album is called Breakfast in America. This is like all the conspiracies I was seeing after fucking Kendrick Lamar's halftime show Super Bowl performance, where it was like people talking about like, you know, Freemasonry and like satanic rituals, which to be fair, they do it literally every Super Bowl ever. But then they talk about all like this hidden symbolism and shit. And I'm like, y'all, Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime show was so full of the most on-the-nose symbolism I have ever seen in my life. A fucking 4th grader could probably have picked up on it, and it was fucking great.
Showed the hailing of the Freemason to symbolize how America is in trouble and needs to prepare for the worst.
But you're not picking up on the symbolism. You are digging so deep that you're making up entirely new symbolism that doesn't even fucking exist. But honestly, this is
Also, like Kendrick Lamar, symbolism, double meanings.
It's even worse because this album art isn't even like symbolism. It's just fucking art. It says the thing that it is, and then it is that thing. It's not that fucking deep, which is now where I want you to pick up your pencils because it's time to note the second thing. The theories that he promotes are often so detached from reality that they are almost hard to debunk. Never in my life did I ever expect that I would have to do research to prove that the band Supertramp did not have advanced knowledge of the 9/11 terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center. See, at least with Philip Ziba, he gave, you know, stories that I could trace back. He would make a point and I could make a counterpoint. So research like actually worked in that video.
Feeling the 3D printed wallet, the cards aren't that hard to push out. A part of me kind of wants to make it tighter somehow. I guess that would be increasing the bumper size to get over, but I guess there's a limit to being kind of tight and being impossible to get past. The previous wallet had moving parts or flexible parts that could weaken over time. I guess the benefit of this one is, even though it's not incredibly super tight, you could get enough speed to really kick things out of it. You have to live with the fact that it's just kind of not incredibly snappy and clicky in comparison. So maybe it's not worth overthinking and trying too hard with.
But Shane has a little bit more of a vibe of like a guy kind of just like rambling on a subway. Like, you know what, dude? There very well may be fucking elves living in my walls. I don't know. Actually, no, that one actually, you could check that. You could rip your wall down to see if there's elves in it. And then your family members could come into your house and be like, why are you ripping your walls down? You could say, well, a guy on the subway
Time to Baker Act you.
told me that there was elves in my wall, and then they institutionalize you. That was all off the cuff. That was pretty fucking good. I gotta say, wow. I told you guys, I write half the jokes, beer writes the other half. Okay, I get one ad hominem attack. Ad hominem? Ad hominem. Ad hominem. One ad hominem attack. I'm allowing myself a single one. The only difference between Shane and the guy on the subway is that Shane looks like a guy that you would meet at a craft brewery in Golden, Colorado, and bond over your shared love of freestyle bouldering. See, you can do ad hominem and have it not be like, you know, really offensive and insulting. You can have a little fun with it. You can get jiggy with it or something. I don't fucking know. So that was something kind of unique that I ran into in this video. And that is...
I've made, like... Where did it go? Well, somewhere around here is my 3D printed revolver. I like guns. I think they're cool. As a kid, I loved guns, but I never actually have ever shot a gun before. Which is weird for someone who lives in Florida, I guess. What do you think of a leftist conspiracy theorist public figure? I don't know of a leftist conspiracy theorist public figure. Like Bernie Sanders is a conspiracy theorist or something. I'm trying to think of like what that would be specifically. What would you think of one? I guess that would be kind of bad if they were particularly misinformation producing. That would probably be bad, right? You know, in this theoretical scenario where there's somebody, imagine Alex Jones but leftist. That would be bad, right? Because Alex Jones is a joke. I mean, the fact that he became as prominent and as trusted as he is a problem. I mean, he talked about the frogs being gay and how fucking Hillary Clinton is a goblin, but like serious or whatever. You know, it worked for the right, but that's not a good thing. It'd be fun though. I guess that would be something, because Alex Jones honestly is an entertainer inside and out. It's just a shame that he either got a bunch of money from some really fucked up people, whether he got funded by oil lobbyists, kind of like how Jordan Peterson did, or he just got funded by, you know, Roger Stone style, you know, what is it? John Birch Society types. I don't know. The 500 Magnum and the Desert Eagle is your favorite handgun. Should highlight the message so people outside. Is that what they used in Red Dead Redemption? I guess I didn't notice that your icon was from Red Dead Redemption. Like, are you just Arthur Morgan coming in as the name Morky? I guess the closest thing to leftist conspiracy, Huey Long. That name sounds familiar, but that could just be because I'm thinking of like jazz or something. Huey Long. Huey Pierce Long died in September 35. The Kingfish politician who served as the governor of Louisiana. Assassination. HueyLong.com. Okay, it's all good. The 500 and Desi are new. Well, I guess that makes sense. That's a good point. The rival of FDR. U.S. Senator born in something, something, something. Whatever. Financial reasons. Broke boy. FDR should have given him free school. Then he would have been chill. But I guess that was way later. Ran for governor. Won Senate election. Remained governor until later, until he took his Senate seat. Weird. Share Our Wealth program, which would have eliminated portion of personal fortunes in excess of $5 million. Wow. Old age pensions, minimum annual incomes, veteran health. Holy shit. This program caused friction with New Deal. Long opposed the New Deal candidates for public office, and supporters opposed Long candidates. IRS investigations attempted to undermine and discredit Long and his partisans. Yeah, I know that JFK was not particularly, like, he was not the most, like, he was not a socialist specifically. He just put a lot of socialized programs in place, but like he still was a capitalist at heart and whatever. But he did make sure that there was obviously a lot of incredibly good programs. Some of the best programs America's ever had are from the New Deal specifically. It's interesting that there was a push for people to be even more radical than the New Deal. I wonder, because this is obviously HueyLong.com, and like, so they're all going to give it to you the most, glazing version of Huey Long possible, as you would imagine any self-serving website would do. I don't know if they were specifically a wrecker. There's always that debate of like what's reasonable and what is doable, right? So like people get mad at AOC because she tries to work with the Democrats to some degree, and people are like, no, they should go insane and be different. Also against racism, despite being a Southerner, but also heavily corrupt and nepotistic. I mean, technically everybody's kind of nepotistic generally, just because it's one of those like, oh, hey, I know a friend, I'll help him get a job. That's nepotistic in a friendship version instead of like a relationship version. My dad helped me get an internship at some place before internships were even a thing. Like, it wasn't even for school credit. It was just like, oh, hey, I delivered to this place. I talked to the editor outside while he's like flipping burgers, at a grill. And he liked me so much. I told him my son wants to do this stuff, and he's like, yeah, bring him by. That's nepotism. I got a leg up because my dad did a thing for me. Took kickbacks. Yeah, that's not great, obviously, to some degree, right? Especially if it's then to do negative things or to things that are against what you were supposed to do. Wish they set up that $5 million fucking limit. That would have been sick. I remember before I was at work and I was like, I'm so sick of all these goddamn rich motherfuckers. Like, I feel like the U.S. government could set up a law where it's like a limit of 5 homes. You can't have more than 5 homes. I feel like 5 is already incredibly generous, right? Literally incredibly generous. So like if you wanted to have a fucking, a cabin and a dedicated home, and then a summer home, and you could have all these different things. That would still be incredibly generous, but then also stop the people who own like thousands of homes. I've seen TikToks where motherfuckers are sitting around all smoking cigars at some bar, and they're just like, all right, go, number. And they're like, oh, 100, oh, 1,000. I have 2,000 apartment units in this one building block alone. And then people are just going down all the different things that they own. And it's just like, these fuckers don't need this shit. They're just living off of the rents of others. It's just sickening. So again, 5 homes, the most you're allowed to have. And everyone's like, you know what? I guess that's fine. Like, they couldn't even imagine owning 2 homes, let alone 5 for the average individual. Built a lot of public hospital electricity. Yeah. I mean, what's doable versus what's reasonable. Thanks for stopping by, Morky. I try to do this every day, so if you're up around a similar time, I might be up at a similar time. Like Mamdani's programs aren't even socialism. It's just social democracy. And even that is pushing the envelope to the point that the entire ecosystem of Democrats and journalists are just trying to discredit him and shut him down. You can see the entire machine. They're literally saying that he wanted a global jihad, which is like, one, you're not understanding what the intifada means, and also you're just saying it now it's a different word. You're saying it's a jihad. And instead of CNN trying to educate its audience of like, okay, what does an intifada mean? Well, it means a struggle, and it was used in like the Holocaust Museum for the longest time until Zionists specifically asked it to be changed, which then hilariously they changed it to the even more extreme version of the word because it's like the word in the acronym for Hamas is an acronym, and the Arabic word in there is now used in the Holocaust Museum instead, which is kind of silly that A, they made them change it, and B, they went to an even more extreme version. Qual Martians. They were medieval esoteric socialist Islamic pirates. I have not heard of these before. Crazy. To be specifically called esoteric is kind of interesting, considering all the other layers of what's going on there. Not only were they socialist Islamic pirates, they were just fancy. They were just so different, and like they were so, quirky. It makes sense. I mean, forms of human organization have been done for a very long time in an incredibly egalitarian egalitarian. Got it. I had to like think hard and get my tongue to connect. Yeah. People formations, like society lived for so long without money at all, right? Like everyone just helped each other. Neighborhoods and communities, indigenous populations have had all kinds of forms of human connection. So like the idea of there being, socialist Islamic pirates that were, a little quirked up, totally reasonable, makes sense, especially back in the medieval times before the world was completely under different empire rules, and there was more sort of like unknown pockets of people. Makes total sense to me.
Is the fact that debunking this is almost hard, just like me. Pause. That's also why this video was a lot easier to make than my video on Philip, because Philip just said so fucking much that it took me literal months to be able to like check everything he said. But with this guy, I'm just like, fucking what?
Transhumanist technocracy. I'm a little concerned with what that's supposed to mean specifically. Like, embrace Neuralink, become cyborg specific. I'm not really sure. But yeah, it makes sense that there is people who don't like the incredibly conservative government of Iran that are fundamentalists in their beliefs. I don't know enough about the exact government of modern day Iran. I was kind of interested when I saw the different forms of what I guess are now propaganda about how Iran used to be more liberal, I guess, with its understandings and its rule. It did not have as conservative of a government, but that government was put in place by a puppet. That was a puppet state that was there during that same time period. So like seeing pictures of like bikinis on the beach and just regular looking westernized people. Sometimes those images are done to try to reinstate a friendly puppet, which is what caused the revolution to then displace that. But then by being subjugated by a puppet government to help the West and to steal the resources of the population, they rose up and fought back. But resistance groups, you don't always have a great control over, because it's just whoever happens to be the most well-formed, and oops, you ended up with hyper-conservative groups being the ones that were the ones leading the resistance, and now you have a government that is not what we would have hoped would be there. If they just let the natural will of the people work themselves out, like we've done more to put conservative dictatorships and monarchies in place than have naturally formed, like when it comes to like the overall scope of the world, especially in places of importance and resources. We've installed kings in places despite being the nation that fought against the king. What the fuck? Why would we, specifically install a king in places? That's kind of insane. Thinking of Libya, for example, just as one example, if not, a bunch more. So it sucks to see the constant pressures that we put on the entire globe, not only as America, but just the West in general, and the destabilization and problems that causes. We're the ones that create the slave labor camps in these Southeast Asian and African countries. We're the ones that create these structures of oppression, either directly or indirectly. And it didn't have to be this way. If fucking Hugo Long or whatever it is, his ideas won out back in the 1920s, then we wouldn't be here. And there was such a large global push for that type of thing. There was like in El Salvador, there was like natural democratic elections of more socialist ideas that then we, using the Monroe Doctrine, had our brand new intelligence organizations fight against and lay down covert guerrilla groups designed specifically to destabilize those, so that way our corporate partners could then take the resources of the area at a much better, just a better rate. Like instead of just buying it from the country, instead they wanted to install a puppet government that then allows the company to come in and do it at just a cheaper price. So like we'll just ruin a country and subjugate an entire population, so that way the margins are better. It's like it still costs them something. It's just fucked up. And I just hear about all the ones that were close and forming. Literally the way that Cuba worked. And then we've done the Cuba since, nonstop. And then how they went to I forget exactly where Che went after winning Cuba, and then gave up his position of power and comfort in Cuba and went to continue fighting for resistance groups to spread. But then CIA got him, and it's just like, fuck. You know, it just sucks. If we were on the path and did not actively stop it back in the 1920s, imagine what the world would be like today, you know? If you think about futurists and technocracies or whatever it is, like just thinking about like how much further along the world would be if instead of, you know, 80% of the human population to be pushed down and held back by forcing them, you would have that many more human brains capable of creating different ideas from renewables. Not even like the whole entrepreneur business guys, but just like the idea of science and knowledge and sharing. Resources are all like, you know, like countries fight over a different country's resources, but like if we transcend the idea of countries, that's where you end up with like the classless, moneyless, borderless, communist space communism Star Trek shit. And we were on the path to get there so much faster, but instead, not only did we just waste that time, we've actually put up barriers to make it even harder to get past it. Because even if today we restarted, that requires an entire global shift, which will then now take generations. And that's just incredibly disheartening because we were already on path to have it happen naturally, but now we've stopped it so long, we have to now undo decades and decades and decades of damage.
Supertramp.
It's frustrating. So let's see some fun stuff.
Knew about what? Okay, let's keep going with this one.
And of course, after that fateful day, many lives lost, and our rights and freedoms forever changed. Until we get them back, of course. Now, you may think this is unrelated, but all of these conspiracies cycle back to health. They absolutely are intrinsically connected. They want to control the food supply. They're putting fluoride in the water. They want you to be weak.
Okay. Pencils back up. Third point. You see what I mean when I say that he talks a lot about health? I don't think I've ever used the word health more generously in my life. Calling this health is kind of like, you know, calling a horse breaking its leg in a gopher hole and you having to shoot it in the head health. Now, this is a little bit of a weird one for me, guys. I got to be totally honest. And some of you may actually feel this as well. In a weird, kind of fucked up way, this is where some parts of me and Shane are like 97% ideologically aligned, which I don't say with any level of pride because they both have such different flavors to them. I talk in my videos quite frequently about the importance of people having control over their food supply. Monsanto or Bayer patenting the genome of crops. Terrible. Billionaires and foreign empires buying American farmland. Terrible. Food deserts that prey on impoverished people and feed them really, really terrible food. Evil. I even talked about this just recently in my video on the Great Raft. Huge portions of this country had absolutely no problem providing for cultures that lived here for thousands of years, and then as the American civilization began to expand, they wiped away all of our ability to produce our own food, and we are now dependent on a system that sells it back to us. We are some of the first generations in thousands of years to not have agriculture be a large part of our lives. Sure, we can say that we have freedom here, if we can even say that anymore, actually, but as long as someone controls your food supply, they got you by the balls. In short, food sovereignty.
I don't know his ideology specifically, but like I love the idea of manufactured cropping. I love the idea of the way that I don't love Monsanto as a company specifically, but like bioengineering or like genetically modified GMO stuffs, you know, being the, well, actually science mix, you know, whatever, like, okay, you know, we took plants and planted them and then helped pollinate them because we wanted to eat the plants more often. We're automatically, now we have modified them with human intervention. Bananas were bred more and more to be, you know, the type of food that is mostly sugar and very little fiber in comparison to the previous versions, whatever, right? But then there's also like literally modifying them with, you know, science and chemistry. But I don't mind that aspect. Now, saying that we're going to make them have seeds that specifically are like unable to reproduce offspring because we want to keep a like a nice tight profit margin, or we want to keep IP locked in, that's annoying and dumb. I would much rather, because we already do so many subsidies as it is for farming, I don't see the reason not to just nationalize it. It's already getting paid so much to the government already to specifically do tax breaks, specifically to fund it, specifically to do all these different things to make sure that they have, guaranteed profits of a certain amount or whatever. And it's just like, this is dumb. These should just be government farms, in my opinion. So instead of somebody having the food by the balls, like currently, the government's already in charge of giving these subsidies to these farms. Otherwise, they would not be able to work. And also they have regulations and things that keep these, big corporations in power. Those corporations are already on top and own our shit. So instead of being subservient to both the government and corporation, just be subservient to the corporation. Why, or not the corporation, to the government, because the government is actually us. There's a much higher chance of me becoming a member of government than there's for me to become a member of the board of Monsanto. You know what I mean? Like, I agree that it sucks to have things outside of your hands, but it should just be in the hands of the people as much as it can be. And that would be the government in comparison to the corporations. And also, by it being a part of the government, then it no longer needs to care about the profit motive specifically. So if people wanted to grow an orange in their backyard, you don't have to worry about making the seeds not able to reproduce. You can just have that be built in again. No reason to work to take that out. You don't have to worry about, policing IP as much, because people can just make their own food. And the food is then, provided to the American people at cost. So it's no skin off your nose if people buy less, because you're not really there to make a profit on it. You're there to keep the people fed. That's the whole point of it all. The fact that we created crackers that had the entire emergency nutrients needed to feed any people in a emergency or triage situation is an incredible fact of human technology. But then we, as a profit-seeking thing, made it, didn't know what to do with it, and now have spent money burning it up specifically. That was a story that we covered the other day where made cracker for starving people but burned it. I guess I didn't type the correct verbs or words. It was a story about biscuit that we made that we paid to burn. I remember reading. I guess I must have typed something different in before. I can find it not like instantaneously. But we've solved global hunger. We just decide to keep it profitable. It should be more of a concern about logistics than cost. We dump out milk because they want to keep the milk margins high, to keep it profitable. There's footage of them breaking eggs and throwing eggs down the drain because, oops, not just like, oh, these are disease or something. It's just like, oh no, there's too many eggs this batch. That will then, supply demand, whatever. So let's just break all these, spend the resources not only getting them to the end where they can just be given to somebody, but instead actually specifically throw them out. Sucks. It's bad. But I'm not as anarchist about food, whatever, in this situation. I'm definitely more of a, I guess people said it as authoritarian or whatever, but I'm in support of planned central planning, because holy shit, is that efficient and it works, right? So, yeah.
Sovereignty gives power back to communities and back to people and back to individuals and out of the hands of the government. It allows us as individuals and as communities to have our own autonomy. And so Shane and I seemingly agree on that. And then he starts talking about fluoride and chemtrails. Another stellar example of how if you go far enough in either direction, you'll just meet right back in the middle. So Shane, I guess, good to...
I mean, I've heard a lot of pushback against full horseshoe theory. So, whatever. It's a video about conspiracy theories. So
good to be here with you. I find that many conspiracy theorists actually, not always, but sometimes identify actual issues. And then very, very frequently, they will misattribute where those issues are coming from or attribute them to a scapegoat. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You don't need to make up an invisible shadow government to be mad at. You can just be mad at the actual government. So since Shane and I share some of the same conviction there, what have I done to...
You can definitely be mad at the government, especially the current public-private partnership government that we instill. And, you know, it's the whole point. We locally here in, like, the Tampa Bay area, on the St. Pete side, are pushing for city-owned power. And the concern would be the city may not be good at doing power. But, like, again, our current power provider, we are the most expensive power in all of Florida, pretty close to the entire country. And it's for a for-profit company that has guaranteed like 11% profits built into its books. And that's just like the baseline. You might as well just have public control over it to then either better spend it on furthering infrastructure strength, weather protections, or just saving the people money. And there's loads of different cities around us that do that. So it's one of those things that we're learning that, oh, look, our contract's almost up. We should look into this. He's got a bit of a libertarian sort of anarchist view on the anti-government parts, but at the same time, I'm totally with him on fighting, and that the whole point of constantly getting better, whole point of me being a recovering dumbass is that I'm going to be constantly trying to learn and to be better in all these different ways. And we should do the same thing to the government. That's the whole point, is that you always just keep pushing it along because it could be better. It could be better. It could be better.
With this fervor. You guys know my convictions. I'm kind of like I'm like a glorified prepper. I, like I'm sure many of you, have identified the issues, tried to find what the roots of those issues are, and then simultaneously work to dismantle those roots in whatever way I can, but primarily be able to insulate myself, my loved ones, and my community from that issue. And then, more importantly, from all of that, try and inspire others to be able to do the same thing for themselves. My biggest leaps is I now have a homestead here. Really nice to look at, isn't it? I've been learning to grow my own food. I have a farm plot, and I've been working really hard to be involved with my community so that we can rely on one another. I grew a bunch of extra tomato plants this year that I didn't have space for. I gave them to some friends. Now they can have tomatoes. One of my friends had a bunch of extra duck eggs last week. They gave me a bunch of duck eggs. Fucking awesome.
Okay. Yes, he is definitely anarchist Chad situation. And that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. I don't even think that in a incredibly well-made, land economy, central planning type of thing would need to be like mad that they're growing their own food or giving each other eggs. No one really gives a shit about that. Counterpoint to this idea is who builds the road to your commune? Who builds the road to your thing? You have a flood that hits your entire community. Sure, it would be nice if there was a FEMA where the entire government comes in and supports you. That's the whole idea behind this is a community and it's strong and it helps itself. I just zoom that out and say bigger, more, right? That's just this to me is too small, because when you have an issue that's bigger than you have to ask another community randomly to try to help you, and you got to hope that random other community will. Whereas zoomed out, the community is so big that it includes everybody. That's it. Now, I guess if the country gets completely fucked by, you know, an insane volcano tidal wave situation or something, you now need other countries that work in. Then that's where you zoom out all the way to full communism, you know, where like everyone will help each other out. Like that would be even better. But like, you know, they all have their different governments right now, so we should at least, you know, work on ours for the time being.
Even have a chipmunk. Whenever I sit outside to do work, she comes up to me and eats out of my hand. I'm slowly training her to climb up onto my lap. Her name is Rhonda. All my homies love this fuck-ass little squirrel. Rhonda and I are buddies. She is a soft, tiny babiness. So all in all, while me trying to do something about these convictions has been a lot of hard work and a lot of hard work ahead, it has been immensely gratifying, empowering, and rewarding. Now, let's have a little look at Shane. Granted, I don't know the full scope of what Shane has done about these issues. I only see what he has put online. So he very well may be doing literally everything that I am doing here. So we don't know that, but we know what he's putting online. And this is what he's putting online. Shane has identified some issues in the state of the world. Some of them legitimate, many of them not. He has made people aware of them. Good for him. And the last thing left to do is to give those people that you have made concerned about these issues a call to action. So let's see what Shane's call to action is.
And that's why I take the hot water purified shilajit, which is clinically studied not only to detox fluoride, pesticides, heavy metals, chlorine, herbicides, atrazine, glyphosate, but it also boosts fertility and increases brain function massively. And right now, we're giving away free chalk lit powder with qualifying purchases, $100 value. Comment free below and check your DMs for details.
Selling supplements. It's just, you see what I mean about the 5-ounce gold nugget? And this is just the beginning, guys. We're just getting warmed up. So take your pencils back up, because it's time to get the fourth point. Shane identifies a lot of issues of varying legitimacies. Legitimacies these nuts. God damn it. Carpe diem. Seize these nuts. That's like not even funny. What? That should not be the thing that is making me laugh the most out of everything I've said in this fucking video so far. Oh fuck! We should do that. Should we do a mini Minuteman bumper sticker? Seize these nuts. It's like the come and take it flag. It's fucking. Okay, we gotta stop. So anyway, he identifies a lot of issues. Some legitimate, some legitimately, but the solution to these problems is almost always, without fail, buy supplements from Shane. Old colorized footage of London? Supplements. Mark Wahlberg saying something about P. Diddy? Supplements. A video of the South Tower collapsing? Fucking
Hormone
supplements.
optimizer and a boost fertility. And right now, Chalk's giving away free $100 bags of the chocolate powder with qualifying purchases. This is organic cacao, super high in antioxidants, boosts stem cell production, extremely potent. Comment free below and check your DMs for details.
I am actually impressed. It genuinely takes a brilliant mind to take a video of the South Tower collapsing and use it as an opportunity to tell me that I need to increase my sperm count. This fucking supplement company made the best marketing decision of their entire life. I'm not even saying that like as a joke. I am 100% serious because Shane is, I will say this fucking full-throated, a brilliant marketing strategist. Now, granted, I think that what he is doing and the way he is marketing is highly immoral, but it's marketing. It doesn't have to be moral. You must be doing pretty damn good because he makes upwards of 3 videos every single day, and all of them are promoting supplements. This company, the company he's promoting, cock.com, chalk.com, don't cock.com, although it might help with your fertility, I don't know. Now, I didn't look much into this company because frankly, you know, hearing a sales pitch for this one supplement, it gets rid of fluoride and heavy metals and pesticides, and it increases testosterone in men, and it increases estrogen in women, and it'll make you capital F fuck, is all I need to hear to smell snake oil about 1,000 miles away. So I'm not looking into this company much because frankly, I don't give a shit. But the one thing that is worth mentioning about this company, cock.com, I shouldn't keep saying that because since people are gonna do it, and they're gonna be like, Milo, you're contributing to people's delinquency. So what? Maybe I am. Okay, wait, stop. But the one thing that is worth mentioning about this company, chalk.com, is that on the front page of their website is a pre-workout called Chad Mode. It costs, I wish I was kidding, $69, and it has the tagline, "Bring the thunder." Now, fellas, I gotta let you in on a little secret. I can tell you with confidence that just simply by looking at this image, I could feel my testosterone bubbling. You'll be oozing with testosterone. While I had my laptop open to this page, my cat looked at it and her balls grew back. And she didn't even have balls in the first place. In fact, I even grew a third testicle. I even grew a second testicle. Okay,
that makes you.
Wow, we are really fucking.
That makes you go
off script
crazy.
here.
I'm
now,
pretty sure.
I will
right?
get back to the whole supplement thing in a little bit. Believe me, there's a lot to be said on it. But the last thing that I want us to look at is the comments for this holotype video. So, reminder, just bringing it back to center. These are comments on the video about Supertramp doing 9/11. All right, take out your pencils again because I want you to note down the 3 types of comments that we can expect to see on these videos. The first one comes from this guy, which is a hilarious comment telling Shane to listen to the Logical song from this album. I guarantee you, if you know any song from this album, it is that one. This is a hilarious dig at Shane saying something that is completely just fucking crazy. And this guy saying, you should listen to this because what are you saying? The first category of comment is ones where people say things like this. They have absolutely no problem calling the bullshit and they are like, dude, what? Now the second category, and one that I find unfortunately to be the most prolific on many of his videos, are comments like these. These are the category of people that just fully believe in what it is that he's saying.
Or they're
and these
joking.
kind of fall into 2 categories. They're the ones that are really pissed off, like productive programming at its finest. Guys, you know, it really hurts to be just another woke sheep that has been, you know, ingrained with the productive programming to think that Supertramp didn't do 9/11. And the second category of believer is sort of like the thing that is so esoteric, I almost don't even really know what it means. We live in a holographic fractal universe. Within it is a timeline that is also fractal. Every event and experience in our history shapes and pieces together our future. Being real, guys, that's actually quite beautiful, and I feel like reading it out loud slowly now, I actually understand it for the first time. However, I have no idea what it has to do with Supertramp doing 9/11. Again, the final one that we need to talk about is one that has a little bit more gravity, and that is this comment. So, this comment is referring to the waitress holding the glass of orange juice on the album art. Now, for those of you that don't spend your time sifting through the most just fucking horrible places.
I'm trying to think what that's supposed to mean.
The internet. You may not be familiar with what this means. In this case, the juice box emoji is a stand-in for the word Jews. The implication here being this album cover is also confirming that Jews did 9/11. We got that thing happening. This also has...
I thought it was like supposed to mean like why you know why the glass on the fucking thing. I would literally like gasped to think that was what it was supposed to mean, which is funny because obviously every conspiracy always goes back to anti-Semitism. That's what it is. That's crazy.
32 likes, which is quite a lot. Compared to the other comments on this video and for how many views this video has. That is not great. And so that's the third and final category of comment that we'll see. And thankfully it's not like really common, but I gotta say, there are some comments on Shane's videos that I have noticed disproportionately compared to most other conspiracy accounts that I've seen that have some really gross stuff in them. As a creator, if I was making videos and found that a lot of the people commenting on them were using what I was saying to support pre-existing anti-Semitic beliefs and stereotypes, that would be my cue as a creator to be like, whoa, let's take a big fucking step back here and figure out what I'm saying that could be interpreted like that. We're gonna get into this one more, because unfortunately there's more comments like this as we get into it, but I wanna just kind of prepare you for that one, because it's there, and it was in the holotype specimen, so. And you might learn a new dog whistle, so keep an eye out for that one. It's a fun one.
Yeah.
So that gives us a pretty good vibe on what Shane's videos are like, the typical story beats. They'll vary a little bit, plus minus on either side from here, but this is the general gist of it. So with all that rambling out of the way, let's start to get into this and talk about how we're gonna handle Shane. I hate to keep invoking Philip Ziba, because this isn't his video. This isn't about him. But since he's the only other video that I've done like this, he's kind of my benchmark. And, you know, he's got a soft spot in my heart and my skull. But at the end of the day, I gotta hand it to the kid. He was a tough nut to crack. He did an awful lot of yapping that required a lot of fucking research and heavy lifting in order to be able to debunk it. There we go. That is not the case with Shane. Philip put a lot of work into his videos. Even if the quality of the information was pretty terrible, the quality of the videos was pretty good. This is not the case with Shane. And lastly, Philip, in his response video to me, mentioned the fact that he's not making any money off this, which is something I'm now more inclined to believe. Shane is.
What would the, yeah.
Here we go, money talk. Here comes the money.
I have heard that TikTok views don't actually pay that much, even if they're supposed to. So that guy who's promoting all these conspiracy things to make money, or isn't making money off of his views as much, is believable to some degree. Even if it does seem untrue.
So, safe to say, this situation is quite a bit different. With Philip, I addressed my video directly to him. I told him that I thought the core of his content was pretty good and was trying to steer him in a direction to be able to improve it. If anything, Philip kind of came across as having a little bit of an indignant lack of self-awareness, which I can be sympathetic towards. And I hate to say it, but I don't think any of that is the case with Shane. Like, at some point in there, I have to feel like you make a conscious decision where you go like, am I really doing this? Both the supplement peddling combined with sort of the general lack of quality leads me to view Shane Vibes Truth as a bit more of like just a conspiracy slop account. And it kind of hurts me to say that. I think that it's a pretty, even for someone like this, truly, because I do think it's, as a creator, it's a pretty fucking harsh thing to call something a slop account. But Shane's videos are sort of a dime a dozen scattershot of a million different conspiracy theories, seemingly to cast a really broad net of a lot of very paranoid and potentially gullible people with the purpose of pulling them in to sell supplements and courses and, you know, whatever else. For all of these reasons combined, I will only really be addressing the very end of this video to Shane. I'll give some pointers on how I think he could direct his energy and his passions in hopes that he'll, you know, take his channel in a better direction. But because of the state and sort of ethos of this channel at present, I'm more inclined to use this as a teaching tool than as an appeal to Shane's morality. Because making money off of 9/11 conspiracy theories by selling supplements is fucking disgusting. I'm not trying to say that as like, again, like a browbeat here. That's just kind of the way it is. Descending down that, at least to me, kind of feels like you put a fucking electromagnet under the moral compass. When I went to the Society for American Archaeology conference, I met a woman there whose dad was really into Alex Jones while she was growing up. And her dad apparently fell for it like hook, line, and sinker, everything he said. And InfoWars, Alex Jones' show, follows a very specific beat. Scare the living shit out of people, make them think there's a boogeyman, whatever it may be. Make them think the entire world is out to get them and everything in their reality is a lie, and then sell them supplements. This woman, now an adult, has all sorts of health problems that she attributes to the supplements that her dad made her take when she was a kid because he was watching Alex Jones. Now, in at least my eyes, there is no comparison whatsoever to be made between the ethical, the morality of Shane and fucking Alex Jones. But the reason I tell this story is because, one, it's a pretty similar beat, and two, this can actually harm people. Again, I don't know anything about these supplements, and I'm not a fucking health nut. I'm not looking into it. Someone else should, though. I encourage it. But a little alarm bell goes off in my head when it's not, you know, like a doctor selling me medicine. It's a guy on Instagram talking about 9/11. So I'm not inclined to believe that this is something that is necessarily
no
good
shade
for
to
your
Shanes,
health.
but
And as we've seen in other examples, could actually be
Dog, your name is
detrimental to
Shane.
your health. Probably the most likely option, at least just a fucking waste of money that goes to him or Alex Jones, you know? So anyway, all of that is to say that I'm not super inclined to be very charitable towards Shane because he is exhibiting what I at least view as immensely predatory behavior. So anyway, in this video, while we do our debunks and our riffing and even bring on a couple surprise guests, I want us all to keep in mind that this video is a lot less about the debunks and is a lot more a case study into accounts like this. And in doing that, help you steer your friends and family away from media outlets that are trying to profit off of their outrage. Okay, holy fuck, I cannot believe that was the preamble to this fucking video.
That's crazy.
I'm like H-Bomber guy, except I actually make videos. All right, in
Damn.
preparation for this video,
Coming
I
after the king.
gleaned over Shane's content. I took my favorite videos and I put them in a folder on my desktop called Shane's List of Atrocities. I then broke those videos down into 3 categories: pseudo-archaeology, young earth creationism, and miscellaneous insanity. I then decided to split this video into 2 parts, and potentially a 3rd video on the miscellaneous insanity, because believe me, there's a lot of it. But that's only if you guys actually like these ones and can stomach more of it, so we'll see at the end. Jesus, after all that, I have to start talking about young earth creationism now? I'm ready to go to bed. Good lord. Costume change, boom. Scene change, boom. How the fuck am I gonna set this up? What am I doing here? Does this work as a table? Yeah, that seems safe. Maybe we don't do that. Got it. Wow, yeah, I don't think there's anything better for this video actually than this. And then I can put my drink on here. Fuck, this is awesome. It's like beer. It's like beer, but for, 10 a.m. or whatever it is. LeBron. It's an entirely new day of me filming. As you can tell, it is gonna be like 85 outside today. And again, this studio is a freezer in the winter and an oven in the summer. So I've had to strip down, and I'm ready to sweat my balls off here filming this video. This is why I'm filming this at 10 a.m. Because if I wait any longer, I will die. As you can see, if you look to my left, I have brought all of Shane's videos with me, and I am fucking ready to rock. In my last video on, the creationist textbook, I had someone email me and they were like, yo, Milo, I'm concerned that you might be being exposed to lead in that room. And frankly, I don't know what the fuck would make you guys ever think that I'd be exposed to anything harmful in this room. Okay, Shane doesn't understand geology. It's honestly kind of surprising to me how many conspiracy theories are hinged on people not understanding geology. Like so many different conspiracies from so many different categories. Giant footprints, it's all people just not understanding geology. Most out-of-place artifacts are people just not understanding geology. Even the very first video that I ever did here on YouTube on the melted buildings theory was just based on a guy not understanding geology. That is to say, I've seen a lack of understanding of geology used to back up everything from young earth creationism to pseudo-archaeology. My theory for why this is that geology isn't something that is really taught in like a standard school curriculum, and so all kinds of conspiracy theories have a really easy time preying on that sort of general ignorance. I personally never even really thought about geology until high school when I took a course on glacial geology, which was really fucking fascinating. And then by the time I got to college, I had a really amazing professor for one of my geology classes that got me absolutely hooked on it. Now, as much as I love this field and consider myself sort of a, armchair expert in it, I am by no means a geologist, or an actual expert in it for that matter. Now, while an armchair understanding of geology or, a functioning brainstem is typically enough to, dismantle most of the pseudo-geology we see, I thought for the sake of this video, we should bring someone on who actually knows, what the fuck they're actually talking about. And so, as I was putting this section of the video together, I thought there was only one
H-Bomber
person
guy
for the job. And that is, of course, Kate Larson. Some of you may be familiar with her work. She uses the handle Groovy Geologist and is a geology communicator on Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. She is a wellspring of knowledge in the field and was my top pick for someone to help me kind of metabolize and cope with the absolute horror that we are all about to witness. So before we get into the aforementioned horror, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to present to you the woman of the hour, You know her, you love her. She looks like she teleported here from 1972. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kate Larson.
Thanks for the introduction, Milo. If you don't know me, my name is Kate. I'm a geologist and professional science communicator. I teach geology concepts for a living, but you're stronger than me because I wouldn't touch conspiracy videos with a 10-foot pole for fear of losing all of my life force. Like, you showed me these guys' videos and I was watching it like this. It's like he's like force draining anything with brain cells. I genuinely think that this aged me by years. Like, if you were to radiometrically date me right now, the ratio of parent to daughter isotopes would have changed drastically. Getting ahead of myself. I gotta say, though, it's genuinely upsetting what people can do with a single misunderstanding. Something we talk about a lot in the SciComm community is how people become skeptical of science. It literally stems from either not knowing or like critically misinterpreting one or two fundamental concepts, and then it just snowballs from there. It's okay to be skeptical of science. That's a big part of how it advances. Yeah. But when you lack a core understanding of the things that we already know to be facts and have proven again and again through replicated data and all these experiments, you have nothing to stand on. So it seems to me like this guy, Shane, either didn't take earth science in high school, which is totally understandable because it's not required in every US state, which is fucked up, or he just might have misunderstood one or two concepts early on, and now that's skewing how he interprets everything else. So we're gonna dive into that. Before we do so, though, something I love about Milo's videos is that he knows what he has to do to cope with some of this madness, and I do the same thing. I host a weekly live geology lesson on Twitch called Rocks and Hops, in which I drink a beer while teaching you a geology lesson. And like a true geologist, I drink it out of my geologic timescale glass.
Interesting.
We're gonna edit this out, right?
Thanks, Kate. Good to have you here. I'm sorry to do this to you. You know, Kate, I already came prepared with a drink, for this. I got his energy drink hours, but I feel like I kind of have to have a beer now. It is 10:50 a.m., but, they say 11 a.m. is 5 o'clock in Vermont, so I'm only 10 minutes early. Don't give in to peer pressure, kids. Again, do as I say, not as I do. How many layers of drinks can I have for this video? Kate, you came prepared for the Milo Rossi video by having a beer, but the next step in the process is how you open it, Whew, that was good. Now, I may have had a slightly interesting opening instrument. What you did,
I guess if he drinks beer a lot, he might know more than me about beer.
Couldn't find anything that's quite as good as what you have, so I am going to be drinking this. It isn't even mine. One of my friends was drinking wine out of this the other night and left it here. So thanks, Gabby. I'm going to be using your mug for this. Fucking 5-year-old core. Oh, Jesus. And, notes for both of us, we can both work on our pours. Oh, yeah, and ready for this shit? Check that out. Bottoms up. Kate is going to be popping in throughout the geology section to offer a little bit more informed geological information about why everything you're about to see is insane. And with that, let's actually get into this, 4 hours into this video. You guys have an immense amount of patience. Or you're also like me and you're like, wow, this video is 2 hours long? Perfect. I don't even care what it's about. I just don't have to change the video for 2 hours. I know you. I know who you are.
This looks to be like it's throwing a wrench in the gears in the official story of how Earth came to be and what the timeline of events was.
Wow, Milo, this is the first video you can't crash out yet. I always point out when there's language like this, the official story, the dominant paradigm, the mainstream narrative. Well, terms like mainstream archaeology are super cringe. It's important to look at them because I think they actually highlight part of the underlying mentality that victims of conspiracy theories have. And that is being a contrarian. A contrarian is exactly what it sounds like. It's somebody who takes something that is widely accepted and backed up and then just goes, nuh-uh. A contrarian doesn't have a reason to doubt widely accepted science other than the fact that it is widely accepted science. This creates a mentality that revolves around taking anything that we know and rejecting it purely on the basis of the fact that we know it. It's honestly really fucking embarrassing. I don't know why people think shit like this is cool. It kind of feels like the grown-up version of, like, you know, that kid in...
I was taught that I was a smart person. I was told I was a smart person. I did well in school to a certain degree, and a part of that is just being a contrarian, always being different, always trying to, like, when you're told certain things, you internalize and regurgitate them, but in other ways, whenever you hear somebody else coming down and saying, I'm smart, I have some knowledge to share, you're like, well, actually, no, for the sake of no. And it's the idea that I need to be the smartest one in the room constantly. And it's one of the worst personality traits you can have, honestly. And it used to be the one that made my entire personality, or lack of a personality, if you really wanted to get down and gritty with it. Say no to being a contrarian, kids. Just an interesting way to put it.
Just like needed to have like a quip for everything and like an argument for everything. I think I was that kid, actually. The only difference is I grew the fuck out of it. Actually, guess I didn't, because this is what I do for a living, isn't it? Shit. Anyway, contrarians are like these weird, gullible, tech bro, Joe Rogan fan pick-me girls. And probably the greatest crime against humanity that I see, conspiracy grifters doing to their victims is giving them this contrarian mentality. It's one thing to push a specific conspiracy theory that's dog shit and stupid. It's an entirely different layer of evil to then sow the seeds of making your victims doubt literal reality. Admittedly, it leads to some just delicious little sound bites, but at the end of the day, it's not only kind of pathetic, but it's also really sad.
They say if the news is fake, imagine how bad history is. Well, these guys are finding seashells and all kinds of stuff, which people find seashells all the time that are old. Except they're at the top of a mountain. And that means this mountain was under an ocean at one point. But how long ago? According to official sources, about 3...
Well, they're ignoring the fact that the ground could have been lower before, right?
3 billion years ago. Do these look like 3 billion year old shells? Let me know.
I have a hunch that's a rhetorical question, but I'll let you know. No, Shane, those do not look like 3 billion year old shells. Not only do those not look like 3 billion year old shells, but there are no 3 billion year old shells for those to even look like. Because, and I cannot even believe I have to point out an error that is this fucking obvious, there were no shells 3 billion years ago. Doesn't that like predate multicellular life? That's like really fucking old. Come on, Wi-Fi, work with me. I
can still hear, but I'm gonna spray my plate.
Yeah. The most complex life that we had about 3 billion years ago was the beginning of multicellular cyanobacteria. There were no fucking shells, Shane, is what I'm trying to say here. I can't believe I even have to say this shit. Where are you getting this information from? He said this whole thing of, according to official sources, 3 billion years ago. Horse shit, Shane. That is absolutely wrong. Okay, I need to take a fucking breather. Kate, I'm passing this one off to you. You're up to bat.
Okay, get this. Even though I have no idea where this is or what his official sources are, I am 1000% sure that mountain was not underwater 3 billion years ago, and those shells are not 3 billion years old. Whoever told him that was lying, or he's lying. Could go either way, because people in this corner of conspiracy are known to just lie to get their point across. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. That mountain did used to be underwater, but not in the way that you're thinking, and definitely not in recent times like his content implies. Without having the knowledge or understanding of plate tectonics, which most of the population doesn't, it's very easy to go to a place and see that there's seashells there and assume that this whole place must have been underwater, as in sea level was above the modern day elevation of the mountain. And that's a perfectly normal thought process and a pretty decent interpretation given what most people know about geologic processes and Earth history. It is incorrect though, and I'm going to tell you exactly how we know that. This is going to need a lot of beer. First, let's establish some baseline principles of geology that have been proven again and again for hundreds of years. The law of original horizontality says that sedimentary rock layers form flat because of gravity. So underwater, where the rock in the video was formed, we can tell that because there's marine fossils in it. We know that was formed by sediment settling on the ocean floor. And during that process, it was burying some creatures, and under the right conditions, some of them wound up being preserved as fossils. That means that fossils included in a layer of rock are pretty close in age to it, but like slightly older because of the law of inclusions. That says something included in a rock must be older than it because it had to first exist to wind up in the thing that would later become rock. And by the way, this happens over millions, yes, millions of years, where sediment becomes solid rock through a process called lithification, and those creatures become fossils through mineralization. And because of this, we say that they're pretty much the same age. This is also why we have margins of error when talking about absolute ages, but it's very minuscule compared to billions of years of Earth's history. But we'll talk about that later when this guy ultimately attacks radiometric dating, because you know he will. Anyways, now we have this rock that formed at the bottom of the ocean, and now it's at the top of a mountain. What happened? Because I don't know where this is, since the guy specifically chose to leave out all of context, I wonder why. I can't tell you the exact geologic events that contributed to this or when they happened, but I can tell you some baseline stuff that would lead to the formation of stuff like this. There had to be some sort of uplift that would take rock from the bottom of the ocean and lift it up above sea level. Because, you know, what this guy wants you to think, and he wants you to ignore all the facts, he wants you to think that the Great Flood happened and sea level was the thing that changed. Now, there could have been a change in global sea level, but not to the degree that you would get rock from the bottom of the ocean to a mountaintop. Let's just knock that out right now. This uplift was likely caused by landmass collision in one way or another. Now, we're going to talk about plate tectonics.
There's something that she said at the beginning of her section. 5554.
Shane, that is absolutely wrong. Okay, I need to take a fucking breather. Kate.
I have no idea where this is or what his... Okay, get this. Even though I have no idea where this is or what his official source...
That's what it was.
Now, we're going to talk about plate tectonics in a bit more detail.
Science always has that... It sucks because science will, whenever possible, provide the benefit of the doubt to situations that sometimes don't need it, or they will be extra clear about uncertainties and the availability of things. When she said she's 1000% sure, I was like, oh, that's unusual to hear from a scientist, but it's like, that's because of the overabundance of caution that's usually implied and oftentimes taken advantage of. For example, vaccines will talk about and share the incredibly rare and technically chances for some form of side effect. And they take advantage, the naysayers will take advantage of that honesty and attempts for open transparency, because even though others and even the human brain is difficult to understand the way these numbers work in some degree, they don't want to mislead or to hide those things from you. That's like her being like, I'm unsure which event caused this. Aha, you're unsure. She's like, yeah, I could just make a guess or say something, but like, I don't have that information, so I know that that's a blind spot here. It's just one of those things, you know, it's not even necessarily a negative, but people can just spin the easy, quick response that it is. So that's what I was thinking of before.
Later in the video, so let's keep it simple for now. There are two kinds of crust on the Earth's surface, continental and oceanic. Tectonic plates can be all oceanic or all continental or a combination of both, and North America is a great example of that. The land, or the continent, is made up of continental crust, and the ocean, the ocean floor, is oceanic crust. The different kinds of crust have different densities, which impacts the way that they interact with each other at plate boundaries, where all the cool stuff happens. New crust can be created, old crust can be destroyed, crust can, shoulder check each other, or just straight on, it's like bash heads like goats. Okay, we gotta use hands for this. In this case, two tectonic.
I wonder, is it, well, funny way to do that. I wonder if the crusts are so different because water, but then the vertical difference in the crusts, the ocean crust is like the exact bottom of the ocean, and the continental crust is that weird sloping wall of the continent all the way down. I wonder, I mean, I'm sure there's a long explanation for it, and it's very complicated. But what makes the ocean crust start and then stop, and then the continental crust start and stop? Because I imagine it's a bit of a gray area, especially as it gets closer to merging. Like, is it the amount of pounds of water that are constantly pushing down on it that creates that thing? Because it's not just soaking in water, because the entire edge of the continental crust is soaking in water. And down near the bottom, it's near the same amount of pressure that the very bottom is feeling. And also, some bottoms are not as deep as other bottoms, which have entirely different levels of pressure, where layers of continental crust could have way more water pressure than, shallower ocean crusts. So I'm curious about the differences there immediately.
Plates were colliding with each other, and because at least one of them had oceanic crust, it was sliding underneath the other one, and that's that density difference that decides which one bottoms, essentially. This process is called subduction, but you can call it plate bottoming if you want to. If the angle of the subducting plate is shallow enough, it might push up the plate that's on top. Now, if that were the end of it, we would see the layers right here, this rock, still be horizontal, the principle of original horizontality. But if you look in the video, those rocks are they're tilted. Something had to happen there. They didn't form like that. There had to be some kind of deformation that got them to look like that. All right, so for this demo, we have to add rocks to the mix, because my hands can't move in every kind of way, unfortunately. So we've got our two tectonic plates that both have continental crust, the rocks, and oceanic crust, fingers. So we've got one that's subducting under the other. Oh wait, continental crust cannot subduct underneath oceanic crust. It can't subduct at all. It just, what happens? Oh God. See, I knew that was going to happen. You got the idea, though, before that happened, right? You got scrunkling. This is what we call an orogeny, or mountain building event. And it's a very slow process that takes millions and millions of years. So we know that these rocks are not modern day rocks, which means those fossils, those shells, are not modern day shells either. At least, though, not in the way that counts. Because if you look at them, and they look like clams, that's because they are. Clams are bivalves, and they've been around for 500 million years. Weird thing about me, especially since I'm a geologist, is that I am thoroughly obsessed with marine invertebrates of the ancient world. So I did hours of research on this because I love a good fossil mystery. And I believe this one here is from the Cardidae family, which popped up around 200 million years ago. And many species are still around today, and you can find them at the beach and at restaurants because they're cockles. So yeah, it's honestly a good observation to say that these fossils look like modern day shells, but that doesn't mean that you should forego all the evidence that says this rock is millions and millions of years old and it was not at mountain height when it formed. Also, remember the law of inclusions? If like clams, bivalves didn't exist until 500 million years ago, there's no way that that rock can be older than that. My closing thoughts for the claims in that video, the ocean did not used to be as tall as mountains. Mountains used to be as short as oceans, and they only got that high over the course of hundreds of millions
That's a
of
great way
years.
to put it.
Thanks, Kate. I literally could not have said it better myself, which is why I let you do it. Party time. Something I think is really funny about this video is how much of it is based not on just misunderstanding things, but just like straight up lying. His entire claim for this video was that the evidence he was going to present throws a wrench in the gears of the official story, and then he just straight up lies about how old the rocks are, which, like, you know, to him may seem like, what's the matter if I lied about how old the rocks are? It absolutely fucking matters. It's the difference between what you're saying being plausible and just being completely incompatible with fucking reality. The dude said the rocks were 3 billion years old, which predates the oldest bivalve fossils by 2.5 billion years. Billion, with a B. Again, I know that geology is not like a thing that we're well versed in, but I literally cannot even stress to you how much of an error that is. On top of the actual lying, he also just lies by omission, by just not telling anyone what these fucking mountains are. You know, the last thing you want to do as a conspiracy theorist is give people the tools they need to actually do their own research. The craziest thing is that he even says, according to official sources. Meaning that, you know, call me crazy, but to me that implies that there is an official source that he's then just not fucking giving. But I think I'm going overboard and even assuming there actually is an official source, because the thing that he's attributing to the official source is completely and utterly incorrect. The fact that this entire video is just based on him straight up lying is made even funnier by the quote that he opens with in the beginning. If they say the news is fake, imagine how bad history is. Remember, folks, when it comes to conspiracy theorists, every accusation is a confession. Let's have a quick look at the comments of this video before we move on to the next one. Damn, they can tell us 3 billion years ago the Earth was underwater, but would that hold up in court? Wouldn't all the evidence be circumstantial? Were there any witnesses? Oh my god, that's just such a fucking... Oh, these people drive me insane. Honestly, it's been giving me a large amount of pause to try and tell myself that Shane really is just a rage bait account that I've fallen for, because I have a hard time believing that a person like this actually exists. Were there any witnesses? Were you there for 3 billion years of Earth's geologic history? I don't think so. Crazy thing to say as well for someone promoting creationism, where that argument would also work for then. Shane, were you there when God created the world by snapping his fucking fingers? I don't think so. The only difference between not being a witness to all of Earth's geologic timeline and divine creation is that we have evidence for all of Earth's geologic timeline. What about carbon dating? We will discuss that scam later. Yeah, Shane, I would love to hear the guy who thinks that clams existed 3 billion years ago try to understand fucking radiocarbon dating. Please, make my fucking day. And the best part, you ready for this shit? Disclaimer, this video is for entertainment purposes only and not to be taken as fact.
They always do that because they would get, I don't know, algorithmed or whatever. There's a certain thing they use that as a protection specifically.
Fact. I'm trying to keep professional here. But the only thing I can think to say when I see something like that is that, Shane, you are, how do I say this really nicely? A coward. I don't have the words in the English language to, see, I told you, to express how fucking insufferable it is to watch someone poison the knowledge of humanity and then at the end tack on a little disclaimer being like, lol, just for jokes. That is like actually fucking disgusting behavior. It's like that fucking meme of like this woman who was like, I dated this guy who was like 5'4".
But also, I'm pretty sure that it's just a guess. It's like all the channels that say like, look, they graped, you know, Jeffrey Epstein graped people. They just assume that will keep them safe, and then enough people see it that then they all copy it and do it. So it's just one of those.
And he would always like start shit with like huge like 6'3" dudes at bars, and then like right when they were about to knock him the fuck out, he would hit them with the yo, I'm just a little guy, I'm just fucking with you. Shane like gives that heavy. Yeah, I know I'm like poisoning society with my lies and misinformation, but like, hey, dude, it's just for entertainment. You're overreacting. It's not that deep. Chill out. Fucking insufferable. Genuinely fucking insufferable. Let's move on.
Now, in this evolution theory, it's said that dinosaurs evolved and they were around 250 million years
also AI overview
ago, and they were running around evolving.
Look at me, out here, running around evolving. Maybe if I think really hard, I can grow wings. Fuck! Oh, I need to be running around to evolve. Okay, I'm gonna run 3 laps, and I'm gonna grow a tongue like a fucking chameleon. This is gonna be the dilemma I have in every video that I talk about Shane. Trying to figure out whether or not he genuinely doesn't understand what he's talking about, or if he's just intentionally making himself sound like a moron. Either way, as funny as running around evolving is, it's a classic creationist tool used to infect the minds of their flock to make them doubt science. This same strategy works for many different topics and sort of just revolves around taking a complex scientific idea that's well understood and oversimplifying it so much that you can just trivialize it and say, see, isn't that stupid that they believe that? Y'all remember in my ruining my Instagram Reels algorithm video, that like creationist Big Bang doesn't exist clip? You know, this one.
Wow.
It's exactly like that, where creationists take the term Big Bang and then, you know, interpret it as like a literal explosion in the sky, and then the Earth existed, which is just not at all how it works. And by them presenting it like that, they are, again, just fucking lying. Good point, Shane. I'm running around right now, and I'm not evolving. Those silly evolutionists have no idea what they're talking about. I know you don't need me to explain this to you, but this isn't how fucking evolution works. Evolution takes fucking countless generations to work. It works very slowly. If you don't understand this, just type evolution into fucking Google and read Wikipedia. I promise you, it's really fucking simple. Anyway, this is more of a biology thing than a geology thing, but I just had to chip in to say something here. So let's get back to geology.
Now you can Google this next part for yourself, but it is laughable. To identify how old a layer of rock is, they use something known as index fossils, which is a species of animal that lived within an approximate time period, so they know that that rock layer is about that old. But how do they know that that fossil lived around that approximate time period? Well, it is judged by what layer of rock it's found in. So the layer of rock tells you how old the fossil is, and the fossil tells you how old the layer of rock is. That's called circular reasoning. The other way they tell you rocks are hundreds of millions of years old is by using radiometric dating. Trace radioactive impurities are selectively detected, and they can tell how old they are, apparently. But this method of dating was called into question after Mount St. Helens erupted in the 1980s. They tested the lava with this method, and it came back between 350,000 to 2.8 million years old. Comment your thoughts below and follow for more.
That sounds really fascinating, Shane. I'd never heard of that paper, but you've piqued my interest. An entire form of dating, an entire field of study written off by a single paper? This sounds like some pretty groundbreaking stuff. Sounds very scientific, and I'm
I mean, isn't it possible that parts of the lava have old rock and new rock? Wouldn't that be reasonable to think about, especially as lava comes from very far down where there might be older rock and then runs over top of newer stuff and melts it all together? Wouldn't that be just a layer of like total reasonableness?
sure is something that you researched very heavily, because Lord knows you wouldn't want to be spreading any misinformation here.
Right?
Also, absolutely delightful to hear someone complain about circular reasoning when the entire line of reasoning for all these videos is, I don't know, Bible said so. Anyway, Kate did us the honor of peer reviewing this information, and I'm gonna let her explain this one to you.
Yes, everyone's got a problem with dating, and I wouldn't expect any less from this guy. But it's honestly pretty understandable coming from him, because he is definitely not learning from reliable sources. He's citing search engine AI overviews, which are known to be not very factual, especially in geology, because I did an investigation on this last year with Proof News. I guess we'll put a link to that in the description if you want to see how bad AI is at explaining geology topics. One of the biggest problems that I have with it is that it's scraping information from every website that talks about this, including the ones that contain debunked pseudoscience, confirmation bias. Moving on, relative dating is a method that we use to correlate rock layers with each other without knowing their absolute numerical ages. We just know if they're older, younger, or the same age as another layer of rock. And this is built around another principle of geology called the law of superpositioning, which says rock layers on the bottom are older than rock layers on the top because the layers on the bottom had to exist first in order to get buried by younger rock layers. And by the way, all these principles are actually the fundamentals of stratigraphy, which is the study of rock layers and how they correlate with each other. And it's what I'm going to grad school for. I love this shit. Something that Shane brings up right away when talking about relative dating is index fossils, and the AI overview tells him that they're used to know the ages of rocks, which is true. But then, like a normal person, this is a very normal thing to be curious about. He looks up how we know the ages of index fossils, and the AI gives him an unhelpful answer that he interprets as circular reasoning by scientists rather than, maybe this isn't a good source of information. The use of index fossils is built upon the principle of faunal succession, which says if a rock layer contains an index fossil, then we know that rock had to form during the time window, usually a brief time window, relative in Earth's history, that guy existed. And if you find that same guy in another rock layer, even in another part of the world, you know that those two rock layers must be around the same age. The thing is, before radiometric dating, we didn't know exactly how old these were. We just knew how old they were in relation to each other, relative dating. And we didn't have all the answers, but we got pretty detailed with it, largely because geologists are really good at pattern recognition. So when radiometric dating was invented in the early 1900s, we were finally able to get numerical ages of this stuff. And those numbers have only gotten better and better as technology has improved and new research has fine-tuned major events. Shut up. There's always crime in my neighborhood. How it works is by measuring radioactive isotopes trapped in a mineral when it crystallizes. As these parent isotopes decay into daughter isotopes, you can compare the ratios of remaining isotopes and calculate how much time has passed since that mineral formed. So there is an unfortunate hang-up.
I was thinking too much about the crime thing. I want to pull that back.
Mineral when it crystallizes. Shut up. There's always crime in my neighborhood. How it works is by measuring radioactive isotopes trapped in a mineral when it crystallizes. As these parent isotopes decay.
Okay, that's what I was thinking is all matter, whatever, right? Exists in a certain way. But a radioactive piece of material getting trapped within the crystallization of a rock layer when it becomes loose sediment to dense sediment to rock, right? When it actually becomes a solid thing, that's the trace amounts of radioactive elements that I guess once crystallized perhaps stop their aging process specifically, or they stop their half-lifing or whatever for whatever reason. So I'll continue here.
Decay into daughter isotopes, you can compare the ratios of remaining isotopes and calculate how much time has passed since that mineral formed. So there is an unfortunate hang-up in this method, and it's something that young Earth creationists and conspiracy theorists throw back at us and say, well, this can't be true. You can't possibly say this is right, because they're missing a fundamental key thing, and that's we know that you can't use this on sedimentary rocks. We know that. And we don't. Because if you were to date a sedimentary rock, what you'd actually be dating is a mineral grain, like a grain of sand. And that came from a different rock, because sedimentary rocks are made of sediments from other rock. So that wouldn't be telling you the age of the sedimentary rock. It would be telling you the age of some completely irrelevant rock that is definitely much, much older. This particularly sucks because sedimentary rocks are where fossils are. Index fossils. So how do we get the ages of the rocks and of the index fossils? By using a combination of relative and radiometric dating. So along the same lines as index fossils, we have these things called marker beds, which are really easily identifiable beds in a sedimentary sequence that we can trace over large distances and multiple rock formations. These beds point to a very specific time in Earth's history. This rock layer, no matter where it is, we know it all formed at the same time. Sometimes these are just sedimentary, which is very useful in relative dating, but still can't use it for radiometric dating unless it's volcaniclastic. Breaking up that word, volcano, clastic. iconoclasts, which is the word that we use for the pieces that are inside sedimentary rock, like the grains and sediment that make it up. Volcaniclastic beds are strata, layers of rock that are either partly or entirely made up of volcanic material, like ash or glass, that, after an eruption would settle into a basin along with all the other sediments and then would become a very identifiable layer within the layers of sedimentary rock. And yes, you can date that shit. Ash beds are a holy grail in SedStrat, and they were a huge part of my undergrad research because of how useful they are in correlating other rock formations. And this is where relative dating comes in. Because let's say there's 2 ash beds in a section of rock. And this is something that I saw in my research area, and they were like just meters apart in the rock wall. So we've dated both of these ash beds, and we know how old they are. We have a number for it. We now know the range of age that the rock in between it is, even though it's sedimentary rock and we can't radiometrically date it. But wait, there's a special fossil in there, an index fossil that we previously didn't have an age for. We now know the very specific range that it has to be in age, and we can use that now to date every other rock layer that index fossil shows up in all around the world. Now, the rest of Shane's video takes an unfortunate turn because it's not based on a fundamental misunderstanding, it's based on straight up lies. And we're gonna drink. We need to drink sometimes. Unsurprisingly, he doesn't give any source for this Mount St. Helens dating incident, but I did 5 minutes of digging and found that it came out of the Institute for Creation Research, which spouts all this pseudoscience about how the Earth is actually really young and that millions of scientists are wrong about it in the exact same way. How about that?
It's interesting because I have not gotten such a large creationist spin from his clips so far, but they're able to sniff it out earlier or just sort of see it at this point and then relate it back to his other statements.
The incident was documented by a man named Steve Austin, not to be confused with Stone Cold Steve Austin. This guy is more like Stone for Brains Steve Austin because it just seems like he doesn't have a single real thought up there. Anyways, in the 90s, he conducted this research project where he dated what should have been like around 10-year-old rock, but because he got this absurd number, he's like, well, radiometric dating is actually bogus and everything that we've used it for is now null and void. Now, I read the paper that he wrote about this, and I scrolled to the methods section, and I knew instantly why he got that number. The dumbass used potassium argon dating, which is arguably one of the worst possible choices for a rock this young. Potassium-40 decays into argon-40 at a half-life of 1.25 billion years. That means in the 10 years since the eruption, there only would have been a 0.00000000055% decrease in potassium. I don't know if the 8 zeros made it clear, but that's virtually undetectable. Like, respectable geologists with knowledge of geology and radiometric dating, if that's what the research that they're trying to do, know that potassium argon dating is only used for things older than 20,000 years because it literally cannot show a difference for less than that. Even more so, we know that it's most accurate beyond 100,000 years, all the way up to 4.5 billion years. When you want to date rock that...
I guess that would be specifically because of the literal physical limitations of a piece of technology. Like a scale can only really give you the weight of, your almonds or whatever to a certain degree. They'll say how many grams they're most efficient at measuring, and then also the give or take that they have. And when you have a delicate balance, a change that is so many, I forget what it's called, not degrees of freedom, but so many, orders of magnitude smaller and smaller and smaller, unless you have an incredibly sophisticated piece of gear under incredible circumstances. But so maybe 10,000 years from now, we'll have such great technology to be able to date and measure to such a small degree. you know, like the scale at the grocery store to weigh your apples, you can only measure within a certain amount of tolerance. But now a little electronic scale can measure to a much smaller tolerance. Technology improves, time improves. So until you have something like that, that will be a kind of an inefficient thing, right? So makes sense.
You know is relatively young, you use another kind of radiometric dating, maybe uranium thorium, which is highly accurate from just a couple of years up to 600,000 years because of how fast uranium-238 decays. This guy claims to have a PhD in geology. Like there's no way he's that stupid. Either that, or he's deliberately trying to discredit radiometric dating to serve his own agenda.
Yeah, because like he dates it, and he's like, you know, the machine goes error. All I can detect is a change of about this much, you know, 0.1 different. And he's like, egads, well, that 0.1 must mean that it's X years old now, which is so many, instead of it being, you know, 10. Because it's just like, I don't know, it just rounds up, right? And that change makes it so insanely dumb as a form of measurement. What up, DD Inject DD? It's so crazy that you know what, you got like a 2-month-old account. Thanks for somehow finding my channel. Hopefully you're not going to sell me thumbnail things or whatever. I apologize for being cautious of a new viewer in that way, but I've been burned many a time, my friend. New York original fast hacked. Got it. Oh, your original, not New York. Okay, got it. Your original was hacked. Okay, I'm bad at typing too. No, I get you. I'm just vaguely illiterate, so sometimes I read things and I go, okay, let me figure this out. All good. I mean, you not spamming me with random ads, whatever it is. So I just got a brand new thing to notice when accounts are new. So it's like, oh, that's helpful. Because sometimes people will make a bunch of like burner accounts or whatever to go around and be annoying. So when you notice those accounts have been made like however long ago, it's like, good to keep an eye on it. Although that sucks that someone would have well, I guess it depends. It's give or take, right? Being a 0 viewer person, yeah. I mean, being a 0 viewer person, you get people who are there just to make trouble, right? And they know that you will respond to them, because a person that's like a 2,000 viewer person, or even sometimes even as like a 100 viewer person, the chat's moving so fast they don't, you know, they're not able to read literally every message, so they get annoyed and want to be responded to specifically. So then those people will come in to start, you know, saying random negative stuff about trans people. So I'm watching a Minuteman video. You may have seen his stuff debunking a bunch of different conspiracy, this, that, and the other, or just like, you know, look, these pyramids couldn't have been built. And then he's like, okay, I'll show you all the facts about it. There's a long video about this guy from Instagram who's being weird. Oh yeah, there you go. Perfect. Yeah. Not Minuteman. Okay. I guess some a bit different. Yeah. You might recognize him specifically. He's also named Milo. But then he's bringing in a fellow creator who knows more about specific geology, because it's a better person to talk about rock layers and stuff.
Could go either way, honestly. A smart person is skeptical of research with little credibility. And the truth of the matter is, This guy does not have any work published in peer-reviewed journals that are outside of the niche creationism community. That should tell you something. Confirmation bias. Again. Yeah, Stone.
Yeah, so Steve Austin, not the Stone Cold Steve Austin, but this Steve Austin, was a 90s researcher who was trying to debunk carbon dating or radio whatever form of dating. Then she was going over the study, how it's using the wrong type of isotopes because the potassium thing is all weird. And then, you know, it was clearly too sensitive for the instruments. And there's many other isotopes like uranium that they could have used instead. And then he's never published anything else. His idea was to run a creationist version of events or whatever. And this person was what he was vaguely this Instagram person was vaguely referencing when saying that, yeah, radium carbon dating, that's not right. Or radium metric date, radio anything dating isn't good. And this mountain is actually from the Noah flood. Radiometric, gotcha, yeah.
Brain Steve Austin is a hack of a geologist and an absolute disgrace to our field. And I hope I run into him at a conference before he croaks so I can spill beer on his shoes. Stone Brain Steve Austin. I'm funny.
Stone Brain Steve Austin. I'm gonna give you that one, Kate. That's pretty fucking funny. I don't think I ever would have thought of that. See, this is why we need you on YouTube, making YouTube videos. It's pretty funny, right? We need more people doing this. We need more people taking the piss on YouTube, making jokes about stones and things. So as we can see, all of the evidence in this video that claims to overturn, you know, the entire field of geology is predicated on two things. A guy quoting a bullshit article from a creation scientist without reading it, understanding it, or presumably even knowing what it means, and a guy using the fucking AI answers section on Google. This is what I mean when I say that Shane's research makes Philip Ziba look like a fucking PhD student. The absolute audacity to claim that you know more than
the previous person we called out, the other guy, Philip Ziba, was I guess the person that he did a earlier series on. I didn't watch that one, but I guess the other Instagram guy did more research in their pseudoscience. This guy is just going with the fastest things you can cobble together.
Than all of science, and your source is the AI answers section on Google, and you not understanding science. The comments on this video are also just fucking delightful, I might add. Also, they carbon dated a sea lion's bones, who they knew died a couple weeks ago, and it showed something like 4 million years old. Oh, something like 4 million years old. Damn, that's, I believe that. Do we want to get any more context here? As we've talked about, you know, there's always some outstanding things for dating methods that scientists know and take into account when they date things. So do you want to look at the literally hundreds of thousands to millions of examples of radiocarbon dating working? Or do you want to just find one time where something anomalous happened that you're not going to source and use that as an excuse to be like, see, God is real? Which brings us very nicely to the comment under that one, which is just Christ is Lord, which I see a lot in these videos too. And like, go off, King. If that's your truth, fucking good for you, bro. Good for you. What the fuck does that have to do with Mount St. Helens? No fucking idea. The thing about Shane is that he's just so insanely off the mark almost at all times that it's actually kind of impressive. This also highlights something that I find to be really entertaining about contrarian bullshit artists like Shane. They spend so much time whining about indoctrination and the paradigm when they are literally the most dogmatic people on the entire fucking planet. We'll actually see this one guy who completely believes in my niche ideology published one paper that fully supports all of my biases, and therefore science is wrong. Like, god damn, do these people not hear themselves? Like, it genuinely makes me feel like I'm going insane. And I honestly think this way of thinking leads to one of the biggest hang-ups that victims of conspiracies have in their flawed lines of reasoning. And that is the need for there to be, like, a guy. You see, most conspiracy theories and anti-science cults are built around a guy. They got their Kent Hovind, their RFK Jr., their Graham Hancock, you name it. Cults of personality that claim to have the discovery that can single-handedly overturn an entire discipline of science. And these anti-science cult leader grifters are obviously not doing this to improve the body of science, but instead to blatantly enrich themselves. Their singular goal is to
I assume that I wasn't sure there was going to be a second part to that, but if they believe the 100 years old, oh, okay, then they have to concede the creationist view based on 6,000 years. Oh, I see. So if they actually, you mean like if they could somehow, if they were able to believe this one, then they would have to then discredit the other one. So they are unwilling to do that, and like I guess the newer version is just seen as the bad one because it's the one that's coming along second in line, and the other one is more important to them, kind of thing. Well, I assume they're like, oh no, like based off the example from the comment where it's like we tested this thing that just died and it said 400 million, which means the testing is bad and you should never use it. They would never believe that it says X million years old or whatever. It's just that either A, that's a incorrectly done test, or using the wrong element, or had a different problem where like the piece of sand was on it when it was tested, and then that test got the sand piece in there or something like that, like from a different sediment layer or something. You know, without citing the exact incorrect dating example, there's no way to know what could have gone wrong if it even ever happened.
Expand their personal notoriety and recognition so that they can be on podcasts and sell books and make Netflix series. And most horrifyingly, make it into
the idea that all of these different things are always based on one guy, it shows how disingenuous, and it's just a contrarian for the sake of being contrarian, because they want to they hear everyone is agreeing on this thing and everybody is smarter than they are in this matter, but they don't like to feel like there's someone smarter than them in any possible field. So they look for somebody that fights against it and say, actually, I side with this guy because he means I don't have to be it. Yeah, I need to make my point. Exactly. Yeah.
Fucking government. It's my theory that because so many of these anti-science cults have a guy at the helm, their victims think that actual science must work the same way. They don't really get that science does.
Wait, are you saying that you think your point? I don't understand your point. I wasn't able to connect with the. If the creationist believes the 100 million years thing, then they have to concede the creationist views. I think that makes sense, right? But there is no creationist that's doing that. All the creationists are the ones saying that the dating can't work in those 100 million years thing. Is my understanding of their formation and their arguments and their counter arguments that they create. Not so much that they are somehow believing both at the same time. I'm okay. I will listen. Yep. In the meantime, look at it go. Camera's a little like, oh, it's because it's holding the mouse down. Layer by layer. Just like sedimentary rock, building slowly. It's so distracting. I look over it all the time. I'm like, ooh, moving thing. Pretty color. If the creationists used the 400 million year argument, that means that creationists concede the scientific method works. Oh, I thought Do you mean that they think the world is only 400 million years old or whatever, specifically, because of what something says? Maybe there's a piece of science that they like to believe because it fights against the full understanding. And instead of it being billions of years old, it dates it at just 400 million or something. I thought they were always like the Earth is only 6,000 years old or whatever it is, because that's what the book says. Therefore, that has to be true. And any science is always not accepted. But you're saying there might be a layer of science that they are accepting, which then means that they should then therefore work with the scientific method to some degree. I'm just not familiar, I guess, with that that sort of missing link between their creationist view and the scientific's actual view, and then this weird middle ground where it's like the dates are kind of in between each other, actually, based on this pseudoscience or whatever form of thing, but still utilizing science to some degree. I could see how that would sort of be their own version of circular reasoning where they end up. Yeah, I guess I'm just not familiar with if there is a 100 or 400 million year argument, whichever one it is. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess I didn't know that there was an argument between the true scientific consensus and the original creationist version of things. I thought that you were saying that the people are saying this is 100 million years old because that's what science is actually saying. And then you were saying, well, if they believe that, then they wouldn't believe their creationist thing. But I'm like, well, they didn't say they believed the actual scientists. But you're saying, no. There's a middle scientist that's kind of like halfway between both that they are sometimes believing, which I wasn't familiar with. I mean, I guess, yeah, if they are trying to, they can't dismiss the 400,000-year-old to disparage science. Got you. Yeah, I mean, there's a layer of like scientific. Yeah, I mean, also having the type where I can just yap and talk real fast. It's not the perfect medium, unfortunately. Yeah. There's always this layer of like scientists who still believe kind of thing. And a lot of times it's just that they're spiritual and that they believe in a higher power or whatever, or a different intelligence form, or something that happens after you die. And then they see a lot of the, most of the ones that I'm used to coming across are ones that are like, well, the mysteries are always going to have a deeper mystery to it, so it's fine. And I can still use science to solve these things and understand it. But then there's a layer that then try to use the science to particularly bring the ideas closer to the official book again, right? And that's like the less faithful version of things, kind of like finding that middle ground between the two dates or whatever, or constantly trying to, revisionism is a good way to put it for sure, or perhaps the official definition, but it just the name of it makes sense that it's coming at it with the conclusion that they want. And then also the really bad faith actors who utilize the methods of the scientific method or the vagaries of science to then try and convince the masses, even though they know that the science community will see right through their bullshit, but to create a smokescreen for, again, a reason for their contrarianism to be, reinforced. And in Milo's point, it creates a guy. So that way all the other contrarians can point to them and say, aha, a guy. And then that guy can then sell books. It's, the fucking anti-vax guy from the UK and all the different stuff. They believe in the science when it suits them, yeah. And they ignore the fact that if they actually truly took the principles of science, they would then extrapolate that out into other areas that then discredits them, right? So they go, no, not that part, just this one part. And I'll use all the veracity and all of the provenness of this first part to then try and apply that through the transitive property of being close to each other to make my other crazy ideas sound just as legitimate. And they are aware when a discrepancy occurs, they use it to discredit science. Yeah. I'm not a fan. I mean, I grew up as a hard, like when I was in my teen years, I was a pretty hard Reddit atheist in a sense. Right. They are aware of a discrepancy, so they use science to discredit it, but they are aware of how science works, which means they should know better, right? But they're doing it with nefarious things built in behind the scenes or in their actual motives because they know better, goddammit. I was definitely more of a vehement atheist back in the day. I ultimately don't care that much nowadays. And also the world feels less religious because I am not a child. And also, as long as people are willing to, work forward on, progressive policies, then I'm happy. And also church groups are honestly, literally a thing that I've never had. I never actually been to church, whatever, as like an actual like church thing. It's very compelling from a physiological perspective. I've like a third space is a thing that leftists talk about here and there, which is like a place that is not your home, not your work, and you don't have to spend money to be there. Psychological. Got you. Sorry. Physiological. I was thinking like your body's perspective. I was like, okay, I'm, there could be a reason for that, right? Yeah. Very compelling to me from a psychological perspective. Yeah. I got there. If you're using your phone, I know for a fact that shit always autocorrects and fucks with my shit super hard. And then also I'm bad, but being a vehement atheist. Being a strong-willed atheist, being a hard-lined atheist. Yeah. Vehement. I mean, honestly, the term vehement, I just know it means kind of like hardcore or whatever. Vehement. I don't even know how to smell it. Yeah. Vehement. It's spelt vehement. Vehement. Proceeding from or characterized by strength, violence, or impetuosity of feeling or emotion. I feel like Aiden Ross reading the term for fascist. It's crazy. Very ardent, very eager or urgent. Yeah. That sounds like ancient Jewish. Maybe some kind of Yiddish. Some kind of like, I'm schwitzing over here. Oh, oy vey, It's like a fucking Middle Earth ass word. Yeah. But yeah, the idea of a third space, like a community of people who come together, talk about, hang out with each other, create social things, provide not only friendship, but then also resources for each other. They talk to each other. They're political with each other. That's actually a thing that I fucking think is awesome and should be done more in life. More in our everyday thing, even though I don't want it to be a religious thing. I just want there to be awesome hobby spaces and activity centers and places for people to like meet up or whatever. Like the idea of having even like a public playground be a place that's way more accessible and good. Rec centers and shit. You know, people playing chess, ping pong, basketball, all kinds of things that people can come together. Having a community fucking Warhammer place for nerds and arcades and computer labs. Places where 3D printers and like laser cutters and stuff are kind of like out. And then old people who know how to use these things are there to help like little kids learn how to make a birdhouse or whatever. These things are like shit that could happen, right? These are things that churches can vaguely provide, but then end up doing a bunch of other stuff on top of it. But yeah. You've been watching a lot of anti-sentiment discussions that I don't agree with. I'm not sure which sentiments, but yeah. Any. I mean, it's easy to get stuck into negative stuff, right? You got to see both. You got to greet. You got to meet both sides. You got to. I mean, I have a natural urge to centrist stuff. So, like, yeah. I do. It. Yeah. I mean, I see what you're saying for sure, and I'm thinking about it to myself because, like, I want to be a leftist. I want to be a socialist, right? That's like a part of the goal that I think would be amazing to see. But then you have to listen to somebody who doesn't understand that thing, or I might not understand why they have a reason for it to be bad. So it's important to come in and be reasonable and listen to people, right? It's important to hear out their thoughts and then do your best to then either reform your thoughts in a way that makes more sense to them if it doesn't need to change, or sometimes change your thoughts. All these different things. You can't condemn something you don't understand. Also true. Which is why I should read books and do things, but I don't. And you want to be a leftist? Be right back. Uh-oh. Sure. I'm going to go grab a drink real fast while that happens. Not sure how long you need, so I'll just play the video in the meantime.
Doesn't really have a face. And because of how many individuals and regions and ideas are contributing to it, it works towards being a largely objective source of what we truly know about the world. But since the victims of conspiracies...
My sunburn is so itchy now.
Like Shane and Philip and the contrarian guys who peddle them don't have a leg to stand on in an actual field of science, they have to find creative methods to wave away entire disciplines of science who they need to be disrupting in order to continue their personal enrichment. And I believe that this is one of the dominant reasons why so many victims of conspiracy theories and contrarian bullshit artists whine so much about the dominant paradigm in mainstream academia and the woke agenda, because they need to make up a guy. There needs to be some greater thing pulling all the strings. The thing they don't like can't be objective, because if it was objective, then they would have to change their worldview. And so they have to find some nefarious reason for why this thing I don't agree with is suddenly out there in the world. So they come up with, like, the invisible shadow government, or the Freemasons, or the Jews, because they need to have a fucking, you know, some invisible entity pulling the strings that's responsible for fucking science. It's way too much work to actually learn from the knowledge of the thousands of people that have dedicated their lives to understanding a field, and it's far easier to just hand wave it away by saying that it's all part of some bigger nefarious agenda. And in turn, this empowers people like Shane to think that their complete and utter ignorance of anything within the field of science is worth as much as the understanding of those who have developed the field. You see, many of the contrarian grifters that peddle pseudoscience wear a thin veneer of being scientists. They go on podcasts or get into the government or, have a British accent, which gives their victims the false impression that they're somehow an authority figure, and in turn makes their victims not really understand what science is. And as such, the grift—
I try to stream every day. Sometimes on the weekend, my streams don't come through because either I'm doing stuff with the wife or weird stuff. We were also trying to do like a lot of like movie watching stuff because I've been so far behind on like watching TV shows and movies. But also like watching movies on stream isn't super easy, so we do like a weird like watch through a portal thing. But basically every day I try to stream. With the weekends being more hit and miss than I would appreciate. And then also because I just got laid off at the beginning of July, which I guess now it's 1 month in. So I have a severance, which is helpful. So I have a little bit of time to try to make this thing work for the first time ever as like its actual thing. I'm also doing like video editing for other creators and stuff. There's like a little video editing project that I'm trying to enter. And then I want to actually be able to like make my own, longer form video stuff, whatever it is. So feel free to drop a follow. It's just that easy and it's free. And you'll see when I'm online in theory or whatever. No, this is usually pretty close to the end time. So like my time here is 8 a.m. and I usually start, I've been trying to start around like 1 a.m. give or take, sometimes a little earlier, sometimes a little later, like today. I didn't start until like 3 something or whatever. So that was about 5-ish, 4 something hours, 4.5 hours ago. So it's overnight. I'm the overnight hours for sure. Just because I mean, that's multiple AM hours. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So approximately 7 hours ago from now is when I would normally start to stream approximately on a good day. So you can do the math yourself on that, whatever that is for your specific time zone. I guess if that's 10 p.m. for you, then that would be around 3 p.m.-ish. But people come and go. Sometimes I have some more regulars who are here more often, and we, talk all night. And then sometimes it's like, oh, they're busy. They're or they slept in or whatever. I used to have some people from Australia who were here a lot more often, and then like they were mad because I was watching Second Thought's video, and they were like, "Oh, this guy's too authoritarian for me." And I was like, "Well, I think I'm 7 minus 11. Nope." They were like, "Oh, this guy's too authoritarian for me." I'm like, "Well, I think I kind of like the idea of government controlling things and being good." Yeah, Second Thought, that guy who made a bunch of videos. He makes so many videos. It's impressive how many videos they can pump out with their editor and all the different infographics and shit they have on the screen. It's awesome. And for me, as a guy who is very unread on things, I enjoy the channel. But then they were like, "Okay, well, never mind then. Bye forever." And I'm like, "Okay, goodbye." Sucks that I lost one of the people. Authoritarian stuff or being a leftist or yeah. Not sure which was the interesting thing. I mean, that was the thing that you were gathering before you left and came back. That started off that. Yeah. That's definitely my perspective, and my goal is to do leftist things, learn, leftist points, and then apply those to my life, and then try to convince others that being left is good and that they should also be left. Like, for example, my family, they're very, I live in Florida, if you're familiar with the United States. So Florida is well known for being a bit of a Trump land in a sense in the current era. Especially when I used to work with a bunch of people who are much older than me, closer to my parents' age, and they're wild people. They're wild. So learning the ways to convince the fellow working class individuals that it's the capitalists we need to be mad at, and not be so afraid of immigrants or whatever, like just some of the other things that they point at and say that that's the cause of your problem. Your woe is not the capitalist stealing the money from your pocket. It's the immigrant who's working in the field. You know, why is that the guy that's upsetting you? Like, what the fuck? That's not the guy cutting your overtime or, you know, making your air quality worse. What? Yeah. The left right is so divisive. Sure. Yeah. I mean, one of the advantages I think I have is coming from a background of traditional, a little bit of both sides, centrism. My natural urge is to be as charitable as possible to anybody, even people who are being uncharitable towards me. And then also, ultimately not having like this whole theory understanding and reading a bunch of like old books, because I have never read any of that shit. I just know that I want the government to do good stuff for its people. That's ultimately what it comes down to. I want the workers to have good things done for them. I don't necessarily need to worry about it being so specifically divisive. And if, you know, my fellow worker who is, you know, thinks that, you know, Hillary Clinton's a demon or whatever, that's fine, as long as he wants to unionize. Like, it's, you know, that's ultimately the at least when it comes to like working with others, like I don't need it to be entirely ideologically aligned. Like, for example, Milo here was earlier in the video talking about how he doesn't like the government and he's building his own homestead and he wants to be able to have his own community grown food. And I'm like, that's fine. You know, that's not my view. I think that's, you know, short-sighted, because his community is great and it helps each other and they trade eggs for food and it's great. But I'm like, what if this community gets hit by a flood and then this community is now in peril? Then you need another community to come in and help you. And other communities might be like, well, we're here for our own community. Goodbye. So just zoom out, make it a bigger community. The entire country is a community now, and that's great. That's the idea. What do you feel the right is doing correct or has been in the last 10 years? Also, I wanted to point out this YouTube comment. Highlight. This person said that unions are garbage being exploited by somebody else, and that learn your Beck rights. I guess like there's a different boss involved, right? Because that would then be the union boss instead of your boss. It's just like having a government run power company instead of a privately run power company. Even though there is a power company, you know, in charge, or a power, you know, group, you have a better chance of communicating your needs and wishes and concerns to a government issue, and you can literally just become the government, right? I don't think the Democrats are doing anything right. What? Hey, it's Goat. This is like one of the regulars. If I'm trying to think of something that the right has been doing, which is funny to then say the Democrats, because I agree the Democrats themselves are very right-wing, especially according to the global things. But I'm trying to think, if anything, I think the right, as in like fucking what? Like the Republicans fighting back against Obama would be the ones that were like before. The idea that they wanted to be anti-war, but they're not, right? Like they literally wanted to continue the war, but you know, people who are more isolationist, I would think is a good idea. Not so much because I'm racist and don't like the other, you know, countries, but I would rather have us stop meddling in other countries, right? So that would be a good thing. So if like the Tea Party was very isolationist and wanted us to pull out of Iraq, wanted us to stop meddling with things in Africa and South America, I think that'd be a good thing. That'd be great. you know, and the Democrats want to push their neoliberal ideas in NATO and shit like that, right? So like, them being against that, I think like the North American free trade thing, specifically NAFTA, being a thing that was like helping companies export out their factories to other places and then to utilize cheap labor in other countries. That's bullshit. That sucks. That was bad for us, and it's been bad for us. I don't know if the right was against that specifically. You know, that would be an example of kind of like my idea that could have been held by the right, but I don't even know, honestly, because like back in the days of Obama, I was a child in high school or early days in college, and I was just playing Dota. Like I was just plugged into that kind of stuff. Technically with the Trump thing, but people even before Trump could have been mad about Obama still being in Iraq or Afghanistan, whichever one we were in. I don't honestly even know which one we were in when, and we're technically still kind of in them now with army bases and other things. So it's like, you know, how the fuck are we ever out of a thing, right? But going back to TDK from YouTube, real fast. The idea that your workers, your fellow workers, would be your bosses just gives you a more lenient and better boss than the previous boss, at the very least. And it's just like statistically shown that people who have unions just make more than others. Hell, even just having unions inside of the market means that the other places that don't even have unions still get better pay rates and stuff because there's a competition in a sense, right? In the free market, you know, thing. So I've never really seen nothing too much against unions to say that they should not exist or whatever because it's another boss. But I guess I can look into see what these Beck rights are specifically, even if just to understand where you're coming from to then either disagree or to learn what the things are. But for inject, I guess in order for something to be right, it does not, it's something to be correct. It does not mean that it just has to be between two places, because a simple extreme, I love, my mind jumps to the idea of you have an idea, test it by putting something extreme in and see if you get a result that makes sense. Because when things are close to each other, it might make sense to do something. But when you put an extreme in there to then test the waters again, you might go, oh, wait, now because it's so exaggerated, we notice that there's an error in our math. And that means that it's not working out right. Like if this function is always supposed to give you a whole number, but you put in 1,000,000 and then you do the function, you go, wait, now I got 1 point something, 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 something. That means something's wrong. The idea of a boss you voted for, right? Yeah. Who does the left specifically resonate? Who does? So again, with you, and why does the right oppose your vibes? But so just finishing my point before I get to that thing, thinking that there needs to be a center is like, okay, you know, Nazi Germany Holocaust is the idea. So there's a no Holocaust versus a yes Holocaust. And it's like, wait, guys, let's be reasonable and have a little Holocaust. It's like, no, there shouldn't be any Holocaust, right? That's an extreme example, clearly, but pointing out that a center does not always need to be found on certain things. Now, using that, or, you know, that aside, who does the left specifically resonate with you, and why does the right oppose your vibes? So, I don't know literally every single policy and all these different things, but like I definitely appreciate the ideas of a Green New Deal or Medicare for all, right? Those are things that would be. Didn't you say you were a centrist? I mean, I have the natural urge to be centrist inside of me, but then I told you that I want to be a leftist person, right? I've seen a lot of the leftist stuff, and it makes the most sense to me whenever anything's been laid out. So I was a Bernie supporter in 2016 a little bit. Like I voted in the primary for Bernie, but I wasn't super plugged in until after the election. So that'd be like, I guess like 2015-ish is technically when the build up for the primary was. But then in 2020, I was also a much bigger Bernie supporter. Why does the left? Why? Why does the left resonate? So not who, but why? Because the idea of socialism, or what I understand to be socialism, is the government takes care of its people. I've seen how the profit motive is not a benefit to things. When I say left, do I mean Democrat or communist, or do they mean left? I feel like, well, they're from Australia, so it's very different over there. Like, Liberal is a right-wing party, I believe, in Australia, for example. Labor or something else is something different. There's a whole bunch of parties. They have a whole different structure over there, obviously. So for us, technically, Democrats can be considered left, but it's just, yeah, I guess it's not that different, maybe. He said he was a centrist. I know what I've said and what I mean whenever I say anything, because I'm me. I have a centrist core. I grew up in that. My mind always snaps to trying to be charitable to the other side and see where they're coming from. And even if I believe ultimately that they're misguided, I still come from that thing. But currently, I am definitely a leftist person, and my perspective has been changed to be a leftist perspective. So hopefully that doesn't make you hate me or whatever, but I do my best to not be specifically divisive or whatever, but like, to me, it's very clear that the leftist vision of things, for example, Red Vienna in Austria is amazing. The mass transit network built in China is literally awe-inspiring to see. You know, since 2008 or whatever the fuck it is, they've built so much high-speed rail, literally covering the entire continental United States in like landmass. You could argue, even if it's just the eastern seaboard, it's still incredibly impressive, because they've mostly done their one shoreline, not the other, because they only have one shoreline. The USSR remains supreme. Yeah, I mean, I don't know an incredible amount about the USSR. Again, I'm not incredibly well read on all these different like histories and theories of things, but I just look at, like, I just see the idea for Medicare for all, and I know that that would be an incredible thing that we should do for ourselves. And they say fuck you to all these damn insurance companies that are just here to suck us dry for no reason other than their own profit. They are a middleman installed to do nothing but deny, depose, and defend. I have Luigi hanging out on the sofa, just chilling. You know what I mean? Fuck those guys. Pieces of shit. It started out strong and the capitalists took over. Yeah, I know that because there was that one Gorbachev at a Pizza Hut, whatever commercial. That was crazy. It started out strong and then you end up with Gorbachev at a Pizza Hut, you know. Yeah. I hate how we shit all over Cuba, because like if socialism is so bad, why the fuck do we have crippling sanctions put on it? I hate that we fund Israel to do an apartheid state in their country and are currently starving and bombing people. What the fuck is wrong with you? How does that help anybody? How does that help anybody? Oh, it helps the fucking, what, Likud party? The Nazis of Israel? It's insane. I hope I didn't get the wrong party, but yeah. That gets me fired up. That gets me angry when I think about that shit, man. Again, that's the right, and also that's the Democrats, that's the left. So it's a centrist view to say fuck that shit, you know? Socialism is the centrist view, right? Come on, let's realign that damn political spectrum. This guy wants to live in a commune. that's too far left for me. I want more of an authoritarian. I want a government to exist. That's a more authoritarian. That's, that's more center than this guy, right? I'm a centrist. Okay. That's how it goes. He wants a network of, mutual aid. I want to have government aid. I want to have global government aid. You zoom out, in a state that has like a hurricane and everyone's hurt. The local communities is not enough to rescue the lives and to help the people. The food is now fucked. The crops are destroyed from all the winds. They're all going to starve. You need the country to come together to help that person. Wait, zoom out. What if the entire country gets hit with a crazy famine, or a really bad fucking volcano erupts in Yosemite or whatever the fuck it is? Now you need other countries. You need the whole fucking world, right? That's up and down, probably. If you think about the official like quadrants, XY, quadrant thing, but I would say anarchists in general, assuming that I'm just attaching that to him because he has a homestead and seems to be anti-government overall. I'm just saying that's no. I'm not saying that one view is it was X number, other view is it's a different number, right? But he was just saying earlier in this video that he is building a homestead and he does not like the way that food is controlled, because if they control the food, they have you by the balls. So you're not supposed to have the government have food, not supposed to have Monsanto have food. He agrees with some people on the idea that food is being fucked with and that's bad. Again, just a dork, whatever, it's fine. So earlier, that's a different argument, right? That's a whole different thing, saying that this either was 6 million or it's less than 6 million, right? That's different, right? That's different than what I'm saying is they were saying, especially at the time in Germany, it's like, guys, we want to do a Holocaust. And then the other side's like, please don't do a Holocaust, right? That's two completely different views. Currently, there's a fucking Holocaust happening, the genocide happening in Gaza, right? But you're saying now, I'm saying then. Okay? Okay, fine, Israel. Some people say there's no genocide happening, and some people say there is a genocide. Some people say, well, there's only a little bit of death happening. It's not a big deal. That's the centrist view. To me, that's not appropriate. Also, I don't understand how you can just tell me that my idea is no longer valid to talk about. Because you're saying, I'm saying now. And like, do you think that there wasn't 6 million people or 6 million Jews killed? Because if you're doing like Holocaust denialism, that's not cool. That's just Nazi shit, if that's what you're going to be trying to pump out. It's difficult to tell sometimes also because I guess you're drunk and the typing is not, it comes through in waves. I'm trying to be chill and just let things going out. I know what I said. So I understand that you heard it in a certain way, but I'm saying it was, we do the current German or the then time in the current mindset of the time, German Holocaust of the Jews, or the side saying don't do the German Holocaust of the Jews because we're living here now, and then the centrist view is just do a little bit. That's what I said. I know that's what I said and what I meant and how I said it, right? Whether or not it was understood that way, maybe I wasn't clear enough, fine, but don't tell me that's what I said, okay? I'm right here. I know what I said. So that's an example, an extreme example, but an example of one side wanted to do something, the other side wanted to do something different, and then a centrist view being a dumb thing, right? The centrist is like, you know, one side is kill all Jews, one side is don't kill Jews, and then the centrist is guys, let's be reasonable. Let's just kill some Jews, okay? Guys, we can all get along, okay? That's my extreme look at centrism to kind of prove that you don't always have to be centrist. It is not a always thing. Everyone likes to point out that extremes are silly, including the extreme idea that there always has to be a centrist thing. Not saying that other times a bit of in the middle isn't a bad idea. Just the idea that there has to be a centrist thing at every position is just kind of one of those, like, that's dumb, right? That's just that's equally as 100% when everyone knows that's just too much. You should not do that. Yes. And I like to say from before, I use extremes to test whether or not, you know, the formula is correct. Understand. Yeah. All good. And I should maybe do a better job of either setting it up and or explaining it after, or a little bit of both, to make sure it does not come across incorrect, because I don't want people to have the incorrect ideas. One of the hyperfixations that I have enjoyed is just, yeah, I will do better. One of the things, I am a recovering dumbass. I am who I am. And that you know, every day I hope I get better, and every year I hope I'm even, you know, way better. Every decade I want to be basically a whole new person, basically, just to get better and better. Shit, now I forgot one of the points I was going to make, but oh yeah, communication. I love communication. It's my favorite thing. It's the thing my wife probably gets so fucking frustrated and annoyed by, because every time we talk, I try to increase our communication an extra layer deeper, and get more and more shared. Goat's already perfect. Goat has proven me wrong a couple of times, so I don't necessarily have the clout to tell them otherwise, but hopefully that extreme example, while being a little ridiculous, gives you my perspective on how centrism can be incorrect or not be good enough, right? Medicare for all. There's free medicine for everybody, or the full-on capitalist version of things. Hold on, guys. Let's do some medicine for some people, and then other people got to buy it. That's fucked. I would much rather have the Medicare for all version, right? That's another version of centrism that it's like, that's the Pete Buttigieg, if you're familiar with our politicians, plenty bold healthcare. Hey, look, I have an idea for a plenty bold idea. It's not Bernie Sanders' radical idea that every other country fucking in the world has, you know, a version of, to different degrees, right? Some dichotomies are real. What a much more simple way to just state it, right? That's honestly, again, Goat coming in being the Goat. That's where I come from. So those are some of the tenets of leftism that I really appreciate. Medicare for all, housing as a human right, food for the hungry, just like pretty milquetoast, boring things, but you know, not doing imperialistic or I don't know, chauvinistic. I'm not sure that's the right word to put it, but I just don't like the idea of us being an empire constantly running CIA-backed coups, you know, on like El Salvador, and then installing bullshit shitheads who then sell the rights of their natural resources to our companies and then fuck their own populations over. You know, we did a whole thing where we were learning about Gaddafi from the like 2000s. No dogma, no ideology. You understand the best and the worst of each side you could be a part of. I understand your perspective when it comes to that. Gaddafi is your boy. See, there you go. I was raised knowing that he's a terrorist, whatever. One of those guys, never really thought much about him. And then I was in college. I was still like, I was a full-grown man, and my dad was celebrating that he was bayoneted and killed in the street. My dad was so proud and happy. He told me about it. And I'm like, okay, gotcha. That terrorist guy, I guess he's dead. Crazy, right? I didn't know shit about it all my life. And then later on, I'm watching like a Hassan Piker stream or something, and he talks about Gaddafi being a cool guy. And sometimes he just does it to be contrarian. He'll talk about, different leaders like Ho Chi Minh, Uncle Ho, or Uncle Joe, whatever. So like they will look at previous adversaries and give them, some cool guy status. Sometimes just for the sake of being contrarian, but also sometimes because they have really good ideologies or really good methods and or practices or wishes that they then want to further. So I wasn't sure if that was just more of an ironic thing, or if just because they were the enemy, therefore they're cool, or if it's like honestly a good thing. Because I've seen him also like say that, hey, look, Osama bin Laden's a bad guy. You should not think he's cool, even ironically, because he's crazy. He did bad shit. He's a bad guy. Even if he got his version of the world, that's not a good thing, So with that perspective, I was thinking that he must be a better guy than I thought. No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I've only heard good things about him. I'm sure no literal human being is perfect, right? There's got to be something, but yes. I've only ever really, in that same atmosphere, only ever really heard good things. Lots of really good things. I forget if it was like he loved America specifically and like studied here or whatever. I forget what it was about. There was some like interesting, like you wouldn't have never have thought that about Ho Chi Minh kind of facts, but there was something like that. But anyway, getting back on the topic, before my brain completely loses itself like a ball of yarn, we wanted to learn more about exactly what it was. And it's difficult sometimes through YouTube essays to understand an incredibly complicated geopolitical situation. The first video we were watching was very, I don't know, NATO. It was like an OBSEC video from, I forget the name of the show, but it's very, not OBSEC. It's, I almost had it. Open sourced battlefield information, OSENT. It was one of the OSENT channels. And it was very like pro-West in the framing of things. It's like, we were watching a video on Gaddafi, trying to think like, I don't know why I went to just the Brave browser to do it. I was hoping it would just show up as one of the top. I think I almost remember the name of the channel. It's like right on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't. I said go to look. Also, it's OSENT or SINT. Go to YouTube. I'm sure I'll find it real fast. Task and Purpose. That's the channel we were watching. We watched this video almost up to like 40% of the way through. But it was just so Western focused. We ended up watching a channel from New Africa, which took it from a much more African perspective. It still wasn't perfect, honestly. Just because it just left a lot of context out that you're not sure about. But anyway, let me make sure I don't miss some messages here. He's probably a homophobe for being Uncle Ho, not people we're talking about. Gaddafi was paraded through the streets being cheered by his public. Yeah, there was definitely parts where people were definitely way more in favor of him. But then I was aware of the fall of him and him being, pulled out and killed, publicly, which was kind of a crazy, change. His goals was to unify a pan-Arab state, very similar to the EU, but a lot of the Muslim countries would come together and be like, yo, we're going to be our own thing, have our own power, have our own, influence over our own resources, a lot of things that just made a lot of sense. And then that didn't work out because stuff like Saudi Arabia was already like in league with the West. So he tried to do a Pan-African thing, and then that also didn't work out because there's so much colonialism embedded into even places that are free, because the French heavily invested, America and heavily invested, and have already placed in governments and dictators in certain regions. So it was a thing that, even though it didn't cover all the specifics about who was against them and how those partnerships didn't work out because of other influences, there's just some things that you could kind of read between the lines, and some things that were still kind of like, we're not really sure how bad or how good it was. He invaded Chad to get some uranium, probably because he wanted to have nuclear weapons, because that's one way to keep your nation safe from outside influence, to be a nuclear power. But was invading Chad kind of like a an asshole colonizing style move, imperialist, taking resources from others, or was it a place that was already being, held over by a colony of France and America already being there? Because those were the forces that pushed them out, and they weren't able to then claim that land in Chad. Things that neither video really discussed in a lot of depth, which would have been the perspective that I could be looking into the history of Chad and look at the timelines and see which powers were put in place or naturally came to place in those same exact timelines. It's a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. French Chad with the French. There's just a lot of stuff to like try to all gather in at once in your mind. No video could ever do it. It'd be like 1,000 hours long to have literally every bit of history explained. So I don't besmirch them too much for not having everything in there. But this is another small example of my leftist views trying to change my perspective on things in general. Being raised a certain way through both ignorance and or direct propaganda, and then trying to see a new way to look at things with more close eye. And also, fun fact, France is not very close. You're right, it is not very close. Huh, interesting. Now that you mention it. Actually pay attention to things and think about them in the context of a lot more stuff, without being needlessly, I don't know, contrarian for the sake of it. Because I'm not just America bad because boo America. I'm America bad because I can look at the things that they've clearly done that are bad, right? Things that are good. I don't know, like freeing the slaves, but they made the slaves in the first place. It doesn't really count, right? I'm sure there's been some things that are good specifically. I mean, Jesus Christ, you go back to the beginning and it was immediately started off with a genocide. So it's like, how the fuck does that make any sense? World War II, they fought against Nazis and Japan, who were also doing a different genocide, right? So that's good. Now, they did bad things like firebombed the civilian population and then dropped 2 bombs on them. So not good, but like there's still good things that they can do. Reading them black and white of anything, I guess, is going to be difficult. But we should get back to the video because I'll never finish it at this rate. Oh, what random? What gas bubble? Holy shit! God. Weird. What good can Trump do? Trump can stop us being in a bunch of wars. Too bad he didn't actually do that. And he ended up escalating and starting new conflicts. He literally bombed a sovereign nation, Iran. He just flew our pilots and jets over and just dropped bombs on their research facilities. What the fuck? That's crazy. But he could tell Israel to go fuck themselves, and he could tell them to, we are no longer going to give you any defensive weapons, offensive weapons, no aid until you fucking stop this goddamn genocide, right? Oh yeah, the America started off with the largest genocide in history, yeah. And they didn't even outlaw it entirely. America didn't. Yeah, you're right, because of the 13th Amendment. He can stop us being in a bunch of wars minutes. I'm not sure what that means. He could drop the Epstein list. Yeah. The unredacted one, you son of a bitch. Like, obviously, the victim specifically, but anybody else being redacted is like, go fuck yourself. What the hell? I don't even understand how redacting and what an official original is versus what the ultimate one they give you out it is. It means what you just said. I'm trying to see how that. He promised there would be no more wars in Arab lands. He said no more wars anywhere. He said that he could stop the Ukraine war in one day. Oops. Yeah, and then he straight up bombed Iran. Also true. Yeah, he's a liar. But he could do that good stuff, right? That could be a thing that he could do, but he just won't. Yeah, Ukraine has been an oopsie. He did not realize how bad faith Vladimir Putin really is. Weird, you know. He's annoying and bad for a lot of reasons. Also, he's doing constant tax breaks for the rich. He wants to get rid of income tax entirely. He is doing the whole tariff thing, which is just dumb. He is not even using tariffs in like a selective way to try to like actually help bring manufacturing. He's not doing all kinds of things. He's doing a lot more. He's the American president. He's one of the most powerful people in the world. He most certainly will not be doing any of this, however. Right, yeah. But those are examples of how the Republicans, hey, you know, if the Republicans gave out Medicare for all, I'd be like, damn, way to go, Republicans. W Republicans, if they did Medicare for all. You know, it's not like they're red team, anything they do is bad, and I'm blue team, anything they do is good. Definitely not. I've definitely been very, I've learned, because back when I didn't care, back when I was just a guy who played Dota, I'm like Obama, team good, right? Now I've learned that was actually a team piece of shit. And not only did he do insane amounts of war and deportations, although I think technically the deportation number is higher for Obama because they counted people turned away at border sites as deportations or something. That's something I heard. I don't know how legitimate that is to follow through on to really like discredit his numbers or whatever. But either way, dumb and bad that he did that stuff. Also, he capitulated on so many different things, never whipped his party to line, constantly went and sided back. He was going to do all these different things and then kept siding back with the corporate powers instead. Other presidents made more effort in fulfilling their promises. I mean, they all like to say they fulfilled their promises for sure. And then Trump loves to say he's fulfilled so many promises, right? He keeps literally almost every one of his ads or whatever, or one of his like, you know, press releases is like, you know, promises made, promises kept, or whatever kind of stuff about deporting humans and shit. So it's all PR and or doing their best to try to keep their team alive, because that's how, they got picked to be the leader of their team because they were a team player. So that's why Bernie Sanders was not allowed to be the winner of the team, and why they are so mad that Zohran Mamdani just won the team race in New York City. They won't even endorse him. The leader of the House and Senate for the Democrat Party won't endorse the mayor who just won the primary for the biggest city in America, because they don't actually care about the team. They care about their ideals. So the fact that he was able to win the team thing doesn't mean that they're going to then back him. They're going to back Eric Adams and his fucking, anti-Semitism party that he's running, or whatever the fuck it is. It's bullshit. Makes no sense. If you think that they're actually honest actors in the way that they present themselves, but they're actually not. They're just capital leaning actors, which is the critique from the far left, or the left that I refer to as the not the liberals, but the socialists, or the democratic socialists, or whatever. I don't know if Trump hasn't surpassed Obama's arrest. He will soon, that's for sure. I mean, it's insane. Oh yeah, and there's an old saying: cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds, because liberals are the things that capitulate to fascists more than anybody else. Historically in Germany, and then also straight up now in fucking United States. Biden / Kamala were originally running on the wall is a bad idea and we are America and immigrants are good. And then the next election, we're going to build the wall too. And we all acknowledge there's a problem with immigrants in our country. And it's like, what the hell happened in the past 4 years? What the fuck are you saying? Right? Like they capitulate, they ratchet effect, they cede ground to the right and then do nothing themselves. Then cede ground to the right, click, 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 click. Cede, do nothing when they're back in power. Cede ground to the right, click, 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 like, emptiness. And then that nut just gets tighter and tighter, right? That's what sucks. And that's why I hate Nancy Pelosi, prominent Democratic leader in spirit, I guess, because she stepped down as the, listen up, Jack. The wall was pretty, Jack. Yeah. Hey, fats. Listen to me. Trying to do like a small whisper in your ear. Listen up, Jack. The wall's good. It's a wall, Jack. That's right. They're not saying that. Whatever weird ass shit he does. Anyway, I need to play this video. We're never gonna finish this.
At the top prime the pump for their victims to go and attack actual science with accusations of dogmas and paradigms, when these terms literally define the mentality behind every single pseudo guy on the entire fucking planet. Once you get over how frustrating and fucking stupid it is, it's actually really sad. We are essentially watching people get tricked. There's no other way around it. And people like Shane and Philip are two who I think are perfect examples of that. People that were...
It is crazy to me that, like, Joe Biden was in South Carolina heavily supported by the Democrats in that area, primarily by the black community. It's just like, God damn it. But there was a whole, oh man, now a new tangent. There was a whole like discussion. FD Signifier, Sean the Black, a few other creators, how had different content about how there's certain things that white leftists don't do to bring in people of color or black people into the fold, and they're not in the right spaces. And it was a whole, like, a couple of weeks of some of the discourse, at least in some of the more places that I was watching. Yeah, they definitely utilize the control of social media, and like Mark Zuckerberg getting up and saying, guys, we're no longer going to fact check things because Trump didn't like that. And Elon Musk is now in charge of Twitter, and I'm here capitulating on the side of Meta entirely. Instagram, Facebook, whatever, right? Okay, got you. Yeah, they're definitely a part of it. But there was a whole discussion about it just because, like, and that's where more traditional Democrats are more in their spaces. So that's why Joe Biden would win against Bernie Sanders in the primary in South Carolina. Even though the idea that certain policies transcend, all groups, because Medicare for all would help everybody. If people don't have hospitals in their areas, even though you say Medicare for all will help all, if you don't have a hospital in your area, that's not actually going to help you. One of those things. Oh, thanks for the follow. So there was a layer to that is important to be in their areas and to also be seen in the way that they normally see people, right? So if they're not traditionally watching social media and or the current news, but instead are more in their communities or whatever it is, if you're not there, you're not there kind of things as well. So there's a whole different discussion about that sort of thing. No, that's exactly what we're saying. Yeah. No, yeah. So, because it was, at certain points I had heard people say, when people try to, say, how dare you as a white man, talk for these play people. It's like, we're all trying to help these people. It's like when people would say, Gaza doesn't like gay people, they should side with the IDF, but the IDF is the one bombing and killing gay people. So who's the real villain here? Even if Hamas actually was throwing people off of roofs, they're throwing 5 people off versus IDF, who was bombing tens of thousands. So who's the real villain, right? That's an appeal to the greater situation or whatever. So that would be what the premise behind Medicare for All would be, is an appeal to the greater situation. We do help trans people by giving them unions and giving them affordable health care and all the other things, right? But again, if those trans communities aren't able to even get a job because they're being discriminated against, so they wouldn't be able to get into a union, would be, a sort of example following along with my random, words out loud. And it's important to be there, especially if they are a large voter base that you need to work with, right? So even from like a not egalitarian, like a very practical, just like a literal person who's like, look, if we need to get votes to win, to get power to then help America, we will do that to win America. But it's like, well, you need the voting base. So it is a practical thing to think about, right? Even if you take the humanity out of it and you just go down to like the actual like power grab. Which black communities don't have hospitals? Probably lots. But what areas? The South. I mean, rural areas have very few hospitals, There you go. Yeah. Appalachia, which is like the southeast-ish, the mid-southeast. Not like bottom of Georgia or nothing, but as a white dude, if they're from Appalachia, which is like that whole like multiple state sort of area, there's a mountain range called the Appalachian Mountains. And though they're all the way up in like New York and stuff, usually that area would be like Virginia. Oh fuck! Now my geography is getting bad. Well, I should double check. I changed that shit to Google. I don't know why it's doing that. Damn it. None of these maps make sense. Pretty sure that ain't right. I mean, if these communities are saying that they don't have hospitals available to them, they don't have healthcare available to them, they don't have healthcare available to them, right? You can tell them, I mean, just saying that they're wrong is kind of like a bold claim to make out of pocket. Just because, like, that's just pointing at somebody saying, you're a liar, who's, like, on our side, ultimately. So unless you think they're being a wrecker or trying to make trouble for the sake of making trouble, that may not be right. Oh. You're saying Appalachia and Virginia isn't the same area. Sure. I need to use the bath. I haven't used the bathroom in a little bit, at least 5 hours. So I will play the video and then I'll be right back. Let me do my little thing.
We're tricked and we're taken advantage of, and now unfortunately have to face accountability because they are going on to trick other people. I'm sorry, but you lose the "I was taken advantage of" excuse when you start taking advantage of other people. All right, I'm putting a bow on the paradigm conversation. Science in its truest form is the challenging of the dominant paradigm of blind faith. It is humanity's ever-unfolding search for objective truth, and the only people who are still clinging to a paradigm are the ones who reject the objective truths that science has uncovered. Fuck. You guys got me doing like a fucking a sermon up here. Oh, there we go. I said it. Here come the comments. See, Milo said he's giving a sermon up there. Science is just another religion. Checkmate, arthritis. Okay, let's go on to the next video because I haven't lost enough fucking brain cells today.
Is Pangea completely fake? Many people on my last video were saying, you fool, there's seashells at the tallest mountain ranges of Earth because of tectonic plates and Pangea. Not because the Earth was once fully covered in water not too many thousands of years ago, and not because of a giant flood, but because of tectonic plates and Pangea.
Wouldn't be a pseudoscience video without denying plate tectonics. I'm not really sure why he zoomed in on Tacoma, Washington. That was a little fucking weird. I don't know if that was Tacoma. Was that Tacoma? It was close to Tacoma. I've only been to Tacoma once, and it's weird to see Tacoma in a video about creationism, because the only time I've ever been to Tacoma, it truly confirmed for me that there is no God.
While I agree there are cracks in the Earth, there's some other questions we need to ask. People say the continents were once connected. What's interesting about that is, if you take the water away from Earth, you'll notice there is dirt. The continents are connected right now.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, Jesus Christ.
There's dirt. Oh my God, what the fuck was that? What in the fuck am I watching? Checkmate, geologists, there's dirt under the ocean. Fuck. See why I made a point of showing you guys the holotype specimen earlier? Because this, like, perfectly exemplifies one of the, like, first points I made. I have no idea what the point is that he's even trying to make here, and as such, I don't even really know what to debunk. It's just, like, a stupid thing to say. I don't even fucking get what he's going for.
They're not disconnected. This isn't an island floating. It's just a part of a landmass that's sticking above the ocean level, which has changed in the last few thousand years. So the idea that this is and yes, there are fault lines. There's places where lots of earthquakes happen. That's true. But this landmass that's connected and solid to the Earth and connected to that landmass over there just slowly floats around, and they all just slowly floated apart.
It seems like Shane just doesn't understand how plate tectonics work, or is willfully ignoring how plate tectonics work. Like, he doesn't seem to acknowledge that there's a difference between oceanic crust and continental crust. He sort of, takes the water away and he's like, look, it's all connected. But doesn't seem to understand that, like, that's not really how that works. He doesn't mention anything about, like, the interactions between the plates or really anything to lead me to believe he has the slightest fucking inclination of what he's talking about. And I don't mean that as a slight. Like, I'm not trying to, like, gatekeep here of, like, stupid dumbass didn't go to college for geology. I mean, like, if you Googled the words plate tectonics, you would figure this out in, like, 3 minutes or less. There is literally no excuse for being this poorly informed in the information age. Not a single one. Especially if you are then going to be sharing your ignorance online to thousands to millions of people. What the fuck? This is another great example of pseudoscientists writing off an entire, very well understood scientific discipline based purely on them just not understanding it. Not only not understanding it, misunderstanding just the name of the scientific phenomenon. Like, what seems to be going on here is that Shane heard, you know, plate tectonics and continental drift and sort of just amalgamated them into one. And in his brain, he goes, drift, that's what happens in the water, right? And so he interpreted that as like, you know, the continents are just like pieces of fucking, like, they're like bumper boats in the water, just floating around, bumping into each other, which isn't like entirely a terrible analogy. It's a gross oversimplification, but he leaves out any of the important information or is intentionally obfuscating it so that he can, I don't know, sell you, you know, Chad mode sperm count supplements or something. Other examples of people doing shit like this is, you know, the Big Bang one I mentioned earlier, where creationists will be like, Big Bang couldn't have happened because explosions can't happen in space. And it's like, well, it wasn't like a fucking explosion, like a
Holy ball sacks. Okay. I had to take a shit really bad all of a sudden. Thank God, all good, no worries, but holy fuck. That gas bubble pain earlier was, we had some like protein pancake things, and I'm thinking now they may have had a lot of like sugar alcohols or something in them that maybe you weren't supposed to eat that many of them in one sitting, because oh my God, that was unusual. And that's the only weird thing I've eaten recently. That or the maple syrup we put on it is so old it's gone bad or something. But oh my God, that was that was unpleasant. But sorry to miss out on both the plate tectonics argument about ignoring plate tectonics and then some of the stuff from chat. But that's a shame. I don't know if that's about me having to run to the bathroom or if that's not being sure about the Virginia stuff. New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia. But there's, yeah, the mountain range is pretty big, right? But when I think of specifically Appalachia, I think of like West Virginia or Virginia. You know, like that's like just where my mind goes, just because that's just the countries you know, North Carolina a little bit. Like that's the region of like the part of the South that I think of is just what it is. But also, thanks for coming in, Nate.
A goddamn, you know, a stick of fucking dynamite going off. You're just thinking it was like that because you hear the word.
That's my butt. That's my butt right there.
Word bang, and you couldn't be fucked to look it up. Or like when fucking climate change deniers are like, oh yeah, so much for global warming.
I was just sharing how I had to poop really bad because I ate protein pancakes.
It's snowing here.
All of a sudden.
A million curses upon the fucking asshole that brought a snowball into the halls of Congress. You fucking dumbass. You have given ammunition to climate change deniers forever. But also, that's why we call it fucking climate change now.
Mass is kind of, Maryland, right. Maryland's a weird one because it's so close to the coast. It might technically have some of the mountains, but yeah, I mean, it's all, I was looking up a bunch of different, like, I wanted to look at like a map of the Appalachia, but all it gives me a bunch of the different mountains specifically. And these long turd-like looking things. Appalachian Trail. Open image in new tab. So like, of course, it's, you know, could you get any more pixels? But Maine all the way down to Georgia, right at the tip of Georgia. So like, oh, does it get South Carolina? Well, you know, that line is the tip of the mountain. So then maybe a little bit down there. And then Maryland's like, oh yeah, it goes through Maryland for sure. Because Maryland has that long panhandle part. So, yeah. I didn't really think about it, but the difference between Virginia and West Virginia is the mountain. I guess that makes sense. That would be a good reason to put a fault line down it. So you got, okay, Kentucky's kind of on the other side of it. Tennessee. Makes sense. That's where a lot of like state delineages kind of like happen. Although I guess Virginia goes a little past it. Whatever. Borders are all made up.
Because while there is a general trend of warming, there are a lot of different things that happen because climate change is a lot more nuanced than just, oh, climate change happened and there is no more snow. But it's a lot easier to just misunderstand one single phrase that you don't feel like believing in and then just say that somehow your interpretation of that phrase is worth more than the fucking countless scientists that have actually created the entire field that goes underneath that phrase. Now, Shane here is clearly not an authority figure to talk about plate tectonics, and I, frankly, am not really either. So I'm going to hand this over to someone that knows a lot more about it. Kate, can you tell us...
I just reprinted the same wallet, but with a little bit more tightness on it. So let's see if it is too tight now, it won't work, or if it's just right. Huh. Interesting.
Fucking... What?
Yeah, Virginia being a big part of the South always felt weird to me because, like, it's so far up there, in my opinion, from Florida.
It's true that the continents are not just land masses floating in the ocean, like they are all touching each other. What this guy missed in earth science class was that it's actually tectonic plates that are floating around, not the continents. Tectonic plates are floating on top of the uppermost layer of the mantle called the asthenosphere. Why are they floating on top? Because they're less dense, like how oil sits on top of vinegar and those decorative salad dressing bottles that your mom had in her 2000s Tuscan kitchen. And you weren't allowed to open them. And there was olives in there. What were those for? I always wanted to drink it. So it seems like Shane is just stuck on continental drift, which is making it hard for him to understand the complex nature of what we actually call plate tectonics. Continental drift refers to the early explanation of why the continents look like they kind of fit together. Notoriously hot scientist Alfred Wegener said, well, they drifted apart, but I don't have the mechanism for how or why. That's the real reason that his idea wasn't taken seriously by the scientific community. It's not because he was challenging the system or breaking the mold. It was because he didn't have enough evidence to back it up. All he said was, well, it looks like this, and we've got the mountains that kind of line up, and we've got fossils on both sides of the ocean. That was it. Don't get me wrong; those were great converging lines of evidence, and they were very significant in later studies. But without having any explanation as to how this actually happened, there was really no credibility to his idea. But then, decades later, this geologist named Marie Tharp was using data from warships to make a map.
Oh, that's funny. All northern states call you guys Southerners, and then Southern states call you Northerners. Yeah. I mean, just thinking back to the original sort of colonies specifically, I could see how they could look at someplace like Virginia and say, that's the South, because they're so clustered above it that's easily considered the South. Like Florida wasn't really, it might have been, I mean, I'm so bad with fucking, Civil War states. My education, I mean, I was a good student too, and I was in advanced classes, and yet open image in new tab. Whoa, that's too big. Wait, what? Why is the middle ground there? Getty Images. Open image in new tab. This one's better. Ignore the watermark. Northern states. So there's a lot of states. A lot more than I thought there would be. I didn't think this shit was over there already. Territories. Wow, they already fucking... They already went wild, huh? They already fucking... got all the way over there. Damn. Like Malcolm in the Middle. I mean, you're literally right there at the line, right? So that makes sense. But it's so funny that they would look at you and go, ew, Southerner. Even well, no, we were on your side. What the fuck? Hey, what the hell? And I guess it makes sense for me to say the same thing about Virginia, because it's that was the borderline. But also it was that, isn't that wasn't it? What was it? DC and Virginia were both both the capitals are right there next to each other. And it's what the hell? Why did you guys fight all the way around everywhere else? Why didn't you just fight it out right between your two capitals? Because back then, I think of war as just take the capital, win the war, game over, right? Although I guess with the War of 1812, when we had the White House burn, I guess we would have lost to Canada or whatever. So, oops, maybe not so good to think of it that way.
Of the ocean floor, and lo and behold, there's a 10,000-mile long ridge in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. We call this, if you could believe it, the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. This was like a smoking gun, and it led to a frenzy of research in the 60s and 70s that produced even more evidence and ultimately resulted in the acceptance of this newly advanced, fine-tuned theory of plate tectonics. Quick sidebar, in science, the word theory means something else than it does to everybody else in the world, and I
Theory means not proven, right? Versus a law or right? That's my understanding of it. Maybe let's see if that's what she goes with. But theory doesn't necessarily mean like the theory of gravity, right? Theory, it's not technically 100% proven, but it's pretty well understood and utilized in the meantime. Like obviously there's proofs to layers of gravity, but for some reason it's not the law of gravity, it's the theory of gravity. Unless I'm completely mistaken, and now it is in fact the law of gravity, and I just didn't realize.
hate that that's the word that we use for it, because it creates a lot of confusion and people think that, oh, it's just a theory, it's not proven. No, in science, a theory is proven beyond reasonable doubt by countless experts.
No, well, it being not 100% proven, but is the best idea we have. Okay, that is a fair clarification for my dumbass, because while I still understood that obviously the theory of gravity is not like, it's just a theory, a game theory. Like it's not just sought as like a weird ass thing. It's definitely considered to be well vetted, but the idea of a theory is a well vetted thing. Laws are mathematical theory. Laws are mathematical. Theory is scientific. They're the same ranking. Oh.
Like, we know this is happening, and there is mounds and mounds of evidence to prove it, including, finally, the mechanism behind plate tectonics. So the driving force of plate tectonics is actually a combination of two things: ridge push and slab pull. And I'm going to demonstrate that to you with a simple little demo that I developed a few years ago. All you need is a piece of paper and whatever this is.
A drying rack.
Bought this at a garage sale like 10 odd years ago, and the only things it's ever been useful for are holding sunglasses poorly and explaining plate tectonics pretty efficiently. Let's have a sip of beer.
I mean, it does hold plates, probably. Yeah, I would think it holds plates, right? It's just a different type of plate.
First, we'll go back to our little beer, mic stand method.
That sound effect they use, that slurpy sippy sound, is that like from Minecraft or something?
Let me just say, for how stressful it is to talk about this guy's videos, I'm doing pretty damn good on beer. This is taking so long, you have no idea. The paper here represents the Earth's crust. The little shape I drew in here is continental crust, and everything around it is oceanic crust. Now, something's happening underneath the paper in Earth's mantle. It's convection. There is some kind of like upwelling of material that's going kind of like in a circular motion. Yeah. I don't have the hands to demonstrate that right now, but it's pushing these two sides apart. It's actually creating a rift in the middle.
Ooh, fluffy kitty.
And it's pushing the sides apart. How is it doing that? By creating new rock. What's coming up from the middle here is magma. Like it's magma, and it's just watch. Hang on. See? We're actively creating new oceanic crust in the middle because new material is coming out of this rift. And that's what we call ridge push. But remember, there's another component, slab pull. And we have to consider where this crust is going. It's being pushed out from the rift, but where is it winding up? Well, this isn't the only, crust on Earth. it's going to intersect and collide with another tectonic plate. And because this is oceanic crust, let's say that the stuff on this side, I don't have more paper to show this. And I feel like if I had more, it would fall apart. I don't have as many hands as I'd like to have to be able to do stuff like this. So this is going to be subducting underneath another plate. And that has weight to it. That has mass. Gravity is pulling that down. And that's also contributing to the ridge push. The slab is actively pulling on the plate as well. So these two are working in tandem to move plates around. I love this thing. It falls apart every time I use it. I've been meaning to like super glue it, but I don't know where my glue is.
Also, without...
She's a mess. The best we can tell doesn't encapsulate just how certain a theory is, like the amount of evidence this is fairly accurate. The only reason it's not considered 100% fact is because science does not believe in 100% fact. Right. If humans had enough hands, we'd find some way to not have enough. True. At one point, I was like, I would like a raise. And then I thought to myself, when would I not like to have a raise? And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I would always like to have a raise. So that might be a reason why motherfuckers don't give out raises, because they go, I gave you a raise 10 years ago, and here you are again, asking for another one. How fucking ungrateful are you? You know. So if we had 3 arms, we'd be like, damn it, I just need that 4th arm right now. You know. Just saying, like, as an example of a thing. Because I do think I deserve more money, damn it. Okay. I mean, there's that graph of like diminishing returns on negative emotions or whatever. So like the first $10,000 you get is incredibly effective at diminishing negative emotions, but then the $200,000th doesn't do shit for you in comparison. So I guess there's a point where like you don't need it anymore, or you don't desperately want it anymore, but it would still be good. Money's money, baby, you know? More money. I don't give a fuck what that guy said. More money, more problems. Give me those problems. I'll tell you that money will solve those problems. Easy.
Half of these continents wouldn't fit so nicely into each other like it looks like on this map. If you got the true size of Africa, the true size of Greenland, and put them all together, it would not fit very well. There was a distortion in the maps, and there's a reason for it. They say there's a whole explanation of why they do it. But it's not this neat and tidy Pangea you think it is. Also, if you look at an official Pangea map, you'll notice half of these countries and continents are not this shape. They formed them into a shape, which they claim is they slowly drifted apart and they don't look the same anymore, but they just formed them into a big landmass and call it Pangea.
Oh, that is because, as you have brilliantly observed, the continents have changed shape since then, Shane. Just because the continents look like...
I mean, 100 billion a second, I guess I might be like, I won't notice it. You're right. Probably at 10 billion, I'd be like, you know what? I kind of feel bad now that I'm making more money. Someone else should get this money. No, you're right. Honestly, my example of extremes, I should have applied to this, because if I'm making 100 billion a second, I'm just like, please stop. Stop, please. I can't give it away fast enough. No. Once again, Goat proves me wrong.
This now does not mean that the world forever has just been continents in this exact shape, just floating around, bumping into each other. I honestly may have a little bit of a weird type of respect for Shane if he is actually doing this just to grift and kind of put on a persona, because I personally have way too much pride to ever allow myself to willfully partake in this level of humiliation for any amount of views. I just could not do that to myself. Like, I could not put on a bit where I'm just like, all right, I'm going to work today, guys. My work, what is it? Oh, well, I pretend to not know anything.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And again, I'm not trying to like gatekeep here or be like, call him a fucking dumbass. I mean, like, this is not stuff you need to have a geology, like, PhD to understand. This is literally like Wikipedia search will give you the information you need. So if you are going online and acting like a fucking authority figure in geology and spreading misinformation, and you haven't even fucking Googled it on goddamn Wikipedia, I am going to call you an idiot. I'm sorry. I don't know what else you want me to fucking say. A random schmo online who's like in the comment section just being a fucking moron. I'm like, sure, whatever. You're not claiming to be an authority. No one's taking you seriously. You don't have to Wikipedia search it. But if you're going to be making videos, there is absolutely no excuse to not just double check the things you're saying. Okay, anyway, it's not just our fucking modern continents floating around bumping into each other in this shape. Pangea started breaking up 200 million years ago, Shane. You know, just 200 million years after the first mussels emerged. Clams, wouldn't you know? Do you really think that it would be possible for all these continents to break up and move around and not change shape at all? Again, I just can't help but feel like this guy's being obtuse on purpose, because I can't imagine someone actually thinking that this is a logical line of reasoning. He also has this like weird moment at the beginning where he acknowledges that like earthquakes and fault lines exist.
So the idea that this is and yes, there are fault lines. There's places where lots of earthquakes happen. That's true.
Which, to be fair, would be absolutely insane to deny, but I guess at this point, I honestly wouldn't put it past him. But then, if you believe in that, how do you not believe in plate tectonics? Shane, you know the earthquake, the thing you believe in, you know what that is, right? It's plates slipping against
I would love to know what he thinks.
Like this, or like this.
An earthquake is if he doesn't believe in that, right?
They're slipping, is my point. So once a plate has slipped, do you think it just like heals and like goes back? No, it fucking slipped. So if it slips a little bit every once in a while and it's observable on a human lifespan, what the fuck do you think is gonna happen over a really long time? This is like the creationists who believe that like, you know, evolution can happen on like a micro scale, but I just don't believe in, you know, like evolution. What the fuck do you mean by that? Like, if you think that things can change a little over a little bit of time, then how the fuck do you not also think that things can change a lot over a lot of bit of time? Jesus. Okay, Kate, fucking take it away. Get out of here.
I can see where Shane gets some of his like quarrels with Pangea, and a lot of it stems from the maps that we have of it, because nobody was around back then, and all that we're basing this off of is the knowledge that these parts, these plate boundaries are spreading, these plate boundaries are converging, these plate boundaries are sliding. That's all that we have, and different models will have different estimates and they create different maps. But remember, we know it existed, and we know that all of those specific continents were touching each other. We just didn't have like exactly the perfect representation of the shape of the whole thing. There's one kind of Pangea map that I have a lot of problems with, and it's ones that show like the placements of countries and also like the modern day shapes of stuff. Because if you don't have a slightly higher than basic understanding of plate tectonics, it's really easy to misinterpret that, and that's exactly what Shane does. A lot of people think, and
so
this is perpetuated by those little like activities where you cut out the shapes of the continents and you try to fit them together. They're not going to fit exactly, because Pangea wasn't just an amalgamation of the continents as they are today. They evolved and changed shape since they broke apart from Pangea. Like, they weren't done being built yet. There's parts of our own continent, North America, that didn't exist until after Pangea. Around 100 million years ago, we had this ocean like cutting across North America called the Western Interior Seaway. It was around for about 30 million years until all that land was slowly uplifted above sea level, which is why you can find shark teeth in South Dakota. And this is just one example of post-Pangea Earth still being dynamic and evolving in the 170 million years since it broke up. People are so hung up on Pangea. There's Reunite Pangea t-shirts. Did you know that there were other supercontinents before Pangea, like Rodinia? Nope, I bet you didn't. Did you know that there was all kinds of stuff that happened after Pangea broke up? Now you do.
Thanks, Kate. Killed it. Let's look at the comments real quick. There's only one I really highlighted for this one because it's just another thing that Shane says that I really love. Pangea is right up there with Darwinism and evolution. And I do like this combined with his profile picture of him doing this, which is like, actually, is that exactly what I'm doing in my profile picture? Touche, actually. Touche, you know? You and I, we are not so different, Shane. We are not so different. We both believe in, you know, food sovereignty and, you know, giving back to a community, and we both have the same profile picture. Only difference is you have balls of steel to do this for a living. And
also, it looks like he's photoshopped. Oh, this is probably, yeah, this is from a video because you can see that he's got the green screen effect around his hairline. He's not in that field. He's just in his house. So I was like, why is the background in focus as much or better than he is? Huh. Wow. That sucks to be there at that time because you're like, oh, wow, check it out. All this wet land. Neat. Oh my God. That's crazy.
Be able to sleep at night. And I respect that about you. Okay.
What the fuck? You know, sometimes AI stuff, it's funny. You know, sometimes it's just funny. It's a good tool. You know, utilizing the same footage of that, but then taking, I guess, a bunch of like data of two men kissing on camera and merging it. That's pretty sick. I just mean like it's
next video.
I just mean it's wet because it used to be water, right? So it's like almost like low tide. We're like, oh wow, check it out. And all this sand is all squishy and you can get on it for a little bit. I was just like being silly.
Last video.
If this thing really happened, which there's a ton of evidence that it did, you'd think it would be included in the education system if they were interested in teaching you the true history of Earth.
No, Shane, of course not, because the education system...
Where did you get those photos, Shane? Where did you get those photos, Shane? That sounds like it was inside of the record, the historical record of things, Shane.
Is controlled by the Masonic Illuminati.
Yeah, I mean, I realized that it wasn't the day it got dried out that people ran in, and then immediately after, the same day, all the ice wall broke and like flooded them back again. I imagine it would be enough time for. I mean, yeah, it would be enough time for settlements of humans to come back to that area. They probably thought God hated them if the entire thing got that flooded in one, instantaneous traumatic incident. I mean, honestly, that's just rational. There used to be other hominid species. Homo sapiens came from Homo erectus and Neanderthals. There were like 5 others at one point. I didn't know there was that many at one point. Like I knew that, well, it was taught to me in school that Cro-Magnon man and the Neanderthal lived. Goat is a very knowledgeable person when it comes to, I don't know, biology, the kingdoms, whatever you call that sort of like breakdown stuff. They taught me about monkeys still being a correct term for apes. And it was a long period. So I imagined they knew about it specifically. Yeah.
Rockefeller, Rothschild, Jewish, neo-Marxist, neoliberal, leftist, woke agenda. Haven't you been paying attention? God, right when you think someone's starting to get it, they ask questions like this. I thought you were better than that, Shane.
Check this out.
Oysters were found 2 miles above sea level, 11-foot oysters weighing 600 pounds, 2 miles above sea level in the Andes Mountains. When they climbed Mount Everest, they found petrified clams on top of Mount Everest. Interesting thing about these clams, they're petrified and they're closed.
Fucking Kent Hovind. Just the person I wanted to talk about. I'm gonna let Kate explain the clams on Mount Everest thing.
It's the same thing as the other shit.
I'm gonna take a quick talk about these clam pictures that they're like, they were found two miles up in the Andes. Okay, so they cited these old-ass images from old-ass publications, and they're not clams. They are concretions. We've been over this so many times. Do you see what I mean about how many conspiracy theories are hinged on not understanding?
Hard compact mass formed by mineral sediment within spaces between particles. Oh, they're not even clams, they're just things?
fucking geology. If I had $1 for every time I had to debunk a conspiracy theory by explaining what fucking concretions are, I would have enough money to get a fucking dumpster to get all these trash bags full of fiberglass squirrel shit infused insulation out of my fucking studio. There's even a video about these giant clams by the fucking Lost World Museum. Those of you who've been with me for a really long time, you will remember the Lost World Museum. John Adolphi, I talked about him quite a lot when I was just on TikTok back in like 2022, fall of 2022. But my point is that the video about these clams from John Adolphi, who is a diehard fucking creationist, even says that they're concretions and not fucking clams. When John Adolphi's Lost World Museum is doing better critical thinking than you, you know you are fucking cooked.
Now, I'd like to point out, Mount Everest is a little ways from the beach, first of all, okay? About 450 miles to the beach. And clams do not climb mountains very well. And when a clam dies, it opens. You can walk along the beach and find 1 million seashells. You hardly ever find a matched pair. And you never find them closed if they're dead. They open right away. How do you get petrified closed clams on top of Mount Everest? I think there was a flood. But I don't think the flood was over Mount Everest. Mount Everest wasn't there. Psalm 104 tells us the mountains arose during the last part of the flood. The mountain ranges formed during the end of the flood, probably as a result of the Earth's crust being cracked open and busted up into pieces, and pieces would lift up and flex back and forth.
There is a very real agenda to hide the true history.
Yo, Shane, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I know that crying about the big scary is a very important narrative to you, but I'll let you get back to it in just a second, I swear. I just got to say something. Just a quick question for Kent here. If everything was covered from a biblical flood, as they say, a biblical flood, why in the fuck are there not marine fossils literally everywhere? Seems like, normally in science they try and explain things that they're, claiming, but this isn't science, it's faith, so I don't actually expect him to. This is a rhetorical question, but why the fuck are there not marine fossils everywhere? Here where I live in New England, there are two kind of primary places for fossils. One, super fucking young. There are marine fossils like shells, clams, if you will, from the Ice Age over on the coast of Maine, from isostatic rebound. When the ice melted, the earth was compressed, so the ocean went over it, and then as the earth rose back up, it came out of the water. There's clam shells there. They're like 10,000 years old. They're super fucking recent. Then, over in Champlain, there is the Chazy Fossil Reef, which is like 400 million years old. There's trilobites there. Super fucking old, super different, completely incomparable to the other ones. Other than that, in Western Mass, we have some dinosaur footprints that are somewhere between 400 million years ago and 10,000 years ago. But other than that, we don't really have much. If I dig down in my yard, I'm gonna hit fucking granite and glacial till. There's not a whole lot of shit going on down there. But since these goons never shut the fuck up about, the marine fossils on tops of mountains because the whole world was covered in water. If the whole world was covered in water, why the fuck aren't there marine fossils everywhere? And why are the marine fossils in different parts of the world different from one another? Shouldn't it just be the same because it all happened at the same time? I don't know why I'm asking for rational train of thought from creationists. I'm alone. I'm in this studio by myself. This is it, guys. I'm crashing the fuck out. It's happened. There's no one even in this room. I'm just crashing out by myself. That's so sad. Okay. Anyway, fuck. Shane, I'll let you get back to it now. What were you whining about, as you were?
What's going on in this realm from you? And if you want to know why that is, you're going to have to comment truth below, because you can't mention their entire evil plot on an Instagram video. Comment truth below and check your DMs.
Oh, yeah, Shane, I'm sure the establishment has it out for you. You wouldn't want to say too much here. It's that victim narrative, bro. It's the victim narrative. It was the same thing Philip did when he had the little laser dot on his head. It's so funny. Bro, you ain't like a fucking pariah. No one's coming to get you, okay? You're not like on the watch list of like the Freemason woke Illuminati, agenda. Wouldn't want to say too much now, bro. They might get you. Gotta say though, it is pretty refreshing to see a video from before Shane started peddling supplements. Back in the good old days where all he was doing was engagement farming by capitalizing on terrified, paranoid people. Like a true American. I don't even know if this guy's American. I hope he's not Canadian too. That would be like 2 strikes against Canada, and I don't know if she can take a third. Me and my Canada saw you from across the border, and we're looking for a third. Okay, quick look at some of the comments before we pass it off to Kate. Kent Oven went to prison not too long after he recorded those videos. No way! It's because he went against the agenda. The agenda. He got, he was silenced. He was canceled by the agenda. No, it's because he's a fucking tax evader. I heard about this some years back. I have to redo some research.
I thought he was gonna say. I was like, oh, wait for it.
Big, heavy lifting research going on here. You know, I heard someone say this same bullshit, you know, like 3 or 4 years ago. I'll have to consult my tomes. I'll be in my study if you need me. Everything was bigger before the great deluges. Hey, you know, if that makes you feel a little bit better about yourself, okay, I hate to do this to you, Kate, but bring it home. Tell us about Kent Hovind.
What are you cutting back to me for? I covered a lot of this stuff already, so you should be fuming along with me, hearing this reiterated by this old guy who sounds like he should be like a villain in a horror movie set in the Midwest.
Devil of Illinois slaughterhouse, Iowa butcher house, the devil in Indiana.
This may be God's land, but he ain't coming. So the observation being made here is that clams open when they die, because that's how we see them at the beach. But when we see them in fossils, you know, in rock, they're closed. And he's saying that if they're closed, it means that they were probably buried very quickly, buried alive. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, that's true. That's how we get fossils. We wouldn't get them otherwise if they weren't quickly buried. So this guy is claiming that because you only find these clams closed, that they all had to have been buried at once by some great global catastrophic event. And this is a core idea of catastrophism, which has been disproven and replaced by uniformitarianism, which says there are all these processes that happen throughout Earth's history, and they still happen today. You know, processes like plate tectonics and mountains forming and being eroded down, and oceans opening up and closing, and all kinds of even like minuscule events, especially storms. I have seen so much evidence of storm events in like less than 6 inches of a rock layer. I can point out and be like, oh, there was like a storm here. Look at how the layers are kind of like fucked up. When geologists look at sedimentary rock, we can infer a lot of things about the environment that it was formed in. Looking at a rock like this that has a lot of fossils close together in the same layer, that can tell us a little bit about how abundant food was for these creatures, how much competition there was between them. We can look at the angles that some of these shells are oriented, and we can see, okay, well, they're landing on top of each other. They're being buried one after the other in like random orientations. This might have been a storm. A storm would have created a lot of wave action that would jostle up sediment and bury lots of things at once. And even like regularly scheduled like waves and tides can do this too. They can, you know, jostle up sediment, and sometimes things just die. You can find open clams in rock. Fossilized open clams. You can find them disarticulated, which I actually have a good example of somewhere around here. Ooh. Oh, hi. Do you want something? No, I gave it to a kid for his birthday. He was unimpressed. The kids in my life are not based. I give you a fossil that is twice as old as the dinosaurs. And he goes, so it's not a dinosaur? Have some respect for the clams. Anyways, a lot of things just like die in random accidents. Look at friggin' hamsters. They just up and die sometimes. Never had a hamster. I was afraid. It can also happen from a flood, not like a global great flood, but just like a regular ass flood. Yeah, I'm not going to deny that this can happen from a flood, but a giant global flood did not happen. We have substantial evidence to prove that. You can't ignore that. You can't just cherry pick the pieces of evidence that support your idea and, one, completely misinterpret them and misconstrue them and use them to deceive people. But two, you have to consider the other evidence, all the evidence that's proving you wrong. Also, I don't know if Milo will mention this, but this guy, this Kent Hovind, he's like an evangelist. God, I got brain rot. He's an evangelist, and he is giving a sermon. He's not teaching you anything. He is preaching to you. You are not getting anything real from what he's saying. He is using rhetoric and a specific vocal style to convince you And that's what like preachers do. That's what like mega churches do. And that's how they scam you out of your time, your money, your life. They're sucking the life out of you. You have to see through it. This guy, Shane, I don't know how else to put this, but it feels like this conspiracy might be a special interest of his. And there's nothing wrong with having a special interest. Mine is brachiopods. But it feels like he's really grasped onto this and he gets joy in his life from sharing it with other people and gaining a large following and just deceiving people. It's malicious, whether or not he's intending it to be. Anyways. Back to you, Milo.
Oh shit, me? I thought I was done with this goddamn video. You want me to keep going? God damn, Kate, you're a tough one. Seriously though, Kate, thank you so much for coming on and for sharing your expertise with us. You should all go check out Kate's content. It is absolutely wonderful. Again, you can find her at Groovy Geologist on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. Go give her a follow. Go give her some love from us here at Mini Minute Man. And Kate, thank you again for all that you do. We need more science communicators like you, helping make the world a more enlightened place. It is the #1 way to...
I'm so bad. I didn't even realize it's Mini Minute Man. I just read it as Minute Man. Like, I just know that's what it's supposed to mean, kind of, and there's too many I's and M's in there, but I'm like, yeah, Minute Man, got it. Like,
prevent bullshit like this from taking root. So thanks again, Kate, and looking forward to the next one. Here, to finish things off, let me just fucking smoke the rest of this beer. This one's for you.
Yeah. There's probably a big conference you can go to. There's got to be a bunch of people who all have this passion, and then at night they all have passionate sex. And, you know, just like Dragon Con, but for brachiopods. It's got to be like it. Yeah.
Noon somewhere. It's noon here. Fuck. Why did I say I was going to make this video 2 parts? I don't think it's actually reasonably possible for me to make this video 2 parts and expect my team to be able to get it out on time. I'm gonna do this in more than 2 parts. Sorry guys, that's it. That's all. That's literally all I can muster. I don't think I could have scripted something better. Literally, as I was saying that, my battery died. I think that that is a sign that I am going to turn this into the first part.
Yo, the ceiling looks crazy. Like, that's what you would do to make, like, terrain that is supposed to look like a disheveled, broken building, to have, like, slats showing through the ceiling plaster. I don't think that's drywall. I think that's actually plaster. That's crazy. She does, well, I'm not sure if it's rocks or the things in the rocks. I don't really know what a brachiopod is. Yeah.
Of this video, for the sake of my team who do not need to spend fucking 6 months trying to edit together like the first part of like it's like 3.5 hours long. So we're gonna do this in another, I'm gonna come back. We're gonna do another part to this because Jesus Christ, I'm not even done with the script. Where am I in this script? Great, I'm about 2/3 of the way done with the script for what was supposed to be part 1. Next one.
People were I guess he was saying before that people were worried that he was gonna get lead from stuff, and he's like, well, it could even have lead in it, but I'm like, there's got to be lead somewhere, dog. Like, there's got to be in the paint, or it's got to be in there. It's a shell thing. Yeah. Brachiopods.
This one's gonna be fun, guys. It has the long-awaited. You ready for this? It's got Professor Dave Explains. So get fucking hyped. Everyone's been asking for that for a while. I've been asking for it for a while, so you finally get to see the YouTube debunker gang in action for the first time. So get excited for that. Yeah, we're gonna kick that one off with Shane Doesn't Understand Biology. So tune in next time. We'll try and get it out with 2 weeks.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
You know, once every other week is kind of our post schedule here. We always do live premieres. Premieres are at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Sundays. Stay tuned. Join me for the live premiere for part 2. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna be there. You're gonna be there. Shane's gonna be there probably. Professor Dave's gonna be there. That's gonna be cool. Holy fuck, this video is long. If you got a kick out of this video, I'd greatly appreciate if you could leave an interaction on it. Interactions are like tipping the bellhop. It doesn't cost you a cent, and it helps these videos do better in the algorithm, which allows...
Well, but tipping the bellhop does cost you a cent. Also, I've never been somewhere that had a bellhop. I mean, oh, did I? Was there a place that had a bellhop? I feel like there might have been one. Who's my Injustice 2 main? Gun. I never played Injustice 2 or Injustice 1. I do like playing characters I like, if that makes sense. I'm not like a I play who's the best kind of guy. I try to play something that I like. I liked Ganon in Smash Bros. Captain Falco or whatever. Falco Punch guy. When I played the games that didn't have Ganon in it. Also played Kirby just because his playstyle was interesting with his like floatingness. Didn't like Jigglypuff in the same, even though it's similar, but I think that was my 2. I was just trying to think. I mean, I should look up the cast and tell you who I'd be interested in playing. Of course, that makes total sense for you specifically. Maybe the word cast is wrong. Also, why the fuck is this still going to stupid Brave browser? I gotta like type in Google. Great. Now I got cursed images of Lisa because it found an old search and just went with that. I guess I'm lucky it didn't have some other weird shit in there. Roster. You're right. Also, it's stuck on images, which is probably not the most helpful. Whoa. Oh, it's a YouTube thumbnail. Oh, hold on. Perfect. You can just pause right here. All characters list. But Swamp Thing? That's crazy. There's no music on this? Cyborg. There's music. Catwoman. Let's see if I know them by just saying it. Oh, wait. Oh, it says it up there. Okay, yeah. So Flash, Green Lantern, Harley, Batman. That's a weird looking Superman. Joker. Also, that's like a weird, like, Jared Leto Joker. Literally no clue who this is. I'm going to guess it's like, I don't know, Armageddon or something. That's not the full roster? Really? No clue who Monkey Man is. Ooh, is this? No. I almost want to say She-Ra or something, but I vaguely remember now that there was like a weird cat lady in one of the Justice League things. I don't know what her name is. Don't know who this is. I'm going to guess this is Poison Ivy. I think those are Venus flytraps on her shoulders. Supergirl. Green Arrow. That's like the guy from that super old anime with like the fucking, you know, jetpack and the space helmet. Gorilla Grodd. Yeah. Okay, sure. A very sad looking person. No clue. Somebody with fire. Don't know. This looks like... Wait, is this the Hawk guy? But where's his wings? You think he'd have his wings if he's the Hawk guy. No clue. No clue. I'm going to guess Wonder Woman. Is that Zod? I only know him from the movie, and they kind of looks like the same guy from the movie. Some bitch-ass Mr. Freeze clone. Must be Robin with the R there. That's a lizard. That's Scorpion. Or no, that's the reptile from Mortal Kombat, but I actually don't know who it is. and I don't know who the mastermind, only because of the clips I've seen or the snippets I've seen after doing that search. Cheetah and Deadshot. Oh, Deadshot makes sense. But it's not the full roster. Well, off of this, who I think Black Adam. Oh, right. That's not Zod. That's Black Adam. This one here? Or you mean the one somewhere else? I'm pretty sure that's the one, if I had to guess. And Captain Cold Eye. That was something from something. I forget what show that was that had somebody with these weird little glasses. Because those are like almost like what, Inuit glasses for like snow blindness. That's kind of like what's kind of built into it. I assume that's the look. Full roster. Okay, I'll take a look in a second. But based off of this roster, if I had to think who I would think would be fun to play, I guess a part of me would probably, if I needed to try something that I would know, I would probably try either Batman or Robin, just because like they're dudes who punch and fight. That doesn't seem so bad. So that might be, if I wanted to be like different, I might play Robin as my main or something as a starter, because Batman would be too simple. Although Batman seems like a slower, more brutish version of Robin, so it's probably who I would like. Just off top of my head, no idea. Also, that was Aquaman. If I had to guess which one was Aquaman. Oh. This one was Aquaman. Looks way too blonde. I'm used to the new guy, Jason Momoa, Aquaman. Who the hell are these last reptile ass looking dudes? Who are these two? Full roster. Wait. Okay. Similar situation where it's not an image, but okay, Hellboy. He'd probably be cool as fuck to play. That's literally Sub-Zero. I guess they're including people from outside a little bit. I mean, I didn't think Swamp Thing, I guess. He definitely seemed out of place. I did not think he was DC, but never really knew. Also, I don't know who the hell these two are. Scarecrow and Bane. Oh, okay. Scarecrow makes sense because he's all spooky, whatever. But Bane, I would never have seen him in that weird green, like, LED, like, light thing. Also, Raiden. What the fuck? Also, I should be like, what the fuck? That's a Ninja Turtle. So, this is an expanded roster. That's a person with an atom on their forehead, I think. So I don't know who that is. Is that Phoenix from fucking X-Men? That wouldn't make any sense. But neither does Raiden. But I guess that's the, like... I knew Cyborg, and I knew Catwoman. I said those two. She was over here. Yeah. Did I just skip over them? And I thought I said them. That's the Flash. I didn't say that one, I guess. I thought I did at the beginning. I know this one was from this guy in the middle here. This one. He was from the show where, like, the whole building was, like, shaped like his head. I don't know who he is, but that's Starfire. That makes sense. Okay. Still don't know who this homie is. Adam. Got it. Okay. Sure. Did you share who this one was? I think I may have missed who this red ass dude is. His name is like Prolapse. That's all he is. Also, this is what, Red Mask or Deadshot? Arkham Knight? Atrocious. Yeah, that sounds like what he might be called. Oh. Okay. That makes sense now. Red Hood. Okay. Different. That's definitely Sub-Zero. Don't know who this lady is, and I don't know what that guy is called. The second Robin. Okay. Is he bad? Is that the one that died but didn't die? I don't know. That was like in Killing Joke, right? Enchantress and Black Manta. Okay. Got it. These two I don't know either. Oh, these three I don't know. I apologize if you said them already. I'm bad with names in general. Oh, interesting. But I guess because he died, he's evil now. Or you know, anti-hero, not quite, you know, he's sort of like a Catwoman ambiguous. And might also have sex with Batman. No, it's kidding. Blue Beetle. He's blue. Firestorm, not a very impressive name. Dr. Fate is kind of wild. Didn't think this person had a doctorate. Also, Blue Beetle just looks like a sad little alien. You don't even look like a beetle. Get it together. Aren't you supposed to be like Latino? Yeah, I'd probably try Hellboy. Maybe the Hood would be fun to play like a more evil themed character. And then maybe Bane would be fun to be more of like a brute crusher kind of guy. Those would be like play styles I would kind of think are neat. Like when I played Street Fighter, I kind of liked Ken just to be different than Ryu, and then like Zangief just to be a big guy, you know, like a few different. Never really did it that much, but just kind of like when in doubt, I just picked Ken just because red colors are cool, long hair, cool, and not Ryu just because I was, you know, different. Oh, right. Is that oh, I keep forgetting to use my thing. So is that Terra from the Teen Titans, whatever? The Earth Mover? She was blonde, right? But not blind, because that was Avatar: The Last Airbender. Those are my answers. How fucked am I to play? I guess they're mostly in the Batman universe. That's Black Canary. Oh, got it. So that again, to repeat, probably the one I would want to play the most would be Hellboy, just because he's cool. And then it would probably go Batman, Red Hood, Bane as my like order. If I only got the, you know, only so many tokens to try. Okay. What's her power? What's her thing? Green Arrow is just a guy who's good at shooting with his bow, right? So Bane is a grappler for sure. Probably very similar to Zangief. I would probably not be very good with him, but I would like to be good with him. Grappler makes so much sense considering his whole like luchador aesthetic at times. Sonic Screech. That feels like misogyny. Like, oh, look, here's my wife. God, You can't get her to shut up, you know, kind of thing. God, she's always nagging me. Nag. Just, I wouldn't make a wife of a character have a screeching voice. I wouldn't do that. If I'm too woke for that. Trained by Wildcat and hand to hand. Wildcat seems to be a bad person, but maybe, who knows? You know, they all have a meandering journey of orientation when it comes to. Yeah, I've heard some crazy shit about Green Arrow overall. Even though he has like a weird shit-eating mustache, he seems to be kind of like way more divisive. Similar to how Captain America was rebelling in Civil War against Iron Man or whatever. Green Arrow would be like, fuck this system kind of shit, right? Old school hero. Oh. That's fair. They didn't start out as married. That makes sense, right? I just thought it was funny to call out. And then somehow got like bit by a radioactive cat. And now it's like, okay, now I'm a cat. And then she bops people like a cat does, just very fast. Wait, who's the boxer? Who's the he is a boxer? Oh, I thought it was a she for some reason. Was the storyline of Injustice the one where they like killed everybody or something? Or was that not really? Was that maybe I was thinking of Suicide Squad, the game? I forget. I'm sure it's not canon anyway. It doesn't matter. Sexism. I'm sorry. They're just very femme presenting, and I just assumed evil Superman. Yeah. Yeah, Superman looks weird in this one. Just because I guess it's like they're going with like a futuristic but hyper realistic style combined together. They have all these like lines and materials and fabrics mixed in together. And then he's got like it all, I don't know, just looks. Then again, any fucking superhero costume just looks weird. Interesting. Well, I should definitely get going just because that's cool. And then also there's going to be so many different versions of each person. I'm going to, well, I said I was going to guess you main Supergirl, but I forgot you already said you main Harley, which makes sense. I imagine, well, they might not play the same, but Every time Supergirl loses, you go, not lore accurate. Not lore accurate. Yeah. Just seems like outmatched when like fucking, Leonardo has to fight against the founding member of the Rage Incarnate Lantern Corps, and it's just like, that doesn't seem fair. That doesn't seem fair at all. Or like Robin. He's just like a guy in his 30s at best. Or a kid in his like early 20s at worst. What the fuck? What the fuck is he gonna do? Huh? Oh. What the fuck? Jellic's nothing like... I mean, I guess he's got pecs. I thought it was titties. Yeah. It just seems like it's like a midriff exposing, they want to look primal, so they give them just enough to cover their sex organs, but otherwise, midriff exposed. I thought it's like a cat lady. Oh, that's Cheetah. Oh. Who am I thinking of? Wait, who is the person you're talking about? Oh, when you said she was trained by cat, I thought you were talking about the person here who looks like a cat. But it's just a different thing. Speaking of Wildcat, oh my goodness, Stilko is being a butt right now. I can... Well... Wildcat trained canary, yeah. So Wildcat's just not here. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I've let this... I wanted to give you some comic book talking time. But I should try and do some video editing before I get too tired and go to sleep and then wake up and, oh my God, it's, 3 a.m. again. That's what it was. I forgot about that. You're right. From the TV show, I think I remember seeing them like punch each other. Yay, comics, yeah. And at some point we could mix in gaming to some extent or whatever, but I don't know how well comic books would make their way into gaming, just because I don't think I have games that have comic books involved in them. Dark Tide's not one of them. Kara wants me to play Soma. Apparently it's really good. So that's the thing I should play eventually, but she's sleeping most of the time I'm online. I haven't played Night Rain in a while. I have all the Batman Arkham games, but I played them all a long time ago. Gotham City Imposters. That just seemed like a terrible game. Just scrolling to see if there's anything in there. Apparently I have Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm 3 Full Burst. Maybe. Maybe I just won't worry about collecting all the Joker statues or whatever. Riddler statues. Joker and Riddler, I'm sorry. I get them mixed up all the time. I know which ones are which. One's the Quizler and one's the Rizzler, but, The Walking Dead games are fun. I don't think we ever finished them, and I ended up watching Hassan finishing them off instead. which is fine. No Rizzler, yeah. The Wolf Among Us was great. I really loved it. I think they got picked up by DC. The Fable. This was in my comic book class was Fables. We picked up the first graphic novel of that, and I loved it. I thought it was great. I love the universe and like the way they built it. I love then this game I thought was great too. Also, it's like a noir whodunit kind of like mystery thing with a little bit of like supernatural mixed in with like realistic / super at the same time. Because it's grounded in reality. They're just, you know, human bodies, even if they are mythical to some degree. I thought it was great. Supposed to be making a duplicate. Oh yeah, shit. Kara found all my old comic. Okay, hold on. Real fast story time. Oh yeah. Ugh. All right, this is my comic book understanding of things. Let's throw some tunes on real fast as a nice breakdown. So this is Fables, which is about like all the different like the big bad wolf, Bigby, is like a detective, and like Snow White is like, I don't know, his like interest or girlfriend, and then like somebody runs the place, and there's all these different characters that are mixed in. It's a whole thing. It was really cool. Like this is like, what is it? Blackbeard, he's like a bad guy in it or whatever. Or just like, you know, a powerful figure. I thought it was really cool. Little world. Marvels, this is another one of those Alex Ross ones that we read through, which was very similarly, you know, has this like very specific like photo art style that I really liked. Combination of realistic but also interesting. I thought this was an awesome one. And we also had Kingdom Come, I think it's called, which I don't see in the stack, but that's the DC version. And then we read Ares, which I didn't like as much. It's just kind of like a God of War raw shit. Didn't interest me that much. The Dark Knight Returns from Frank Miller, which had like the fat Batman and like the fat Joker. They're just like these like chubby versions of themselves. Hard to really get without being blown the fuck out because it's all white, but you can kind of see it there a little bit. This is another one, Alex Ross, that was kind of like an independent, which is like, I guess they called it a Vertigo or Vertigo branded comic or whatever. Uncle Sam, which is kind of a weird one. A weird one for me at the time because I didn't really know enough about politics, but I imagine it might be a good reread just because it covers Uncle Sam going through, and then there's like just, yeah, it's like against like the media and stuff, you know. It's got some pretty crazy imagery in there and really cool art. It's weird. And then I just got a bunch of random old comic books from something. Oh, I got Spider-Verse is more new, Spider Noir, and then a bunch of just like old shit from like some bundle at some point for like a few bucks. I think that was from math.com where we got most of these from. New Gen, Captain and Hawkeye, New X-Men, Generation X, DC stuff, Atomic Knight, Ultimate Avengers, X-Force. God, that looks as 90s as fuck. Just weird collection for a comic class. Yeah. I don't think there's anything. Weird. Gothic Legends of a Dark Knight. I'm not sure what that is. Then an ad for the Navy SEALs in the back. Join the Navy SEALs. Be cool like Batman and join the Navy SEALs. Detective Comics. He looks mad in this one. Now there's so many. I guess I should like sort them into like Avengers and then Batman. Oh yeah, this was one too. This is like a weird little mini comic that's about like the death of Superman or something. And it has like fake ads in it. And then how like articles work and people writing articles post memorandum about Superman and whatever. And the fight that it took, and then like the big funeral, kind of like Princess Di. It's a weird little thing. Looking over the big beast that killed them, and then another ad. There's a fake ad. Death of a salesman. Not quite. Is there no justice? The world reacts. You knew that you could trust Superman, says Bruce Wayne. We know what that means, but the article writer didn't know about it. What a silly Billy. Catwoman seeing that, you're kicked out for the military for being gay. I guess she told somebody. She knew the rules. Don't ask, don't tell. It was simple. Nowadays, it's fine as long as you're not trans. And then, well, it's not even fine because like at Fort Bragg, which they renamed Fort Bragg again, they'll do sexual assault against you and force you to, I don't know, be quiet or something. Oh, there it is. Kingdom Come. Yeah. This is the DC one from Alex Ross. That's just like really cool art style. Much older heroes. I really liked it. Look at them go. Yeah, I figured it would be based off of the timing. Look at Superman. He's got such a fat neck. He's such a boomer in this one. Which one's that? This one is Kingdom Come. About like I think it's Superman versus Shazam. Like Shazam specifically. This is the first time I ever heard of Shazam. So I was like, what the fuck? Who is this? Because he uses magic. And that's supposed to be something that he's not great against because he's Superman. So other things are fine, but magic can hurt him a little bit. And it has like Batman, and he's all old, wearing like prosthetics, like weird braces and shit. It's like Green Lantern's in it, and he's also an old man. He's got like some like balding Biden-ass looking hair. It's like in the future. That's crazy. And then they made Captain Marvel, which is totally not Shazam look-alike. It's kind of like a Civil War type of thing where there's like all these heroes fighting it out over something. Which I guess you can kind of see from the cover as well. Same idea. Batman getting stabbed by Hawk Lady with a sword? Some weird purple beam being shot out of some lady who's flying with wings. I don't know half this shit. I read this a long time ago, obviously, so. Neat. You collect? Not really. I mean, I had a class where we read all of these books as a part of the class material, and then went over the history of the different things. Captain Marvel is Shazam. Captain Marvel is Shazam hero's name. Probably Hawk Girl. Who am I thinking of then? Who's the lightning bolt guy from Marvel? Or is Shazam from Marvel specifically? And that's like a weird thing that crossed over to bring him into this book? I thought maybe I'm dumb. Oh, Captain Marvel's the movie with that lady in it. Got it. Maybe that's why they changed the name to Shazam, because of the issues with Captain Marvel being in Marvel, and then Captain Marvel being a DC hero, not in Marvel, and the confusion that was causing. I feel like I remember that being something, but I also could just be imagining it, because that's how brains work. You lie to yourself. Well, I can blame Kara for extending the stream a little bit longer than I originally thought, because she brought up the comments. But I think that was kind of neat. I talked about him vaguely before, but it's nice to have him here. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. I forget, there was a couple of like more deep lessons in the class overall. Yeah. Yeah, but I'll be back tonight. I definitely want to get some editing done, though. I want to save my consciousness for that. I'll try to be on not too late. Like today, I woke up late and didn't get live until like 3 o'clock. But again, I'll be up and on. So see y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna guess I assume I don't have enough to do a full raid. Yeah. 2 viewers. Yeah, no good. Okay. Thanks for coming by. Inject. You're here. I guess Inject, Goat, and Kara all here is 3, but still, not enough. So I'll be on tomorrow night. Make sure to get something done on your to-do list, and feel free to report back and tell me what you did. I should make sure I report what I did. And yeah, bye-bye.